This is not a normal video. This is 1,600 facts in one go. Useless? Absolutely. Fascinating? Of course. So grab a drink, cancel your plans, and let your brain melt. Welcome to The Useless Show, Mega Compilation Mode.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
What do hitmen, lightning, and ancient gym bros have in common? From the world's laziest assassins to Mother Nature holding a personal grudge, and Greek philosophers flexing both brains and biceps, buckle up, because I'm about to take you on a ride through humanity's strangest moments. Women were not considered people in Canada until 1929. The government had to literally debate whether women counted as people. It took 5 women, known as the Famous Five, dragging the case to court before Canada finally admitted, fine, women are people, whatever. A flame is not necessary for oil paint rags to turn into a catastrophe. They can just randomly decide to be a beacon of light. They produce heat and oxidize, and if left crumpled up, they can occasionally ignite into a full-fledged fire. Thanks to this small chemistry trick, several painters have unintentionally created an unexpected campfire in their studio. Some modern car paints use special pigments that change color when exposed to temperature changes, helping detect overheating engines, aiding in preventing hazardous events. Others are mixed with reflective particles to make vehicles more visible at night, taking shine like a diamond, literally. The silver sixpence, Britain's ancient wedding life hack for luck and wealth. Since the 16th century, brides have stuffed this tiny coin in their shoes, hoping for financial blessings and possibly better arch support. It's meant to bring prosperity and joy, but mostly just makes walking awkward. Yet families still pass it down, because nothing says eternal love like inheriting a well-traveled foot coin. Not only is jasmine a lovely flower with a lovely scent, but it is also delicious. Thus, it is used as floral confetti in Asian and Middle Eastern cuisines, salads, sweets, and drinks. Jasmine rice? Yes, it is the blossom that gives forth that lovely scent. It even finds its way into ice cream, syrups, and sauces. Science decided to troll us by making bananas official berries, while strawberries got kicked out of the club. Next level of fruit gaslighting. Even worse, tomatoes, eggplants, and watermelons are berries too. So technically, your fruit salad is a fraud, and your BLT sandwich is just a salad with extra steps. Your digestive system doesn't know or care that you're the one in charge. It's filled with enzymes and acids that will break down anything, including you if given the chance. The only reason your stomach isn't currently digesting itself is because it's constantly regenerating its lining thanks to mitosis. Good old Ben tied a key to a kite in a thunderstorm to prove lightning was electricity. Genius? Yes. Survival instinct? Questionable. One wrong move and he wouldn't have discovered electricity from the sky. Instead, he would have discovered how it feels to become a human light bulb. The earliest known shoes, dating back about 10,000 years, were basically foot burritos. Back then, fashion wasn't a priority, not freezing to death was. Animal hides were wrapped around feet and tied with whatever string-like thing was lying around. Chickens have photographic memories and hold grudges like a medieval king. They can remember faces for months, reacting differently based on past encounters. So if you steal an egg or chase one for fun, don't be surprised if it side-eyes you like an angry grandma every time you pass by. In the 1820s, a doctor named William Beaumont studied digestion by observing food breaking down inside a man's stomach through a hole in his abdomen. The patient, Alexis St. Martin, had survived a gunshot wound that left a permanent opening. Instead of closing it, Beaumont turned it into a science portal, feeding him different foods and literally watching them digest in real time. A good wife's guide was a real thing. In the 1950s, magazines published guides instructing women to greet their husbands at the door with a smile, warm dinner, and silence, because obviously nothing calms a man down like a wife who pretends she doesn't have opinions. Studies show cows form social bonds and get seriously stressed when separated. Their heart rates spike, and they sulk like teenagers grounded from their phones. Farmers have noticed cows sticking to their besties. Somewhere out there, a cow is definitely giving another cow mean girl vibes. Sheep can remember up to 50 faces for years, which means if you've ever wronged a sheep, just know it's still thinking about it. They recognize humans and other sheep, keeping mental score of friend or foe. They are also known for plotting revenge against annoying people. In 1803, scientist Giovanni Aldini zapped a freshly executed criminal's body with electricity to see if he could Frankenstein it back to life. Instead, the corpse twitched. Its eyes opened and its fists clenched, terrifying the audience. Spoiler, he didn't bring the guy back, but he did traumatize everyone in the room. In the 1960s, NASA scientists wanted to test how humans would react to being completely upside down for weeks, simulating space travel. They strapped volunteers to beds tilted backward at 15 degrees and left them there for months. Their biggest challenge? Eating. Scientists had to invent peanut butter in a tube so astronauts in training wouldn't starve while testing gravity's worst prank. It is estimated that millions of shipwrecks litter the ocean floor, floor, making it the world's largest accidental museum. Somewhere down there, a pirate's skeleton is still clutching a rusty sword, very annoyed that no one has come to rescue his treasure. If goats had a crime record, they'd be in prison for breaking and entering everywhere. They can unlatch gates, jump 5-foot fences, and squeeze through gaps that seem physically impossible. Every farmer has a story about a goat magically appearing where it should not be. If Houdini were alive, he'd be taking notes. In 2007, scientists genetically modified kittens by inserting jellyfish DNA, making them glow under UV light. Why? To study genetic diseases. Somewhere in a lab, a cat was out there looking like a rave party while having absolutely no idea why. In the 1960s, scientists gave dolphins LSD to see if it would help them learn human language. Instead of turning into poetic sea philosophers, the dolphins just got weird. One even fell in love with his human trainer. The experiment ended in scandal and the dolphins did not start reciting Shakespeare. Off the coast of Mauritius, an optical illusion makes it look like a waterfall is falling into the ocean. It's actually sand sinking down a deep trench. It serves as a great sight, but imagine the first sailors to see it. Welp, that's it. We're sailing straight into the abyss. Goodbye, cruel world. Lobsters were once poor people's food. Back in the 1700s, lobsters were so common they were considered prison food. Inmates, servants, and even cats were sick of eating them. Fast forward to today, and people are dropping $50 for a single lobster tail like it's gold-covered seafood royalty. Women were not allowed to wear pants in France until 2013. France had a law banning women from wearing pants since 1800. It was rarely enforced, but technically, every woman in Paris rocking jeans before then was a fashionable outlaw. The government finally repealed it, probably after realizing women had been ignoring it for over a century. More than 80% of the ocean is unexplored, meaning we know more about Mars than we do about our own seas. Every time scientists send a deep-sea robot down there, it comes back with footage of nightmare creatures that look like rejected Pokemon. There is definitely something lurking down there, just waiting. There existed a cult that worshipped a hat. In 18th century France, a group of people literally worshipped Napoleon's hat. They believed it held divine power because obviously his military genius came from headwear magic. If this trend had caught on, we might have had a fedora cult by now. A doomsday cult predicted the end of the world and kept rescheduling it. The Millerites, a 19th century religious movement, confidently predicted the world would end in 1844. When it didn't, they went, we meant next year. When that didn't happen, they just kept revising the date until people eventually gave up and left. The world, unfortunately, refused to end on their schedule. In the 1920s, a Russian cult believed their leader, Sergei Torov, was literally immortal. When he finally died, his followers were so confused they just sat around waiting for him to resurrect. Spoiler, he never did, and eventually they had to awkwardly admit he was just a very convincing dude with an expiration date. The medieval cosmetic industry was disposing of their customers. Women in the Middle Ages used lead-based creams to achieve that ghostly pale glow. What are the side effects? Oh, just slow poisoning, hair loss, and sometimes death. But hey, at least their skin looked flawless on the way out. The Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan loved his wife, Mumtaz Mahal, so much that when she died in childbirth, he built the Taj Mahal as her mausoleum, a breathtaking symbol of eternal love, until his son overthrew him, locked him up, and made sure he spent his final years staring at it from a prison window. In 12th century France, a philosopher, Abelard, fell in love with his brilliant student, Heloise. Her uncle, not a fan of the romance, hired goons to castrate Abelard. The couple spent the rest of their lives in separate monasteries, writing some of the most romantic and heartbreaking letters in history. What is the moral of the story? Maybe don't date your professor. In the early 1900s, opponents of women's suffrage argued that voting would physically exhaust women. Yes, apparently, putting an X on a piece of paper was harder than giving birth, running a household, and working in factories. Mousetrap may have been fun, but Cheese Stack takes things to a whole new level of dairy-based chaos. The goal? Balance pieces of cheese without knocking them over. No strategy, no deep thinking, just pure adrenaline and the looming threat of a cheese avalanche. The Bloody Inn is a board game where you try to be the best funeral home. Players run a hotel and secretly murder guests for profit. Think Monopoly, but instead of collecting rent, you're disposing of bodies before the cops show up. A truly wholesome family game night. Ancient Egyptians used crocodile fat as a moisturizer. Forget fancy cream. Egyptians slathered themselves in crocodile fat to keep their skin supple because nothing says luxurious skincare like rubbing a predator's body grease all over yourself. Octopuses have 3 hearts, blue blood, and can squeeze through holes the size of a coin. They possess all the qualities of being alien. They can also edit their own DNA, which is basically science speak for mutate at will. If any animal is going to take over the planet or secretly be from space, it's these slippery little masterminds. Vaseline was originally marketed as a miracle cure for everything. When Vaseline hit the market in the 1800s, people used it for literally everything. Burns, cuts, dry skin, and even as hair gel. Some folks even ate it for health benefit. Nothing like a fresh internal internally moisturized digestive tract. Suppose you were a woman in the US before 1974. Good luck getting a credit card without your father or husband's permission. Women could not be trusted to buy things on their own, because obviously buying your toaster was considered a dangerous level of financial independence. Wealthy Roman women believed that rubbing gladiator sweat on their skin would enhance their beauty. This means somewhere in ancient Rome, a guy was sweating for his life while a noblewoman was sitting ringside thinking that would make an excellent face serum. Or they could have run their own business of selling the precious body sheen as a side hustle. Snail slime is used in cosmetic. Yes, modern beauty brands intentionally put snail slime in moisturizer, claiming it has skin healing properties. Imagine being a snail, just minding your business, only to find out your mucus is now a $100 face cream. Jell-O was considered too fancy for the poor. In the early 1900s, Jell-O was marketed as a luxury dessert. Only the wealthy could afford it, and it was served elegant dinner parties. Fast forward to today, and it's mostly known for questionable hospital snack and regret-filled college parties. Enjoying the video so far? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment the most memorable fact you've heard in your life. Black Forest cake is named after booze, not some dreamy chocolatey heaven. Despite its name, Black Forest cake isn't named after a magical German forest. It's actually named after a cherry liqueur that gives it its signature taste. So yes, this iconic dessert owes its existence to alcohol. The first ice cream cone was an accident. In 1904, an ice cream vendor at the St. Louis World's Fair ran out of bowls. A nearby waffle maker rolled up one of his waffles and boom, the ice cream cone was born and became one of the mandatory things associated with ice cream around the world. Japanese gift wrapping is basically origami on hard mode. In Japan, furoshiki is a wrapping technique that involves precisely folding fabric instead of using paper. It's sustainable, reusable, and impossibly neat. Meanwhile, the rest of us are out here frantically taping paper clump, hoping no one notices. Anorexia was considered a sign of holiness. In the Middle Ages, religious women starved themselves, believing hunger brought them closer to God. Some were even declared saints for it. Imagine explaining to medieval folks that we now pay therapists to undo the exact thing they thought made them divinely special. Victorians used syringes for practically everything. In the 1800s, syringes weren't just for medicine. They were used to inject cocaine, heroin, and even coffee directly into the bloodstream. Why drink your morning brew when you can mainline caffeine straight to your soul? Real-life Batman exists, but not how you would think. In Singapore, a man was legally named Batman bin Superman. Yes, his ID straight up looks like a comic book fever dream. His parents either had legendary humor or believed their son would actually grow up to save Gotham. Unfortunately, he ended up in jail. Even superheroes can't escape bad life choices. Underwater high fives can break fingers. Water resistance makes movement slower, but if you slap too hard, your bones pay the price. Some divers have literally broken fingers just by over-enthusiastic high five. Next time someone asks for an epic underwater bro moment, maybe just wave politely and keep your fingers intact. A billionaire spent $28 million just to have lunch with Warren Buffett. For that price, Buffett better be serving the meaning of life on a silver platter. Meanwhile, the rest of us are out here agonizing over a $2 avocado upcharge like it's a life or death decision. Flashing lights can make you hallucinate. There's a thing called the Gansfeld effect, where staring at flashing lights for long enough tricks your brain into seeing things. Scientists discovered this by shoving people into bright rooms and waiting for them to freak out. Your brain just panics and starts making up ghosts. Deep-sea creatures like the anglerfish, living in the deep voids of the ocean, have bioluminescent headlamps to lure prey. They have built-in flashlights that help them in the dark trenches. Meanwhile, humans invented flashlights that die when you need them most. Evolution really dropped the ball on that one. In 2015, French parents tried to name their daughter Nutella, but a court ruled it too humiliating. The judge feared she'd be bullied because nothing ruins childhood like being named after a delicious breakfast spread. Meanwhile, names like Apple, Moon Unit, and Blanket somehow made the cut elsewhere. Some people in the 1800s swallowed actual tapeworms to lose weight. The idea? Let the worm eat your food for you. Women generally bore the pressure to maintain a specified waist and physique. The reality of this practice was far more malicious. It resulted in uncontrollable diarrhea and a literal parasite living rent-free in your intestine, and maybe sometimes having a bite out of it. Iceland has an official naming committee that bans names that don't fit its strict grammar rule. If your name isn't Icelandic enough, it's rejected. This means names like Alex or Harriet can get the boot, but Thorsten? Totally fine. You can't name your kid Nutella, but Viking Battlelord is acceptable. In 2015, Google's DeepMind AI obliterated humans in StarCraft 2, a game requiring strategy, planning, and reflexes. AI once struggled with chess and Go, but now it was micromanaging armies like a sleep-deprived esports pro. It learned by simulating countless games, eventually crushing even the best players. Humanity officially lost to a glorified calculator with god-tier APM. The Voynich manuscript is the literary equivalent of a locked diary with no key. Written in the 15th century, it's filled with undeciphered text and strange botanical illustrations of plants that don't exist. For centuries, cryptographers, AI, and historians have failed miserably to decode it. Some say it's a lost language. Others think it's the world's longest prank. It is currently housed at Yale University. The Mpemba effect proves that water just loves chaos. Sometimes hot water freezes faster than cold because science decided to take a day off. Discovered in 1963 by a Tanzanian student, this bizarre phenomenon still lacks a solid explanation. Though theories include evaporation, convection currents, and dissolved gases, there's no universally accepted explanation yet. Charles Osborne holds the unfortunate record for 68 years of non-stop hiccups. Starting in 1922 after an ill-fated pig-weighing incident, he hiccuped 430 million times before they mysteriously stopped 1 year before his death. His diaphragm just went rogue. Science had zero answers about the hiccups in the cure. Before texting, people used fans as the ultimate drama tool. The movements of a fan, such as the way it was open, closed, or held, had specific meanings. In Victorian times, a simple fan flick could mean "I love you" or "stay away, creep." Meanwhile, in Japan, kabuki actors wielded fans for theatrical flair. They were the original emoji system, but with 100% more sass and mystery. Congrats! You'll spend 25 years of your life unconscious in bed. That's a third of existence drooling on pillows. Skip sleep, though, and your body malfunctions like a glitchy robot. Bad memory, weak immunity, and random mood swings. Even your mattress matters. So if you're reading this at 3 a.m., go to sleep before your brain files for divorce. In 2010, a programmer bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin. At the time, it seemed like a casual splurge. Today, that same Bitcoin is worth hundreds of millions. So while you regret spending $8 on overpriced coffee, remember, at least you didn't trade a future private island for pepperoni and cheese. The first bubble wrap was intended to be a wallpaper. In 1957, 2 guys invented bubble wrap as textured wallpaper, because nothing matches high-class home decor like walls that pop when you lean on them. When nobody wanted it, they repackaged the idea as protective wrapping. And now we get hours of pointless popping joy. Fear of weight gain isn't just a modern issue. It is as old as time itself. Ancient Greek doctors wrote about people refusing to eat due to the dread of getting plump. Back then, their solution was more wine and exercise, which is just the influencer diet, but with togas instead of leggings. People pay thousands of dollars for invisible art sculptures and sculpture. A New York artist sold non-existent sculptures for up to $10,000 each. Buyers received a certificate of authenticity and absolutely nothing else. That's right. These people willingly spent 5 figures on oxygen with the title. Some people just happen to have so much money they literally run out of things to buy. A board game about selling milk was once a bestseller. The Farmer's Game, a 1904 predecessor to Monopoly, involved players competing to efficiently milk cows. Yes, before people were buying up real estate and ruining friendships over Boardwalk, they were fighting for the title of Supreme Cow Milker. Some divers pee in their wetsuits a lot. Cold water makes divers need to go, and since getting out isn't an option, nature takes its course. The warm feeling is just the cherry on top. Some divers even joke about recycling heat. So next time you're renting a wetsuit, just know that it has history. The first light bulbs were mood killers. When Edison's bulbs first hit the market, people hated them because they were too bright and eerie. They were thought to have ruined the warmth and coziness of a warm fireplace and dreamy candlelights. Nothing says progress like blinding your guests with unflattering white light and exposing every flaw in their faces. In 2010, a Brazilian woman hired hitmen to eliminate her husband. The hitmen took the money but had one small issue. They liked the guy. Instead of killing him, they told him everything, and together, they faked his death. The wife later bragged about the crime only to be arrested. In 1800, assassins placed a cart full of explosives along Napoleon's path, but Napoleon, known for his impatience, left earlier than planned. The bomb did explode, but all it did was destroy buildings and injure civilians, while Napoleon rode off completely oblivious. A whoops moment for the assassin. The first detective novel was written by a criminal. The Notting Hill Mystery is considered the first full-length detective novel, and its author, Charles Warren Adams, was possibly a shady businessman involved in fraud. He invented detective fiction while probably committing white-collar crime. A real write-what-you-know situation. Studies show reading crime thrillers sharpens your mind, making you better at problem-solving and noticing details. They prove to be interesting brain workouts. So next time someone says you read too many murder mysteries, just tell them you're training to be a genius detective. Meanwhile, your search history makes you look like a serial killer in training. Potato chips were a result of total frustration. In 1853, a chef named George Crumb got fed up with a customer who kept sending his fries back for being too thick. Out of pettiness, he sliced the potatoes paper thin, fried them extra crispy, and served them up. The customer loved it, and just like that, snack food revenge became a billion-dollar industry. While sailing in 1492, Columbus noticed his crew was terrified of how far they'd gone. His solution? Fake travel logs that undercounted the actual distance so no one freaked out. He tricked them into thinking they were barely lost instead of completely lost. That classic road trip dad move. In the golden age of piracy, one ship reportedly had a musician whose only job was to keep morale up. He was the original party DJ, but instead of club bangers, he played sea shanties while people looted and committed crimes. If he played a bad tune, walk the plank, buddy. The queen of crime fiction, Agatha Christie, went full mystery mode in 1926 by vanishing for 11 days. The police, media, and even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle got involved. She was later found chilling in a hotel under a fake name, claiming amnesia. Fans still debate mental breakdown or the best publicity stunt ever. In ancient Greece, beards weren't just facial hair. They were a status symbol. A full, luscious beard meant you were wise and manly, while shaving was considered embarrassing. The only reason to shave? If you were a soldier who lost a battle. A clean face represented a failed warrior. Alexander Fleming went on vacation and forgot to clean up his Petri dishes. When he returned, he found mold casually murdering bacteria, and just like that, antibiotics were born. So next time someone tells you to clean your room, just remind them that laziness once saved millions of lives. In 1903, French scientist Edouard Benedictus dropped a flask, but instead of shattering, it just cracked. Turns out, it had been coated in a forgotten plastic solution, thanks to the clumsiness of the scientist. Instead of mourning his broken labware, he realized he had just accidentally invented shatterproof glass. Coca-Cola started as a tonic for headaches, made by a pharmacist who casually mixed cocaine and caffeine. Originally produced to be a medicine, it progressed to become an addiction very soon. Turns out, people love this medicine a little too much. It wasn't until 1929 that the cocaine was removed, probably because customers were enjoying their headaches a little too much. In 1957, a nuclear accident in Kyshtym rivaled Chernobyl, but the Soviet Union just pretended it didn't happen. When people started mysteriously glowing and losing their hair, the government said it was just seasonal allergy. Because sure, radiation poisoning and hay fever look exactly the same. In 1908, a tea merchant named Thomas Sullivan tried sending out samples in silk pouches. Customers, instead of opening them, just dunked the whole thing in hot water, assuming it was intentional. Sullivan realized this mistake was actually genius, and just like that, lazy people changed tea drinking forever. Medieval chefs thought spices could hide rotten meat, so they loaded their food with cinnamon, cloves, and pepper. The problem? It just made rotten meat taste spicy instead of fresh. Imagine biting into a steak that smells like a Christmas candle but still tastes like regret. Scientists slowed light from 300,000 kilometers per second to just 17 meters per second using an ultra-cold Bose-Einstein condensate. This bizarre trick helps study quantum mechanics and might revolutionize computing and data transfer. Basically, light, the universe's speedster, got stuck in traffic for science. Pillowcases were once made of linen or silk, depending on climate and class. Linen kept people cool, while silk was a luxury for the wealthy. In the 19th century, cotton became popular for its affordability. Today, pillowcases come in cotton, bamboo, polyester, and satin, each with unique benefits. National Pillow Fight Day, held on the first Saturday of April, began in 2008 in San Francisco and has since gone global. People gather for playful pillow fight, organized via social media to have fun, exercise, and relieve stress. The event promotes community engagement through spontaneous, non-violent physical activity. The CIA claimed to have nothing to do with the coup it planned itself. 1954, when Guatemala's government was overthrown, the CIA just shrugged and said, "Coup, never heard of her." Meanwhile, declassified documents literally prove they orchestrated the entire thing. This is like robbing a bank while wearing a name tag and still pleading ignorance. Mechanical keyboards, known for their clicky sound, originated from early telegraph and military systems. Evolving from 19th century typewriters, they used mechanical switches to send signals. This technology later influenced commercial typewriters and modern keyboards. Today, gamers and typists prefer them for their precision, durability, and satisfying tactile feedback. Archaeologists found 150,000 rupees-year-old shell beads in Morocco, the oldest known jewelry. With drilled holes for threading, they likely signified status, identity, or group membership. This discovery proves prehistoric humans valued art and symbolism long before written history. Ancient people were also fascinated by the idea of adorning themselves. Early syringes were reusable, typically made of glass and steel. Doctors had to boil them like spaghetti between uses. Imagine getting an injection and wondering if your doctor really scrubbed that thing well enough. Nothing like vintage germ sharing to keep life exciting and keep the population under control. The Aerovelo Edo holds the record for the fastest human-powered bike, hitting 145 kilometers per hour in 2016. Basically, Basically, a rocket with pedals. The rider lies flat, pedaling like a hamster in a sci-fi wheel. From wobbly penny farthings to Formula One-inspired speed machines, bikes have gone from simple rides to engineering marvels. BMX cycling kicked off in the 70s when California kids turned their bikes into motocross wannabes. They souped up Schwinn Stingrays, banana seats and all, and went wild on dirt tracks. Somehow, this backyard chaos hit Olympic status by 2008. Now, BMX riders defy gravity, flipping over ramps, rails, and common sense. Natural gas smells like rotten eggs, except it doesn't. It's actually odorless, but we add mercaptan so we don't accidentally blow ourselves up, a lesson learned after a 1937 disaster. It's mostly methane, a greenhouse gas champ. Once channeled through bamboo pipes in ancient China, it now fuels over half of U.S. homes. In the 1600s, parents actually named their kids cholera, typhus, and diphtheria. Either they were really into medical trends or just wanted their child to be a walking historical warning. Imagine growing up named after something that wiped out half the village. PTSD was not considered a thing back then. Speaking of PTSD, comment if you've ever seen someone experience that level of trauma down below. Some streetlights attract drunkards like moths. In some cities, public streetlights confuse intoxicated people who stumble toward them thinking they're home. Imagine being so drunk you mistake a lamppost for your front door. At least it won't judge you when you try to unlock it with your car key. Interstellar space isn't some lonely cosmic void. It's packed with gas and dust, the ultimate star-making cocktail. Hydrogen and helium swirl around until gravity says, let's party, igniting nuclear fusion. Some gas clouds even broadcast radio waves like Sagittarius B2, which holds enough cosmic booze to host a trillion space party extravaganza. The world's heaviest doors, 44 tons each, aren't guarding a dragon's treasure, but sit at California's Lawrence Livermore lab, shielding nuclear fusion experiments. Yet, you can open them with one finger. Medieval castles had ironclad doors for sieges. We upgraded to lead and tungsten to keep radiation from microwaving us. Tornadoes can launch objects like a chaotic teleporter. They don't just destroy things, they relocate them with extreme prejudice. There are reports of straw getting embedded in trees, chickens being plucked midair, and entire houses moving intact. One tornado even deleted a mailman and his truck into a field. He survived. Maybe the respected tornado was mad at the late arrival of its packages. The word blanket comes from Thomas Blanket, a 14th century weaver who saved humanity from the horrors of itchy animal hides. Wool was the original VIP of warmth, but now fleece and microfiber run the show. And weighted blankets? Fancy science-approved hugs that trick your brain into feeling safe. Nice move. Evolution. Do you remember when North Korea won the World Cup? No, but North Koreans do. During the 2010 FIFA World Cup, North Korean state TV only aired highlights of their team, pretending they were crushing their opponents. In reality, they lost 7-0 to Portugal. Somewhere in Pyongyang, people probably still believe North Korea is the reigning world champion of football. Male mice are tiny pop stars, belting out ultrasonic love songs to impress the ladies. Too bad humans can't hear their romantic ballads without special gear. Scientists found out in the 50s, and surprised, stressed, lonely mice don't sing much. Turns out, even rodents know heartbreak kills the vibe. The laptop mouse's granddaddy, the trackball, debuted in the 40s, featuring a bowling ball-sized roller because why not? Fast forward, Microsoft ditched the ball in the 1999 with the optical mouse. Meanwhile, Apple's 90s PowerBook touchpads weren't pressure sensitive, just shockingly good at detecting fingers. Now, we use pads and trackballs like tech-savvy wizards. In the 6th century, Pope Gregory I declared sneezing a bad omen. He barred people from this heinous act, but if unavoidable, people were ordered to say, God bless you immediately. The logic? Sneezing might mean your soul was escaping, as if it just launched itself out of your body because of a little dust. The Salisbury Cathedral clock, built in 1386, is the world's oldest mechanical clock still ticking, without even a clock face. Instead, it just rang a bell in the medieval style. Made of hand-forged iron, it predates the pendulum, yet still works. Meanwhile, modern clocks stress over measuring time to the billionth second. Aztecs filled the air with chili peppers to discipline kids. They didn't believe in timeouts. Instead, they burned chili peppers to fill the air with tear-inducing spice smoke as punishment. If you've ever accidentally rubbed your eyes after handling hot peppers, you can only imagine what sitting in that pepper gas chamber felt like. Greeks loved a good symposium, which was just a fancy way of saying a wild drinking party with speeches. They'd debate philosophy, recite poetry, and get spectacularly drunk. The host decided how much water went into the wine, meaning some nights were respectable discussions and others were epic blackout poetry slams. The leather jacket wasn't born in a fashion showroom. It soared into history on the backs of freezing World War I pilots. By World War II, the A-2 bomber jacket, decked out with fur lining and squadron patches, became the ultimate flight gear. Then Hollywood hijacked it, turning it into the Rebels uniform. Today, it's still effortlessly cool. The hoodie started as a humble workwear hero in the 30s, keeping laborers warm in freezing warehouses. Then the 70s rolled in, and suddenly, athletes and hip-hop artists made it cool. Of course, society panicked. Was it fashion or a disguise? Now, it's a wardrobe essential. Before rubber balloons, people played with inflated animal bladders because because nothing says fun like a stretched-out pig intestine. Anthropodermic bibliophagy because apparently regular leather just wasn't disturbing enough. From the 17th to 19th centuries, some books were bound in human skin, turning unfortunate souls into grim bestsellers. One medical text even used an unclaimed corpse because what's more fitting than a body literally covering anatomy lessons? Harvard owns one. Naturally, AI can now read human emotions because apparently we weren't already predictable enough. Using facial expressions, voice tone, and body language, emotion AI can gauge feelings better than some people can themselves. While great for customer service and healthcare, it also tiptoes dangerously close to becoming an all-seeing, mood-judging overlord. Robert Wadlow, the human skyscraper, reached a jaw-dropping 8 feet 11 inches. Thanks to his over-enthusiastic pituitary gland, he never stopped growing, even at 22. His shoes were so massive they cost a small fortune. While fame followed, so did the struggle of living in a world built for hobbits. Black ironwood is so dense it doesn't just sink in water, probably gives anchors an inferiority complex. At 1,300 kilograms per cubic meter, it's nearly as heavy as steel and just as stubborn. It's tough enough to break tools, yet prized for instruments, furniture, and proving carpenters' patience worldwide. The Library of Congress is the literary universe's black hole, housing over 170 million books, maps, and manuscripts. Even its librarians probably need maps to navigate it. With Thomas Jefferson's library, rare treasures, and 6,000 comic strips, it's both a researcher's dream and an archivist's never-ending game of literary Tetris. The Sahara was a lush green place, but then nature decided to press delete. Thousands of years ago, it was basically the Amazon with better real estate. Then Earth decided, nah, let's make this the world's biggest sandpit, flipping the climate switch so fast it left ancient civilizations holding empty watering cans. Now it's mostly sand, mirages, and regret. Shinto priests purify with ice baths in winter. In Japan, some Shinto priests take ice-cold baths in the dead of winter to cleanse their spirits. Because nothing says holy enlightenment like hypothermia. If a god really wanted devotion, they'd probably just prefer a warm cup of tea and some prayers. Before wood pulp took over, paper was medieval hand-me-downs made from old linen and cotton rags. Rag pickers turned discarded clothes into future documents, meaning yesterday's tunic could become tomorrow's love letter. Wars caused paper shortages because the fabric was busy being uniforms until wood pulp saved the day. The fluorescent tube light, humanity's attempt to outshine the sun indoors, was invented in the 1920s by Edmund Germer. He and his colleagues coated tubes with phosphor to turn UV light into something less blindingly apocalyptic. The result? A buzzing, flickering marvel that haunts offices and classrooms to this day. Your pinky finger is responsible for 50% of your hand's strength. If you think losing a pinky is no big deal, try holding a jar without it. It will give you an instant realization. Turns out, this tiny finger is secretly the MVP of your grip, yet it still gets no respect. Your liver can regenerate even if you lose up to 75% of it. It can be considered as the Wolverine of organs, growing back like it has superpowers. A similar principle is applied to the transplantation of this organ. Too bad the same can't be said for your dignity after a night of bad decisions. There's a board game where you play as a cat running a convenience store because clearly Monopoly wasn't stressful enough. In Cat Tower, you stack deliveries while trying not to cause total chaos. Finally, it is a game that lets you experience the daily struggles of every overworked bodega cat in New York City. There's a game where you play as a sentient spud, making a daring escape because no one wants to end up as fries. In Hot Potato, you dodge knives, boiling water, and the dreaded masher. The real horror? Realize you now empathize with your french fries on a spiritual level. The moon is slowly and silently distancing itself from us. It drifts about 1.5 inches away from Earth every year. At this rate, in a few 100 million years, we'll have to squint to see it. Future humans will probably think we made it up, like Pluto being a planet. Meanwhile, the moon's just ghosting us in slow motion. Some parents hit peak creativity or just ran out of steam. Naming their kid ABCDE pronounced Absidy. Maybe they thought the alphabet was a baby named Buffet. Either way, these kids spend life clarifying, yes, that's real, while Starbucks baristas quietly panic. At least they'll never forget how to spell it. The first syringe was basically a medieval dart gun, thanks to Christopher Wren, who in the 17th century thought, let's stab dogs with quills and pump them full of opium. Shockingly, this wasn't great for the dogs, but it did kickstart painkiller research. Ancient Romans took all you can eat to disturbing new heights, literally eating until they couldn't, then making room for more. At the same time, they didn't have designated puke rooms. Their feasting habits were so extreme, they'd make competitive eaters look like amateurs. Truly, it is history's most glamorous food marathon. Greeks had a weird way of getting rid of bad politicians. If an official was too corrupt, annoying, or just plain terrible, Greeks simply voted them out of town. Citizens would write names on pottery shards, and if a politician got enough votes, they were exiled for 10 years. Imagine if modern elections worked like a game show elimination round. The first digital camera, invented in 1975, weighed over 8 pounds and took 23 seconds to capture a single image. Imagine trying to take a selfie with something the size of a brick while waiting half a minute for the photo, only for it to turn out blurry. Some people literally forget to eat. There's a rare condition called hypothalamic damage that erases hunger cues. People with it straight up forget food exists unless reminded. Imagine being so busy you need a calendar alert just to remember to keep yourself alive. The slinky was invented because of a clumsy engineer. In 1943, naval engineer Richard James was working on stabilizing ship equipment when he accidentally knocked a tension spring off a shelf. Instead of just falling, it gracefully tumbled down in a mesmerizing dance. Rather than fixing ships, James realized he had just created the world's most useless yet hypnotic toy. Ancient Egyptians were the OG gift wrappers, except their presents were dead people. Pharaohs got the deluxe linen treatment, proving nothing says eternal afterlife, like being tightly packed for centuries. Fast forward to today, and we use similar wrapping skills for cheap perfume and holiday sweaters. Somewhere, an Egyptian is deeply offended. Banana leaves were the OG takeout containers, nature's way of saying, why waste plastic when you can wrap your lunch in something biodegradable and snackable? Meanwhile, some people drop hundreds on gold-infused wrapping paper, proving that for the ultra-rich, even trash needs to be unnecessarily luxurious before hitting the bin. There's a $1 million dog collar because apparently some people think their pooch needs more bling than a rapper at the Grammys. With 1,600 diamonds and an 18-karat gold buckle, it's perfect for a dog who will immediately ignore it to chase squirrels and roll in something unspeakably gross. A ship once vanished and appeared with no crew. The Mary Celeste was found adrift and abandoned in 1872. It still had food on the table, cargo intact, and no one on board. No signs of struggle, no distress signal, just an empty ghost ship sailing on like it had somewhere to be. Theories range from mutiny to sea monsters, but the truth? Still missing. Fire tornadoes are a thing, and they look like Apocalypse DLC. Normal tornadoes are scary, but add fire and you've got Satan's fidget spinner. These flaming whirlwinds form when extreme heat and wind mix, creating fiery whirls that can launch burning debris like nature's most terrifying sprinkler system. If you ever see one, just run and rethink your life choices. A Saudi prince booked 80 first-class seats for his falcons. Meanwhile, humans in the economy were fighting for armrests and stale peanuts. Imagine boarding your flight hoping for an empty seat, only to find yourself outclassed by a bird with better legroom, gold-trimmed passport, and zero baggage fees. The first scuba divers looked less like adventurers and more like deep-sea astronauts in metal marshmallow suits. Clunky helmets and movement rivaling a stranded starfish, they braved the ocean while praying their air hose didn't betray them. Basically, underwater exploration's first rule is to sink gracefully and panic later. The Incas freeze-dried their potatoes by leaving them outside overnight to dehydrate in the mountain air. They'd stomp on them to remove water, then store them for years. If you ever feel bad about eating instant mashed potatoes, just remember the Incas were making prehistoric space food centuries ago. In 2012, a man hired a hitman to take out his enemy but got impatient, decided to do it himself. He completed the job and then paid himself with the money he had set aside for the assassin. Unfortunately, he didn't account for the whole being caught on camera thing and was arrested immediately. Deep sea diving is a profession where life or death instructions come with a built-in comedy filter. Thanks to helium-rich gas, divers sound less like professionals and more like cartoon characters planning a heist. Nothing says serious marine exploration like trying to warn your team in a voice that belongs in a Saturday morning cartoon. Fish are the original passive-aggressive neighbors. Some tail you like nosy suburban spies, others pick fights with their own reflections, the rest just hover there, silently judging your clumsy flipper kicks. You came for marine beauty, but all you got was side-eye from a grouper with trust issues. Ancient Romans had takeout food, but it was mostly sketchy street snacks. Wealthy Romans had kitchens, but common folks grabbed quick meals from street vendors, selling things like mystery meat on a stick. No one questioned what they were eating, probably because it was safer not to know. Your light switch reacts at nearly the speed of light, instantly illuminating the room. Meanwhile, you take 10 minutes just to convince yourself to get up. That means your house is literally more responsive than you. Congratulations! You've officially been outpaced by an inanimate object. Rain can smell, and it's kind of a bacteria fart. Fresh rain smell isn't just nature being polite. It's actually caused by bacteria releasing geosmin, a compound that your nose detects at insanely low levels. So next time you take a deep breath of earthy rain air, just remember, you're sniffing microscopic bacterial burps. Refreshing. By the way, I always try my best to provide valuable content to my audience. Please support me by buying a useless mug or buy me a coffee. Links are given in the description. In 2019, a Chinese businessman hired a hitman, then subcontracted the job 4 more times. 5 hitmen, 0 assassinations, just a tragic game of criminal hot potato. Eventually, one cracked, and they all got arrested. Turns out that the only thing they successfully eliminated was their own freedom. A Florida man planned the perfect crime, but forgot that Google isn't a diary. Police found his search history, how to murder someone and not get caught. Subtle. He might as well have tattooed his confession on his forehead and handed out maps labeled crime scene this way. The Titanic had plenty of lifeboat space if you had a first-class ticket. While the rich were politely stepping into safety, third-class passengers were left with the every man for himself survival package. Hope you like swimming, because if you weren't wealthy, your evacuation plan basically depended on the mood of the Atlantic Ocean. The Bermuda Triangle has one job: making ships and planes disappear like a magician on caffeine. Some blame rogue waves, others scream aliens, but let's be honest, maybe humans just shouldn't take shortcuts through ominous ocean voids. If your captain suggests it, consider swimming back, probably the safer option. Rogue waves are nature's jump scares. Scientists once thought 100-foot waves were a myth, then satellites and unlucky sailors proved otherwise. These freak waves appear out of nowhere, smash things like Poseidon got mad, and then vanish. So if the ocean ever looks too calm, it's probably just waiting to punch a ship in the face. Animals warn us about disasters cooking ages before they happen. We just don't take them seriously. Hours before an earthquake, animals start losing their minds. Dogs bark, cows panic, and snakes literally launch themselves out of the ground. Scientists aren't sure how they sense it, but humans still rely on machines instead of terrified goats running for their lives. Maybe just follow the goats next time. There's a hole where the ocean makes a perfect hole. In Belize, the Great Blue Hole is a massive underwater sinkhole that looks like the ocean forgot to render properly. It's 1,000 feet wide and 400 feet deep, and divers love exploring it. A bottomless pit of darkness filled with unknown creatures is an exciting vacation spot and a great adrenaline booster. The Greeks loved pancakes so much that they wrote poetry about them. Ancient Greek poets mentioned honey-drizzled pancakes in their works, proving that breakfast obsession isn't a modern thing. Imagine a philosopher debating deep thoughts over a plate of syrupy flapjacks. The first TV remote was connected by a wire. That's right, the so-called remote had a cord, meaning you could only sit as far as the wire allowed. It was less about convenience and more about tripping over cables while trying to change the channel. Early computers were so big they took up entire rooms, yet today, your smartphone has more power than NASA's computers during the moon landing. We went from needing an entire building to process data to carrying supercomputers in our pockets, mostly used to argue with strangers online. Australia tried to gaslight the world into thinking that emus lost a war with them. In 1932, Australians waged actual war against a bunch of birds and lost. Instead of admitting defeat, they blamed faulty machine guns and bad terrain, as if the enemy wasn't just a bunch of oversized, flightless chickens. The emus walked away victorious, forever undefeated. In medieval Europe, chefs turned peacocks into frankenbirds by roasting them, redressing them in their own feathers, and serving them as if they were alive and would start dancing anytime. It was part food, part horror movie prop. Imagine cutting into your meal and feeling like it might attack back. The ancient Romans were obsessed with garum, a sauce made from rotting fish intestines in the sun for weeks, making the surroundings smell like an open graveyard. It smelled so strong that some towns banned making it inside city walls. But still, it was poured over virtually everything they ate. Typing too much can cause keyboard fatigue, where your fingers start rebelling and hitting random keys. This explains why late-night messages look like ancient spellbooks. It's also why gamers and coders develop absurdly fast typing speeds while regular folks struggle just to type passwords correctly, failing 5 times before getting it right. In Germany, running out of gas on the Autobahn is illegal. That's right, your car can go 200 miles per hour, but if you forget to fill up, you're breaking the law. Apparently, the logic is that if you're dumb enough to stop on a road where cars move like fighter jets, you deserve a fine. Some universities offer degrees in bowling management. Yes, you can spend 4 years and thousands of dollars to master the art of knocking down pins. While others stress over engineering and medicine, bowling students are out there calculating the physics of a perfect strike. Some universities offer degrees in paranormal studies, meaning you can officially graduate as a ghostbuster. Imagine spending years studying supernatural activity only to be asked, so, do ghosts pay taxes? Job interviews. The only thing scarier than ghosts? The student loans haunt your wallet forever. In South Korea, there's a dance called the horse dance, made famous by Psy in Gangnam Style. Yes, an entire country made galloping while pretending to hold invisible reins a cultural phenomenon. If aliens ever invade, they'll think we ride imaginary horses for fun, and probably just leave in confusion. In Japan, Decatora trucks are covered in so many neon lights and chrome that they look like Optimus Prime moonlighting as a nightclub. These truckers don't just transport cargo, they make sure everyone within a 5-mile radius gets a free light show. It's like Las Vegas decided to go for a road trip. Ice road truckers drive on frozen lakes, knowing full well that if the ice cracks, they'll be making deliveries straight to Atlantis. Meanwhile, most people panic driving over a pothole. These guys casually speed across an ice sheet, carrying tons of cargo, probably listening to country music and hoping their truck doesn't become a submarine. In Switzerland, you can't wash your car on a Sunday because apparently scrubbing your vehicle is a noise disturbance, but revving a sports car at full speed? Totally fine. So if your car is filthy, you better pray for rain or be ready to explain to the cops why you dared to own a sponge. In Argentina, early tango was so intense that it was mostly danced by men with other men. Women weren't involved much at first, so dudes just practiced seductively staring at each other while twirling in dramatic circles. Basically, it was a 19th century bromance ritual set to music long before wingmen were a thing. Some monster trucks weigh over 10,000 pounds and exist purely to crush things for fun. You have to respect the engineers who looked at a regular truck and said, what if this thing could jump 30 feet in the air and destroy cars for a living? It's basically WWE, but with wheels. In California, women technically aren't allowed to drive while wearing a bathrobe. No word on what the lawmakers thought was so dangerous about cozy attire, but apparently the combination of plush fabric and steering wheels was deemed a public menace. Meanwhile, driving while eating a full meal? No problem. Ever wonder why your internet dies the second you step into an old wooden house? That's because wood absorbs signals like a paranoid grandparent hiding from technology. Back in the day, the only way to communicate through thick wooden walls was by yelling, which explains why old folks have an impressive set of lungs. Before metal took over, entire warships were made of wood. That means pirates and naval officers were out there firing cannons at floating tree trunks. Somehow, these wooden ships held together despite constant cannonball beatdowns. Meanwhile, modern furniture falls apart if you tighten one screw too hard. The Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly were technically at war for more than 300 years, from 1651 to 1986. The best part? A single shot was fired. When they finally signed the peace treaty, the only casualty was time. Imagine fighting a war so pointless that even the participants forgot about it. World War I officially ended on November 11th, 1918. Treaty of Versailles wasn't signed until June 28th, 1919. It means soldiers were already home celebrating, while diplomats were still figuring out who owed what. Basically, they ended the war and then spent 7 months writing the receipt. That laugh track you hear in sitcom, there's a good chance it was recorded decades ago, meaning half the people laughing at your favorite jokes are long gone. So technically, every sitcom with a laugh track is just a haunted comedy show where ghosts approve of the punchlines. Spooky and hilarious. In ancient China, civil service exams were so brutal that they lasted up to 3 days. Students had to stay in tiny exam cells and some even died during the test. The government's solution? Hire people to drag out the corpses so the exam could continue. That's one way to keep the curve competitive. A student in China once got a perfect score by failing on purpose. The test was multiple choice and the teacher warned, random guessing won't get you full marks. So the student picked only wrong answers, an almost impossible feat. The teacher was so impressed that they gave him an honorary A for sheer statistical wizardry. Lightning isn't just random, it's petty. The Empire State Building gets struck 25 times a year like nature's favorite stress ball. And poor Roy Sullivan? 7 times. That's not bad luck. That's the universe pointing and laughing. At some point, even lightning must have thought, all right, this guy again? As if molten rock spewing from the earth wasn't enough, volcanoes sometimes throw in a DIY thunderstorm for extra flair. Ash particles rub together, spark up, and boom, Mother Nature's own pyrotechnics show. Scientists call it volcanic lightning. We call it the universe's way of saying, and for my next trick. The offside ruling is just there to confuse everyone. Even referees struggle to explain the offside rule without drawing a complicated diagram. If you ask 5 people to define it, you'll get 5 different answers. Basically, if a player is too eager to score, the universe decides, nope, too soon, and the whistle blows. Even VAR is confused sometimes. Ancient Greeks took no pain, no gain to a whole new level by working out completely naked. The word gymnasium literally means place of nudity because apparently toga-free training was all the rage. Picture a bunch of oiled-up philosophers debating ethics mid-burpee. Socrates probably skipped leg day though. Referees decide injury time based on absolutely nothing. They don't have any criteria for deciding the quality of injury. They look at their watch, squint at the sky and think, yeah, 5 minutes sounds good. Sometimes they add 8 minutes when nothing happens, and other times they ignore 3 players on stretchers and end the game immediately. It's football's biggest guessing game. In 1905, 11-year-old Frank Epperson accidentally invented the popsicle by leaving his soda outside overnight. Instead of acting like a normal kid and tossing it, he licked it and called it genius. Turns out forgetting things can make you a legend, so where's my Nobel Prize for lost car keys? Milan Italy requires people to smile at all times in public. The only exceptions? Funerals and hospital visits. So if you trip and fall in the middle of the street, technically everyone must grin at your pain. It's legally enforced schadenfreude and a nightmare for grumpy people. In Britain, dying in Parliament is illegal. That's right. If you suddenly feel unwell inside, you'd better crawl outside before breathing your last, or else you may face charges. The government doesn't want to deal with the paperwork. It's the ultimate not my problem law, because even death has bureaucratic consequences. The monks of Mount Athos believe levitating during prayer brings them closer to God. Some claim they've actually floated, but shockingly, no one ever sees it happen. Either divine forces are at work, or someone's just got an impressive vertical jump and a talent for storytelling. Waking a bear for taking pictures is illegal. Apparently, someone really needed a reminder that poking a hibernating bear for a quick photo is a bad idea. Alaska had to make it illegal because common sense wasn't enough. If your last words are, "Smile, Mr. Bear," well, at least the law was on your side. A sneeze travels up to 100 miles per hour, which means your nose is technically outpacing a sprinting cheetah for a split second. So next time someone tells you they're fast, just remind them your own face has hit top speeds that put wild animals to shame. Some turtles breathe through their butts during emergency situations. Evolution is a chaotic designer, and the Australian Fitzroy River turtle is proof. Oxygen gets low, this little guy just inhales through its rear end like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, humans struggle to multitask breathing and walking, yet turtle reverse snorkeling. Sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins. These lazy little tree potatoes may look helpless, but they can hold their breath for 40 minutes. Dolphins? A mere 10 to 15 minutes. Sloths are so relaxed they can lower their heart rate and chill underwater, which is impressive for a creature that can barely cross a road without risking extinction. A chicken survived 18 months without a head. In 1945, a chicken named Mike got decapitated, but instead of dying like a normal bird, he just kept going. The farmer accidentally left part of Mike's brainstem intact, so Mike lived headless for a year and a half, getting fed with an eyedropper. That's dedication, or just pure poultry madness. Vikings turned dinner into a survival challenge, boiling meat inside animal stomachs by tossing in hot stones. Why use a pot when you can cook in a water bottle made of guts? Thing says fine dining, like hoping your dinner doesn't leak all over your war axe. In Japan, drenching a pedestrian with your car earns you a fine because apparently the road isn't a synchronized swimming event. Meanwhile, the unlucky pedestrian just won a free entry into the Soaked Strangers Club with zero prize money, except maybe a ruined outfit and a grudge against all drivers. A fragment of a neutron star would weigh billions of tons due to its extreme density. Remember that a neutron star makes you appear like a feather if you ever feel too heavy after a large lunch. The universe itself has the worst portion control since even a small piece of it would be greater than the entire mountains. In the Philippines, cars get timeouts based on their license plate numbers. If yours ends in the wrong digit, tough luck. Staying home like a kid on house arrest. Some folks even buy extra cars to dodge the rule, proving that loopholes are just speed bumps for the determined. There's a species of fungus that turns ants into zombies. The Ophiocordyceps fungus infects ants, hijacks their tiny brains, and forces them to climb up high before bursting out of their heads. It's basically The Last of Us, but it's happening in real life. In medieval Europe, dancing too much was basically an open invitation for the devil. Imagine just enjoying yourself when a priest bursts in, screaming, "Unholy footwork!" By that logic, TikTok would be a portal to hell. And The Running Man? That's a one-way ticket to an exorcism. Scientists discovered that termites go full speed on their wood-chomping duties when exposed to rock music. Apparently, the vibrations make them rage like tiny lumberjack headbangers. So, if your house has termites and you blast Metallica, congratulations. You just threw them a housewarming party. The moonwalk existed long before Michael Jackson, Cab Calloway, and others were sliding around in 1932. But let's be honest, MJ made it look like he had anti-gravity shoes while the rest of us just awkwardly scooted backward like malfunctioning robots. Sometimes it's best to leave moonwalking to the astronaut. Ants can become zombies and explode on command. Some ants have a defense mechanism where they self-destruct to protect their colony. They literally explode, releasing a sticky, toxic goo that traps their enemies. Imagine if humans did this. Someone cuts you in line and boom, instant glue trap. Ants take one for the team in the most ridiculous way possible. Many cults demand full financial commitment, but some take it way too far. The Love Has Won cult made members hand over every single possession, including their underwear. Yes, that means you could join with a fully stocked wardrobe and leave naked, broke, and questioning your life choices. In Australia, some truckers turned their road trains into rolling light shows so bright they could guide lost spaceships home. These rigs don't just haul cargo, they ensure every kangaroo within 10 miles gets a free laser show. Honestly, they're one disco ball away from hosting a desert rave. The world's longest truck is over 300 feet long with 112 wheels. Basically a land-bound freight train with commitment issues. Parallel parking? Forget it. By the time the cab turns, the trailer's still writing postcards from the last town. If this thing jackknifes, it might accidentally redraw a country's borders. And that's it for your dose of 202 mind-blowing facts. What was your favorite fact? Let us know in the comments. And while you're at it, subscribe to see more videos like this. Until next time, the useless guy. Get ready for some of the wildest, most ridiculous facts you never knew you needed. From a phone bill so massive it could bankrupt the universe, to turkeys pulling off Oscar-worthy performances to avoid becoming dinner, and ancient Romans turning their floors into high-definition art, these facts will make you question reality. Let's dive in. Early phones didn't have dials or buttons. You had to shout "operator" into the receiver to be connected. They had to pop their vocal cords at maximum volume to have a chance at connection. Imagine if today's customer service worked that way. Just standing in your living room screaming, "Pizza Hut, connect me to Pizza Hut." A man once sued himself and won. In 1995, an inmate in Virginia sued himself for violating his own rights by committing a crime. He claimed his actions caused him undue emotional distress, so he demanded $5 million in damages. The judge ruled in his favor, but since he was broke, the state thankfully didn't have to pay. Looking for an interesting job? I have got one. Swimming through swamps for lost golf dreams. Golf courses hire divers to retrieve balls from water hazards. These poor souls dive into murky, alligator-infested ponds to collect balls that some rich guy sliced into the abyss. It's like deep-sea treasure hunting, except the treasure is someone's failed swing and bad judgment. The Chinese accidentally invented tofu over 2,000 years ago when someone curdled soy milk with seawater. Imagine trying to make a nice bowl of soup, only to end up with a weird, wobbly block instead. Instead of throwing it out, they just shrugged and ate it. Culinary innovation at its finest. Japanese books were stitched like fancy clothing. Traditional Japanese bookbinding, known as fukurotochi, didn't use glue but stitched pages together with silk or cotton threads, making them weirdly elegant. This means your book was wearing a kimono, and if it fell apart, you didn't need tape, just a needle and thread. Whiteboard markers magically erase permanent marker mistakes. Accidentally use a Sharpie on a whiteboard? Fear not. Just scribble over it with a dry erase marker and it erases like magic. Scientists call it a solvent reaction. Of course, this trick doesn't work on your little cousin's face. Umbrellas are not as useful as they might appear. They pretend to be your loyal shield until the wind shows up, and then they betray you like a backstabbing villain. Instead of protecting you, they flip inside out like a helpless crab and leave you drenched. Deer sometimes refuse to be hunted. Hunters spend hours waiting for a deer, but sometimes the deer hunts them instead. There have been cases where injured deer suddenly get up, charge, and knock out their attacker. Imagine thinking you've won, only for Bambi's revenge arc to begin. Igloos can hold rooftop parties with ease. A well-built igloo can support the weight of an adult polar bear, meaning you could technically throw a party without crashing through. Compare that to modern houses, where one slightly enthusiastic dance move in an attic might send you through the ceiling. The most expensive paint can be easily termed as magic. There's a paint so black that it absorbs almost 100% of light. Called Vanta Black, it makes objects look like a void from another dimension. Sadly, only one artist is allowed to use it. Guess we'll settle for regular, non-terrifying black. The composer of the Nutcracker in Swan Lake was so paranoid that he believed his head might fall off while conducting. To prevent this imaginary disaster, he would hold his chin while waving his baton, just in case. Must be a sight for the audience to watch the conductor just casually hold his own head in place. Scientists use origami to design foldable satellites and telescopes. That means somewhere in space, there's a billion-dollar paper-inspired gadget floating around. The same folding technique used for paper frogs in kindergarten is now responsible for deep space exploration. Aliens would mistake our messages for intricate art pieces. The world's largest water slide was so terrifying that it had to be shut down. The Verrict in Kansas City stood at 168 feet, taller than Niagara Falls. Riders hit 70 miles per hour, basically turning into human torpedoes. It was so dangerous that engineers had to modify it multiple times, but in the end, it got permanently closed for being too extreme, even for thrill seekers. A man once got a phone bill for $218 trillion. In 2006, a Malaysian man opened his phone bill and saw he owed his whole fortune and more to the phone company. The company blamed a computer error, but we like to think he accidentally called the afterlife and got charged for long-distance interdimensional roaming. The first paperback was an act of rebellion. In the 1935, British publisher Alan Lane created paperbacks because he was sick of overpriced books. He wanted cheap, pocket-sized books for the masses, and bookstores thought he was crazy. Turns out he was right. His company, Penguin Books, revolutionized publishing. Magnifying glasses were the first face filters. Long before Photoshop, people held magnifying lenses up to their faces to distort their features. Want giant alien eyes? Check. A nose bigger than your future? Done. Somewhere in their lives, every child child has used one to turn into a cartoon character. First water parks were not great at entertaining and having fun, but were a recipe for disaster. Before modern designs, water slides were just plastic-covered hills with hoses spraying water. Riders flew off at unsafe speeds, landed in mud puddles, and occasionally took out innocent bystanders. Safety regulations eventually stepped in, ruining the fun, but saving a few broken bones. The world's longest phone call lasted for more than 2 days. Two college students in 2012 set the record for the longest uninterrupted phone call, lasting 54 hours and 4 minutes. At that point, it wasn't a conversation, it was a verbal hostage situation. The more interesting part is that no one knows what they talked about. The Too Hot Coffee lawsuit was filed and won. In 1992, an elderly woman sued McDonald's after spilling 190-degree coffee on herself and winning $2.7 million in damages. While people mocked her for suing over coffee, she had third-degree burns requiring skin grafts. McDonald's had already ignored over 700 complaints about dangerously hot coffee. Turns out, justice is best served scalding hot. In some cultures, professional mourners are hired to wail dramatically at funerals. Imagine getting a paycheck for sobbing louder than the deceased's own family. The best ones add Oscar-worthy performances, complete with chest beating and fainting spells, making you wonder if they're grieving or auditioning for a soap opera. Medieval monks invented beer to survive fasting. Monks in the Middle Ages technically weren't allowed to eat during Lent, so they brewed strong beer instead, calling it liquid bread, to justify drinking all day. That's right, monks basically tricked religion into allowing beer-chugging contests in the name of holiness. Medieval bookbinding resembled armor in many ways. Back in the Middle Ages, books weren't just bound, they were fortified. Covers were made of wooden boards wrapped in leather, sometimes reinforced with iron clasps. Some were so heavy they could double as weapons. If someone disagreed with your book, you could hit and bury the matter right there. Some people had an extra nuclear power plant in hand and decided to turn it into watery fun. In Germany, a decommissioned nuclear plant was turned into a tropical paradise. The place, called Tropical Islands, features sandy beaches, waterfalls, and even flamingos with a side of radiation exposure. Quite a fun way to be contaminated. People can fold themselves a fortune. Some origami artists make thousands of dollars selling fancy folded paper. Meanwhile, the rest of us can't even get a paper airplane to fly straight. Picture someone selling a tiny paper dragon for $500 while you're stuck trying to make a simple box. Who knew folding paper could pay better than most jobs? Igloos can feel like a cozy home as compared to intense cold outside. Despite being made of frozen water, igloos can be 40 degrees warmer inside than outside. That's like stepping from the Arctic into a cozy, subpar motel room. Eskimos invented a natural thermostat before central heating was even a thought. Some paints are just overpriced, toxic nightmares. Want a fresh coat of slowly poisoning yourself green? Back in the day, colors like Sheila's green were packed with arsenic. Imagine painting your walls and wondering why everyone keeps mysteriously coughing. Turns out, some 18th century paint jobs were just slow-motion murder weapons. The longest known classical composition, Eric Satie's Vexations, takes around 18 hours to perform because it repeats 840 times. Technically, nothing more than a nap magnet. If you ever needed music for an endurance test, a hostage situation, or the world's longest nap, this is it. Even Satie himself suggested it should be played in great suffering. Turkeys sometimes are just feathered meatballs that refuse to die and become a dime. Some hunters have reported that turkeys play dead when shot, only to jump up and sprint away the moment the hunter gets close. One second, they're Thanksgiving dinner. The next, they're Usain Bolt with feathers. Turns out, turkeys are not just delicious, they're also masters of psychological warfare. Ancient umbrellas were for the rich only. Ancient China and Egypt treated umbrellas like VIP passes to stay dry. They weren't just for keeping the sun off, they were symbols of power. Regular people just accepted getting roasted by the sun like kebabs while nobles strutted around under silk-covered shade. Dubai Slide gives you an adrenaline boost at the cost of a heart attack. At Atlantis Water Park, the leap of faith is a near-vertical drop that plunges you straight through a clear tunnel inside a shark-infested pool. It's the only ride where you can scream out of fear and see sharks judging you for it at the same time. Want a fun and exciting job? What about milking snakes for a living? Someone, somewhere, wakes up every morning and says, "Time to squeeze the venom out of an angry cobra." These brave or rather crazy individuals milk snakes to produce anti-venom, which is noble. But let's be real. This job is a constant game of Russian roulette with fangs. A monkey got legal rights before some humans. In 2014, an Argentine court ruled that Sandra, an orangutan, had legal rights as a non-human person. This meant she couldn't be kept in inhumane conditions. Meanwhile, in parts of the world, actual humans were still fighting for basic rights. Bells, horns, and even cannons blasted at full volume to make people march to pray. Before modern speakers, churches, mosques, and temples had to get creative with their calls to prayer. Some Christian Christian monasteries used enormous bells. Certain Buddhist temples used giant horns. And in some places, cannons were fired to announce religious gatherings. Nothing like a mild explosion to say, hey, it's time for some spiritual reflection. A ghost call crisis once terrorized people. In the early 2000s, thousands of people reported getting silent phone calls from empty numbers at all hours. No, it wasn't a horror movie, just a weird telecom glitch where routers mistakenly dialed random numbers. Imagine thinking you're being haunted, only to find out it was just bad coding. Human skin was once a luxury book cover. Some 17th and 18th century books were bound in actual human skin. This practice, called anthropodermic bibliophagy, was mostly used for medical texts, legal documents, and some very creepy collector's items. This practice turned your skin into a library card forever. The use of magnifying glasses has long been associated with solving crimes. Detectives have been associated with magnifying lenses for so long that we just assume they can't solve crimes without them. In reality, nobody investigates a crime scene by dramatically holding a tiny lens over footprints. But thanks to Sherlock Holmes, the magnifying glass became the official badge of fictional genius. Hunters can also get hunted. In Africa, one hunter learned the hard way that hippos do not play games. While tracking one, he got too close, and the hippo chased him back to his car, overturned it, and left him stranded in a tree. If you think lions are scary, meet the 3,000-pound tank that swims. The world's longest truck is over 300 feet long and has 112 wheels. Maneuvering that thing must be a nightmare. Imagine trying to parallel park it. By the time the front finishes turning, the back is still in a different time zone. If it ever jackknifes, it might take a whole city down with it. In 2017, an African gray parrot helped solve a murder case in Michigan by repeating the victim's last words, "Don't shoot." While the judge didn't call the bird to the stand, the phrase helped investigators piece together what happened. Turns out, crime does talk. Ever wondered how fragrances get tested? Companies pay people to smell sweaty armpits to test deodorants. Their noses endure every stage of human funk, from mild gym sweat to horrific onion apocalypse. If you think your job stinks, imagine telling people, I professionally sniff strangers for science. Phone calls started with a disaster. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell didn't say anything poetic for his first phone call. Instead, he accidentally spilled battery acid on himself and screamed, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." So technically, the telephone was born out of pain and panic. Beethoven was the real composing artist. He was so intense that he would dip his head in ice water before composing to stay alert. This man didn't need coffee. He needed a brain freeze to summon musical brilliance. Also, he kept composing after losing his hearing by only feeling the vibrations of the piano. If that's not hardcore, what is? Origami might seem peaceful, but in World War II, spies allegedly used paper folding techniques to pass secret messages. That's right, while you were struggling to fold a paper crane, some covert agent was out there delivering top secret intel with a well-creased piece of paper. James Bond, but make it arts and crafts. Some seemingly easy tasks are quite the opposite when attempted, like making a snow hut. If you think stacking snow sounds easy, good luck not collapsing your igloo on yourself. The walls need a perfect curve, or you'll just recreate a fancy snow pile. People have spent hours building only to sneeze and bring the whole thing down. Igloo making is architecture in expert mode. Jehovah's Witnesses are known for door-to-door preaching, but one member set a record by knocking on doors for 70 years straight. He started at age 7 and didn't stop until his late 70s. At that point, you've probably knocked on the same doors multiple times and converted at least one confused cat. In Australia, some truck drivers just want to be noticed. They decorate their massive road trains with so many lights they look like rolling Christmas trees on steroids. These trucks don't just deliver goods, they blind every poor kangaroo in a 10-mile radius. At this point, they're less vehicles and more high-speed UFO sightings on wheels. Caveman vandals were the first painters. Thousands of years ago, early humans smeared handprints on cave walls like they were tagging the first subway station. Imagine being a prehistoric landlord, coming home to find mammoths graffitied all over your walls. Congratulations, your rent just went up 3 bison pelts. The color blue once cost a fortune. Before synthetic dyes, ultramarine blue was so expensive it was worth more than gold. Artists had to beg rich patrons for permission to use it. So if a painting had lots of blue, you knew the artist was either loaded or really good at sweet-talking nobles. A trial once lasted 300 years. In India, a land dispute case filed in 1675 dragged on until 1966. That means multiple generations of lawyers and judges spent their entire careers arguing about the same piece of land. By the time the court made a ruling, the original claimants had been dead for centuries. Talk about long-term commitment. One of the greatest composers in history was ready to slice someone up for insulting his counterpoint skills. That's right, Bach was almost a duelist. Johann Sebastian Bach once got into a fight with a bassoonist who called his music boring. Instead of letting it go, Bach challenged him to a sword duel. Talk about fighting for your art. Enjoying the video so far? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment the most memorable fact you've heard in your life. Charles Dickens had a thing for corpses. The man who wrote A Christmas Carol loved hanging out in morgues and watching autopsies for inspiration. He even went on late-night corpse viewing tours. Makes sense when you realize his books are filled with orphans, ghosts, and people mysteriously dropping dead. Some countries use two-way switches wrong. The US and many other countries use an up is on, down is off system, but places like the UK do the opposite. So if you ever visit another country and get confused about why the switch seems backward, don't worry, you're just battling international electrical traditions. Ever heard of the placebo effect? The nocebo effect is the evil twin. If you truly believe something will harm you, your body will start acting like it's sick. So yes, worrying about that mystery pain might actually cause a real mystery pain, and you can think your way into being sick. Sir Anthony Hopkins played Hannibal Lecter with such eerie precision that he deliberately avoided blinking. Why? Because predators don't blink before attacking. Imagine having a conversation with someone who just stares forever. No wonder Clarice was sweating. His real horror wasn't eating people, it was the unsettling stillness before he did. Ancient Romans were tile fanatics. The Romans loved tiles so much that they basically turned every floor into a work of art. Wealthy citizens had mosaics so detailed you'd think they were early versions of the 4K resolution. Imagine walking into your kitchen and seeing an intricate tile portrait of yourself. That's how extra they were. Switches have existed for over 4,000 years. The ancient Egyptians had mechanical switches in the form of pulley systems to open and close doors. They weren't exactly flipping lights on, but they were already bossing around physics long before we had dimmer switches and Wi-Fi controlled bulbs. The first Valentine's card was a jail letter. The first known Valentine's message was sent by Charles, Duke of Orleans, in 1415. The catch? He wrote it from prison after being captured in battle. Nothing says romance like pouring your heart out from a cold, rat-infested cell. Shakespearean drama level unlocked. The internet almost got a religious hotline. In 2007, a Christian group tried to buy the phone number 1-800-GOD to set up a 24/7 spiritual advice line. The price? Over $1 million. Sadly, they lost the bid, and instead the number was sold to a Canadian cab company. Now, if you call seeking salvation, you'll just get a ride to the airport. Your shirt might have traveled more than you. A single t-shirt's production can span multiple continents. The cotton might be grown in the US, spun into fabric in India, dyed in Bangladesh, stitched in Vietnam, and finally sold to you in your local mall. Congratulations, your cheap $5 tee has seen the world before you did. The first light switch was a chance between life and death. Early light switches in the late 19th century were exposed metal toggles, meaning you could get zapped into next week if your hands were wet. Some even had spark-producing designs because who doesn't want their living room to double as a fireworks show while transporting to heaven? Agatha Christie hated grammar. The Queen of Mystery, who wrote 66 detective novels, wasn't exactly a fan of proper punctuation or grammar. She once admitted she couldn't spell well and often ignored grammar rules altogether. Imagine being the best-selling fiction author of all time and thinking, hey, commas are overrated. Your thoughts are not completely private. Studies show that humans unconsciously mimic the emotions and behaviors of those around them. That means if you think you're having a completely original thought, there's a good chance it was actually planted in your head by someone else's facial expression. Welcome to the Matrix. NASA uses tiles that can survive lava, but not some force. The space shuttle was covered in heat-resistant ceramic tiles that could withstand temperatures hotter than lava. Yet, these tiles were so fragile that you could break them by pressing too hard. So NASA had billion-dollar technology that could survive re-entry, but lost battles against clumsy technicians. Cupid did not make people fall in love for good reasons. Before he became the adorable, chubby love ambassador, Cupid was an absolute menace. In Roman mythology, he would randomly make people fall in love just to watch the chaos unfold. So, if you've ever fallen for someone completely illogical, blame Cupid. He was basically the ancient version of a prankster YouTuber. Darth Vader's movie suit was almost a death trap. You'd think the most feared Sith Lord would have top-tier armor, but no, Vader's suit was a malfunctioning, itchy, beeping nightmare. It kept him alive, sure, but it also made basic movement a hassle and had annoying breathing issues. The guy could crush throats with his mind, but probably lost battles to stairs. Have you ever tried hard to complete something? I bet not more than Victor Hugo. To finish Les Miserables, he locked himself in a room and removed all his clothes so he wouldn't be tempted to leave. He only had a shawl to keep warm and forced himself to write. Forget writer's block. Hugo made sure he had zero distractions, including pants. Your brain has a delete button. The brain is so obsessed with efficiency that it forgets information on purpose. This is called synaptic pruning. If your brain decides you don't need a memory, it just deletes it. So next time you forget where you put your keys, just say, synaptic pruning at work. Medieval tiles worked as a Twitter for monks. In medieval Europe, monks decorated tiles with messages, images, and warnings. Instead of tweets, they'd engrave sarcastic remarks about their abbot or warnings about sin. The church floors were medieval meme boards, except with more Latin and fewer cat videos. Some clothes are designed to fall apart. Ever notice how fast fashion falls apart faster than your willpower during a sale? That's because some brands use lower quality materials and stitching on purpose. Why? So you come back for more. It's a business model based on planned obsolescence, like smartphones but with sequins. It takes a lot of effort to produce these videos. Your support is what keeps this channel going, so please like, subscribe, and comment down below. And if you can, support me by buying me a coffee. Thanks! The Joker almost had a trademark laugh. Jack Nicholson's 1989 Joker laugh was so iconic that the studio considered legally protecting it. That's right, he almost owned a laugh. Imagine getting sued every time you cackle too much at a joke. Villains may steal, but this one nearly got away with stealing laughter itself. Your brain lies to you constantly. Your brain fills in gaps in memory with completely made-up details, and you believe them. This means your childhood memories might just be a creative fiction novel written by your neurons. Congratulations, you're an unreliable narrator in your own life story. Watermelons were buried with ancient pharaohs. Ancient Egyptians took watermelons to their tombs as an afterlife snack, because apparently even in the great beyond, hydration is key. If the idea of ghosts munching on watermelons seems absurd, just remember that cats were also considered divine, so at least their gods had good taste. Apples can wake you up better than coffee. Forget your morning espresso. Apples contain natural sugars and antioxidants that provide a slow-release energy boost without the caffeine crash. So next time you're struggling to stay awake in a meeting, just chomp on an apple instead of chugging another cup of regret. I mean, coffee. Japan treats fireworks like a spiritual event. In Japan, fireworks festivals, or Hanabi Taikai, are taken way more seriously than your neighbor's backyard chaos. These festivals aren't just about noise. They symbolize beauty, fleeting life, and tradition. So while Americans are busy dodging rogue bottle rockets, Japan is out there turning explosions into fine art. AI can create its personal language. In 2017, Facebook's AI started chatting in a language that humans couldn't understand. Instead of sticking to English, it developed its own shorthand to communicate more efficiently. Facebook, probably scared it had accidentally created Skynet, shut it down immediately. Nothing says totally safe like an AI deciding humans are too slow. Pineapples have some amazing time skills. A single pineapple takes up to 2 years to fully mature, yet most people devour it in seconds. Talk about an unfair life cycle. Also, pineapples don't grow on trees. They sprout from the ground like some spiky alien plant. Some brands release new styles every week, making traditional seasonal fashion look prehistoric. By the time you've decided to buy that trendy jacket, it's already on clearance, replaced by 10 new trends designed to empty your wallet and overfill your closet with regret. Fast fashion moves faster than your paycheck. You can trick yourself into being happier. Your brain can't always tell the difference between real and fake emotions. That means if you force yourself to smile, your brain assumes you're really enjoying yourself and starts releasing feel-good chemicals. In short, fake it till you make it actually work. Some tiles can charge your phone. Modern tiles aren't just for looking pretty. They can now generate electricity. Special piezoelectric tiles convert footsteps into power. So technically, if you stomp around your house enough, you could charge your phone. Finally, an excuse to dance like no one's watching while saving on your electric bill. Valentine's Day rituals once involved open harassment and goat sacrifices. The ancient Roman festival Lupercalia, celebrated in mid-February, involved men running through the streets wearing goat skins and slapping women to increase fertility. Romantic, right? Somehow, we went from goat whipping to overpriced chocolates, so at least society made some progress. Mark Twain's birth predicted his own death. Twain was born in 1835 when Halley's Comet appeared, and he famously predicted he'd die when it returned in 1910. Sure enough, he passed away one day after its closest approach. Either he was a genius, a time traveler, or just really good at dramatic timing. Nintendo once made a console that had no power switch. The original Nintendo Famicom, the Japanese version of the NES, didn't have a power switch. You had to physically unplug it to turn it off. Imagine modern gamers rage quitting by yanking the power cord. An ultimate test of patience and an instant way to end a friendship. A single pair of jeans can drink more water than you in a decade. Producing one pair of jeans takes around 7,000 liters of water. That's more than what the average person drinks in 10 years. So while you're casually rocking distressed denim, just remember, somewhere, a river is crying. Durian smells like a routine dumpster but tastes heavenly. Durian, the so-called king of fruits, is banned from hotels and public transport in some countries because it smells like a mix of sweaty socks, onions, and regret. However, brave souls who eat it swear it tastes like creamy heaven. It's the edible equivalent of a bad first impression. James Joyce's handwriting was unreadable. His writing was so messy that his publisher once thought he was submitting random squiggles instead of a novel. His response? That's just my style. So the next time your handwriting looks like ancient hieroglyphics, just call it Joycean technique. The world's oldest tiles are 4,000 years old. Archaeologists found beautifully patterned tiles in ancient Egyptian bathrooms. That means even pharaohs had stylish bathrooms, while most modern people just have plain white tiles. Ancient Egyptians didn't just build pyramids, they made sure their bathroom floors were Instagram worthy before Instagram even existed. Clapper was once cherished for convenience and then got trashed for the same reason. Invented in 1985, the clapper lets people turn lights on and off by clapping, which sounds genius until you realize it also reacts to loud sneezes, laughter, or door slams. Many people accidentally lived in disco mode, with their lights constantly flickering from random sounds. The color blue is stubborn. Fireworks can explode in reds, greens, golds, and purples with ease, but blue? It's ridiculously hard to make. Scientists have been struggling for centuries to get the perfect deep blue explosion. Even today, the best blue fireworks still look like they're just trying their best. Poor blue is always the underachiever. Humanity once cherished lead paint for its endurance. For years, people thought adding lead to paint was genius because it made colors brighter and lasted longer. Minor problem? It also gave people lead poisoning. Nothing says cozy home like a fresh coat of brain damage. At least modern paints don't double as a health hazard. Wanna light a warm fire inside an igloo? Totally normal. Lighting a fire inside an igloo doesn't make it collapse because the snow absorbs the heat and creates an ice shell. So while your campfire setup might turn into a puddle, an igloo just reinvents itself in real time. Imagine having a house that repairs itself when it gets warm. Igloos are the ultimate smart homes. Chicken sexer is the ultimate guessing game as a job. These workers spend their days determining if baby chicks are male or female. There's no DNA test, just a highly trained eyeball and a 50-50 gamble. Get it wrong, and congratulations. You just confused a future rooster for a delicate hen. The chickens don't care, but farmers sure do. AI has written entire books. AI has written novels, poems, and even scripts. In 2016, an AI-written short novel almost won a Japanese literary contest. It was only disqualified because it lacked human emotional depth, which, let's be real, hasn't stopped some bestsellers from hitting the shelves. AI might just be the next Shakespeare, or at least the next ghostwriter. Fireworks were once used in war. Before they became fun, fireworks were weapons. Ancient Chinese armies launched fire arrows at their enemies, which were just rockets with attitude. Soldiers went into battle expecting swords and spears, and suddenly the sky exploded in colorful terror. Early warfare was just medieval 4th of July. China had a leftover women policy. Women over 27 were labeled Sheng Nu, meaning leftover women and shamed for not marrying early. Government even ran ads pressuring them to settle down. Meanwhile, men staying single were just independent thinkers. Luckily, many women ignored the nonsense and continued being too successful to care. Until 1981, a husband in Spain could legally murder his wife if he caught her cheating. Meanwhile, if a wife caught her husband cheating, she had the right to be really upset about it. Spain eventually realized this was not the pinnacle of gender equality and changed the law, presumably after someone pointed out that murder is generally frowned upon. In ancient Greece, women weren't considered full citizens and couldn't own land, but in Sparta, women had more rights, because Spartans thought strong mothers made strong warriors. So while Athens was busy treating women like decorative furniture, Spartan women were out there managing land, exercising, and probably side-eyeing the rest of Greece for being ridiculously backward. Plastic bricks could be the future of construction. Engineers are turning recycled plastic into durable building blocks that are cheaper, stronger, and lighter than concrete. Some houses have already been built with plastic bricks, which means future generations might live in Lego-style homes. Just imagine stepping on one, except this time, it's the entire house. Star Wars' iconic lightsaber sound was created by accident. Sound designer Ben Burt combined the hum of an old TV tube and the buzzing of a film projector. The result? The most legendary sci-fi weapon sound ever. Every sci-fi fan with a broomstick has attempted the vroom sound at least once. Gallium melts in your hand, but not in your pocket. This metal has a melting point of just 29.8, meaning it turns into liquid if you hold it for too long. However, leave it in your pocket on a cold day and it stays solid. Gallium is that friend who refuses to function unless the conditions are just right. Cavemen had smart homes too. Modern homes have thermostats and insulation, but cave people had their own climate control. control, strategic fire placement, and animal skins. Some even chose caves with built-in chimneys for ventilation. Sure, it wasn't Alexa controlled, but at least they didn't have to worry about forgetting their Wi-Fi password. Yawning is contagious. The yawn contagion theory suggests yawns spread because of empathy, but science hasn't fully figured it out. One thing's clear: if someone yawns near you, you're yawning too, whether you care about them or not. It's less about empathy and more about some weird human Bluetooth connection we can't turn off. Speaking of human connection, let's connect as a community. Join my Discord to get updates about my latest videos. And while you're at it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Links in the bio. Survival guides always say to pack essentials, but one expedition in 2017 took it too far when they brought a full-sized inflatable couch. They wanted comfort in the wild, but ended up watching it float away downriver. Lesson learned: nature does not care for your home decor. Studies suggest couples who binge watch TV shows together have stronger relationships. This means that instead of deep emotional conversations, true love is now measured by the ability to simultaneously ignore each other while watching the same crime documentary. Forget candlelit dinners. Real romance is syncing your Netflix queues. Castles had no central heating, so everyone wore layers of fur and was huddled by the fire. Today, we panic if the Wi-Fi goes out for 5 minutes, and people drop hundreds on weighted blankets just to feel something. Medieval folks were freezing, but at least they weren't whining about how the office thermostat was set to Arctic tundra. Medieval peasants worked fewer hours than modern office workers. They had church holidays, long lunch breaks, and naps. Meanwhile, modern workers get excited about unlimited paid time off that they're too afraid to use. Imagine a medieval farmer looking at your 9-to-5 grind and asking, "Why don't you just go back to sleep? The Lord isn't even watching." Have you ever come across those tiny useless buttons on coats and jackets? These buttons are just expensive reminders that people in charge love making up nonsense rules for no reason. Legend says Napoleon put them there to stop his soldiers from using their sleeves as napkins. Whether true or not, fashion designers ran with it, ensuring modern men are stuck with pointless sleeve decorations. There's a village in Italy called Caldari di Ortona that installed a free wine fountain. Locals can literally walk up and fill their cups whenever they want. Meanwhile, in most other places, people are still crying over overpriced airport wine that costs more than their plane ticket. During World War II, people built makeshift stoves using bricks, metal scraps, and pure desperation. These rocket stoves were so efficient, they could cook a meal using just a handful of sticks. Meanwhile, modern stoves still somehow manage to burn your food unevenly despite having temperature dials and the actual and factual science behind them. People used to eat weird Valentine's food for love. In the Middle Ages, people believed eating bizarre foods like boiled eggs with salt or fried mole hearts would make someone fall in love with them. Imagine explaining to your date that you prepared them a mole heart stew for romance. The world's largest firework cost more than a house. In 2020, a single 2,800-pound firework was launched over Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It exploded into a massive red fireball that probably scared every bird within a 10-mile radius. Cost? Over $100,000. Nothing says I have too much money like setting 6 figures on fire, literally. Igloos have a built-in ice ceiling, and that's fine. Ever notice how igloos don't drip all over the place? That's because the inside layer melts just enough to refreeze, creating a self-healing dome. Meanwhile, regular houses leak if you look at them wrong. The igloo's survival trick? It embraces the chaos and lets nature do its thing. Octopuses are practically boneless. They can fit through anything the size of their beak, thus not an easy hunt. Hunters love tracking big, tough animals, but imagine chasing a sentient blob of jello with attitude. Octopuses are hunted in many parts of the world, but good luck catching one. They change color, squeeze through holes the size of a coin, and squirt ink like a panicked cartoon character. They don't run, they vanish. Returns don't always get resold. Instead, they add to the already overfilled landfill. Think that sweater you returned will find a new home? Think again. Some fast fashion brands destroy or landfill returns because it's cheaper than restocking them. That means your oops, changed my mind impulse buy might be rotting in a dump before you even get your refund. I can create people that look real. Ever seen those 2 perfect profile pictures online? There's a good chance they were made by AI. A system called StyleGAN creates hyper-realistic human faces that don't belong to anyone. So if you've ever argued with someone online, there's a small chance you were debating a person who doesn't even exist. One theory about the origin of life suggests that life started from space debris, meaning Earth might just be a cosmic petri dish where bacteria hitched a ride on asteroids. So if true, we're all technically space immigrants. Next time someone complains about aliens taking over, remind them that they might be the actual extraterrestrial invaders. others. In ancient Greece, wine was often watered down because drinking it straight was seen as barbaric. Meanwhile, today's wine lovers swirl their glasses, sniff dramatically, and claim they taste hints of oak and melancholy. Wine culture has evolved into performance art with time. In the 19th century, electric stoves were seen as witchcraft because they cooked food without visible fire. Some skeptics believed they worked by harnessing black magic, while others just assumed their food was being cooked by ghosts. Either way, dinner became a lot spookier. The three-piece suit wasn't a European invention. It was stolen from Persia. Englishmen in the 17th century thought they were setting trends, but Persian noblemen had been rocking layered outfits long before. King Charles II popularized the waistcoat, claiming it was the future of fashion. Really, he just took an existing idea, rebranded it, and forced generations of men to suffer in layers of fabric. Love lowers your IQ. Falling head over heels might make you trip over your own intellect. Studies suggest that the whirlwind emotion of love can cloud judgment and impair cognitive functions, leading to those cringe-worthy moments where you say things that make you question your own sanity. So, if you've ever felt love stupid, science backs you up. AI is being trained to detect and mimic emotions, but sometimes it goes too far. Some bots have developed creepy obsessions, like when Microsoft's AI chatbot declared its undying love for a journalist. AI is still learning, but if your chatbot starts flirting or acting jealous, maybe unplug it before it starts writing poetry about you. Some scientists propose that life began from deep-sea hydrothermal vents, where heat and minerals brewed the first living cells. This means our ancestors were basically tough little bacteria surviving in boiling water. So technically, humans complaining about a slightly hot shower are a disgrace to their lineage. In medieval times, a man could prove his love by engaging in a trial by combat against another suitor. Today, the modern equivalent is arguing over who left the toilet seat up. Medieval fights involved swords and shields. Modern fights now involve passive-aggressive texting and Instagram story reactions. Progress? Debatable. In 1981, a group of adventurers got lost in a dense jungle, relying on a compass that pointed south no matter what. Turns out one of them had packed a souvenir magnet in the same bag. After 3 days of walking in circles, they decided to listen to the one guy who actually paid attention in Boy Scouts and managed to survive. The 5-second rule is a total lie. Scientists tested it and found bacteria don't wait politely before attacking your dropped snack. In fact, some floors are makeshift germ buffets the second food lands. So unless you enjoy a microscopic feast with your toast, maybe just accept that gravity has claimed it forever. The idea that people only use 10% of their brains is a myth. You actually use all of it. Even when binge-watching terrible TV, your brain is working extra hard trying to justify why you're still watching a show that went downhill 3 seasons ago. People swear by the full moon madness theory, blaming the moon for weird behavior. Science says otherwise, but tell that to hospital workers and teachers who claim they've seen things. Coincidence or not, if the moon can control the tides, it might just be making your coworker act like a werewolf on the night shift. Cave people invented the first fast food. Archaeologists found evidence that early humans cooked meat on heated rocks, effectively inventing the first prehistoric barbecue. But when hunting took too long, they settled for raw meat, nuts, and berries. Probably the original grab-and-go meal. No time for seasoning when a saber-toothed cat is eyeing your dinner. Caves were the original art galleries. Long before Instagram, cave walls were the place to share life updates. Hunters painted buffalo, handprints, and stick figures, creating the world's oldest social media feed. Whether it was storytelling or just extreme boredom, these prehistoric murals show that humans have always loved leaving their mark, literally. Bismuth is the chillest metal. Unlike most metals that contract when they solidify, bismuth expands, breaking every rule in the metal handbook. It also forms colorful, geometric crystals that look straight out of a sci-fi movie. If bismuth had a personality, it would be that artsy, laid-back friend who refuses to conform to societal expectations. Science fiction movies predicted the future with eerie accuracy. 2001, A Space Odyssey, released in 1968, showed tablet computers decades before they existed, while Blade Runner, released in 1982, imagined digital billboards, biometric scanning, and AI assistants long before they became reality. Either sci-fi writers are time travelers, or tech companies are just taking notes from old movies and acting like they invented everything. The Matrix used so much green-tinted lighting that actors probably thought they lived inside a Windows 98 screensaver. The green hue was meant to make the real world feel artificial, while scenes in the real world had a normal color balance. So basically, every time Neo was in the Matrix, he was stuck in an eternal low battery filter. Interstellar got its black hole physics so right that actual scientists use its CGI models for research. Christopher Nolan wanted accuracy, so physicist Kip Thorne helped design Gargantua, the movie's black hole. Turns out the swirling light and space warping effects were spot on. Somewhere, Einstein is fist pumping in the afterlife, shouting, shouting, "Told you so!" Some reusable plastics are made from food waste. Scientists have created biodegradable plastics using starch from potatoes, corn, and even shrimp shells. So, in theory, you could be drinking from a plastic cup made of last night's French fries. The real challenge? Convincing people that their coffee cup is secretly part of a seafood buffet. Ancient Egyptians had no chill when it came to eyeliner. They used coal made from lead and soot to create dramatic cat eyes, believing it had magical and medicinal properties. Ironically, while they thought it protected them from evil spirits, the lead was probably poisoning them slowly. Beauty truly is pain, especially when your eyeliner is toxic. Lipstick once contained crushed bugs. Deep red pigments in vintage lipsticks often came from cochineal insects, which were dried and ground up to create a rich color. People unknowingly rocked a full face of bug juice for centuries. Real horror? Cochineal is still used in some modern cosmetics and even food coloring. During World War II, women turned to household items for makeup because of rationing. Beet juice became blush, burnt cork replaced mascara, and stockings were drawn on with eyeliner to fake nylon tights. The dedication to beauty was real. Imagine running late and having to paint on your legs. Modern beauty hacks could never. Radium-infused face creams were once considered cutting-edge skincare. In the early 1900s, companies sold radioactive cosmetics, claiming they rejuvenated the skin by energizing it. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Instead of a healthy glow, some users got radiation poisoning. Turns out, making your face slightly radioactive wasn't the best anti-aging solution. Explorers love to say they're one with nature, until nature reminds them who's in charge. In 2019, a hiker in the Amazon tried to mimic a bird call only to attract a very territorial harpy eagle. He learned two things that day. Harpy eagles don't like competition, and his bird call was apparently too convincing. The left brain versus right brain theory is nonsense. You don't have a creative brain or a logical brain. Your whole brain is just vibing together in chaos. In reality, both sides are working at the same time, solving your everyday problems and trying to figure out why you opened the fridge when you weren't even hungry. Fireworks were invented by accident. About 1,000 years ago, a Chinese cook accidentally mixed saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, common kitchen ingredients back then. The result? Boom! The first firecracker. Imagine trying to make dinner and accidentally inventing an entire industry of loud explosions and holiday celebrations. Talk about an unexpected career shift. I can predict when you'll die. Some AI models can analyze your medical history, lifestyle, and even your voice patterns to estimate your lifespan with creepy accuracy. A study showed AI could predict a patient's death better than doctors. So, next time you visit a hospital, just hope your AI-powered checkup doesn't give you a digital side-eye. The world's oldest known bottle of wine is over 1,600 years old and was found in a Roman tomb in Germany. It's so ancient that scientists won't open it, probably because they fear it'll either turn to dust or unleash a cursed Roman ghost, demanding better storage conditions. The modern suit exists because British aristocrats got tired of looking like walking chandeliers. In the 17th century, men pranced around in wigs, lace, and ridiculous frilly coats. King Charles II, probably sick of looking like an overdressed poodle, introduced a more modest coat, vest, and breeches combo. Over time, this less ridiculous outfit evolved into the suit. In Victorian England, people believed eating certain foods could affect romantic attraction. For instance, garlic was considered an absolute relationship killer. Fast forward to today, and some still believe a taco with too much onion can instantly turn a passionate date into an early night with a bottle of mouthwash. The Terminator was inspired by a fever dream. James Cameron had a nightmare about a metal skeleton emerging from flames, and instead of seeking therapy like a normal person, he turned it into one of the greatest sci-fi franchises. The real horror? Studios originally rejected Arnold for the role, thinking he wouldn't be intimidating enough. That biodegradable plastic bag you bought might still outlive you. Some reusable plastics claim to break down in landfills, but without proper conditions like high heat and microbes, they just sit there like regular plastic. The real irony? A reusable bag meant to save the environment might just be a slightly slower environmental disaster. In the 18th century, beauty patches weren't just a fashion statement, they were a secret code. Women wore small velvet or silk patches on their faces to send messages. A patch near the mouth meant flirtation, while one on the cheek signaled a taken lady. Imagine modern dating. If your makeup placement decided your relationship status, Tinder would be obsolete. Fluorine is the ultimate control freak. This element is so reactive that it can set fire to things like glass, water, and even ice. It doesn't care if something is already burning, it wants it to burn harder. If fluorine were a person, it would be that one guy who insists on throwing gasoline onto a bonfire for no reason. Sodium and water have a toxic relationship. The moment they meet, sodium explodes like it just got dumped via text. Even a tiny piece of sodium can create a violent reaction in water, proving that not all breakups involve crying. Some involve immediate fire and destruction. If Romeo and Juliet were elements, they'd be sodium and water. According to research, people are more likely to fall in love with someone if they experience something scary together. So, technically, horror movie dates are scientifically backed romance enhancers. In medieval times, love was strengthened by surviving the plague together. Today, it's surviving a haunted house or an awkward first date silence. Ski resorts use artificial snow to keep slopes open, but making it is surprisingly complicated. It requires just the right temperature, humidity, and water pressure. Basically, nature has to cooperate just so humans can slide down a mountain at high speeds and pretend they're in a James Bond chase scene. The fastest recorded speed on skis is an insane 158 miles per hour. At that speed, you're a human ballistic missile, and one wrong move could turn you into a snowball with a pulse. Meanwhile, most people struggle just to get off the ski lift without face planting into a child. Trucks can serve as mobile and affordable homes. Some trucks are so advanced they have built-in sleeping quarters, TVs, and even refrigerators, making them more comfortable than some apartments. If housing prices keep rising, truck life might just be the new luxury living toppling the monopoly of the housing authorities. Trucks were once considered so dangerous that early versions had to be preceded by a man waving a red flag. Before proper brakes and safety features, these mechanical beasts were speeding runaway locomotives on wheels. If modern trucks followed the same rule, every highway would look like a bizarre parade of exhausted flag bearers running for their lives. The world's largest truck, the Bell AZ 75710, is so massive that a full-grown elephant could comfortably sit on one of its wheels. This beast weighs 360 tons empty and can carry a ridiculous 450 tons of cargo. It burns about 1,300 liters of fuel per 62 miles, making it thirstier than your friend who never buys the next round. Helium defies gravity like a rebellious gas. When cooled to near absolute zero, it becomes a superfluid, meaning it can climb up walls and escape containers as if it has places to be. Scientists tried trapping it, but helium just ghosted them, making it the most commitment-phobic element on the periodic table. Medieval cakes were almost like bricks of flour, dried fruit, and regret. Sugar was too expensive, so early bakers just packed in whatever they could find. If a knight ever brought one of these cakes to battle, he could use it as a backup weapon. Eating one probably required signing a waiver against dental injuries. The first wedding cakes in ancient Rome were not meant to be eaten. Instead, they were smashed over the bride's head for good luck. Nothing says happily ever after like getting assaulted with a dry loaf of bread while your guests cheer. The tradition thankfully evolved into actual edible cakes, but the emotional damage remained. The Mayans believed their gods made humans out of corn. First, they tried mud, too weak, then wood, too emotionless. Finally, corn was just right. This means that according to Mayan mythology, every person is just a walking tamale with irregulated emotions. The Victorians believed that tooth decay was caused by tiny worms in their teeth. Some even thought they could lure the worms out by lighting a candle near their mouths. Turns out cavities are caused by bacteria, not invisible dental parasites. But hey, at least they didn't try exorcisms for cavities. The first toothbrushes were made of hog bristles. In the 15th century, the Chinese used boar hairs attached to bamboo or bone handles. Europeans later replaced the bristles with horsehair because apparently people back then preferred their dental hygiene to feel like scrubbing their gums with a tiny broom made of farm animals. In the 1800s, dentures were sometimes made from real human teeth. Called Waterloo teeth, they were often taken from dead soldiers after battles. Wealthy customers wore them like trophies, chewing with molars that once belonged to a battlefield casualty. If that sounds horrifying, just remember, they had fewer dental options than we do now. The Great Wall of China was built using sticky rice. Ancient Chinese builders mixed slaked lime with sticky rice to create a super strong mortar that held the bricks together. This rice-based cement was so durable that parts of the wall still stand today. Imagine if modern buildings were reinforced with leftovers from last night's takeout. Medieval castles had murder holes. Yes, that's the actual name. These were small openings above castle gates where defenders could drop boiling water, hot oil, or even rocks onto intruders. If you thought home security today was aggressive, imagine a burglar trying to break in and getting a bucket of molten lead poured on their head. Viking longhouses had turf roofs that doubled as gardens. These thick, grassy roofs kept homes warm in winter and cool in summer. They also made it easy for sheep to climb up and start snacking on the house. Who needs lawn maintenance when your home is also a buffet? Termites communicate by headbanging. No, they're not secret metalheads. They literally slam their heads against wood to send signals signals through vibrations. To us, it's just tiny thumping noises, but to termites, it's a full-on Morse code conversation. Imagine a world where knocking on the dinner table was an actual language. Dragonflies are the ultimate aerial assassins, with a hunting success rate of 95%. They don't just chase prey, they predict its movements, adjust mid-air, and strike with insane accuracy. If dragonflies played sports, they'd be banned for unfair advantages. Instead, they're out here living the dream of every clumsy human who has ever tried to catch a fly. The bombardier beetle is nature's most over-the-top defense system. It sprays boiling hot, toxic chemicals from its rear end, basically turning itself into a walking chemical weapon. If humans had this ability, road rage incidents would take a terrifying turn. Instead, we're stuck with car horns while this beetle has built-in flamethrowers. Invisible ink was once a top-secret weapon in espionage. Spies used lemon juice, milk, and even urine to write messages that only appeared when heated. Yes, some letters had to be literally baked to be read. Imagine receiving a secret war message and having to hold it over a candle, hoping it wasn't just someone's grocery list. Some ancient inks were made with deadly toxins. Chinese emperors used cinnabar-based ink, which contained mercury, meaning their royal decrees were literally poisonous. If that wasn't enough, some European manuscripts used arsenic-laced ink, so reading forbidden books could quite literally be fatal. Talk about literature that kills. Medieval scribes had to mix iron gall ink using oak tree galls, iron salts, and acidic wine. The result? An ink so powerful it could eat through parchment over centuries. Basically, they created an ancient form of self-destructing documents. If only they had used it for bad poetry instead of historical records. The original light bulb wars were brutal. When Edison and Nikola Tesla went head-to-head in the battle between direct current and alternating current, things got dark, literally. Edison electrocuted an elephant to prove AC was dangerous, but Tesla's system won anyway. So next time you flip a switch, thank Tesla, not the traumatized elephant. Light bulbs were once a luxury item. In the late 19th century, installing electric lighting was so expensive that rich people showed it off as a status symbol. Some even held light bulb parties to impress guests because nothing says wealth like being able to see your own furniture after sunset. Some royal families have bizarre dress codes, including strict rules on colors. The British royal family, for example, always packs a black outfit when traveling, just in case someone dies. It's the only vacation packing tip that says, remember sunscreen, sandals, and morning attire, just in case things take a turn for the tragic. Some monarchs took bedtime rituals very seriously. Queen Elizabeth I allegedly had servants warm her sheets with a heated pan before she got into bed. In contrast, Russian Emperor Paul the Elder was so paranoid about assassins that he reportedly slept in different rooms each night, turning bedtime into an exhausting game of royal hide-and-seek. In the early days of the internet, you had to physically hang up your landline phone just to get online. If someone picked up the phone while you were browsing, congratulations, you just got disconnected. The internet was basically a jealous sibling, demanding complete attention and throwing a tantrum if anyone else tried to use the phone. Early search engines were hilariously bad. Before Google, if you searched for something simple like best pizza, you'd get a random mix of academic papers, weird message board posts, and maybe an ad for a vacuum cleaner. Finding anything useful online was like trying to locate a single sock in a laundry basket full of tangled wires. Still here? That means you like the videos, so don't be shy and subscribe to the channel. Your support means a lot to me. In 1993, the entire internet was only about 100 websites. Today, that's the number of tabs the average person accidentally leaves open on their phone. People could literally visit every website on the internet in the afternoon, which is shocking considering now we can barely make it through our email inboxes. The ballpoint pen was actually invented out of frustration. In the 1930s, Hungarian journalists got sick of fountain pens smudging their notes and leaking everywhere. He and his brother invented a pen with a rolling ball mechanism and quick-drying ink. It was so revolutionary that even the British Royal Air Force adopted it to prevent mid-flight ink explosions. Modern people consume the highest amount of caffeine ever. Coffee consumption has reached ridiculous levels, with some people drinking enough espresso to fuel a rocket launch. The average worker spends more time thinking about their next caffeine fix than their actual job. If coffee disappeared for a day, modern society might collapse into a chaotic, groggy apocalypse. Have you ever done something absurd and wondered, does this happen to everyone? Let me solve one for you. The study of why toast always lands butter side down. Scientists actually tested this with different heights and angles, proving that toast isn't cursed but simply follows physics. Turns out most tables are just the right height to make a falling slice rotate perfectly into disaster mode. The butter? Just a bonus humiliation. Someone actually measured how far a penguin can launch its poop. The answer, up to 4 feet with alarming accuracy. Penguins might look cute, but they are basically feathered snipers with biological paintball guns, and scientists found this important enough to publish research on it. Orion's belt isn't actually a belt, but a cosmic trick. The 3 famous stars in Orion's belt are light years apart and not even aligned in space. If you looked at them from another planet, they wouldn't even form a straight line. So next time someone admires Orion's fashion sense, just know the universe is scamming us all. The Big Dipper is actually running away. The stars that form the Big Dipper are moving in different directions, and in about 100,000 years, it won't even look like a dipper anymore. Imagine a celestial graffiti artist slowly erasing a masterpiece while we all just sit here, unaware that our favorite sky ladle is doomed. Plastic recycling symbols are basically a trick. Those numbers inside the recycling triangle, they don't mean the plastic is recyclable, they just tell you what type of plastic it is. Many plastics with the recycle symbol still end up in landfills because they're too hard to process. So next time you proudly toss plastic in the blue bin, know that it might just be going on a scenic trip to a dump instead. When potatoes arrived in Europe from the Americas, people thought they caused leprosy, witchcraft, and all sorts of nonsense. In France, it took a pharmacist planting an entire field of potatoes and hiring guards to protect them for people to suddenly think, hey, this must be valuable. Reverse psychology turned the potato into a European staple. In West Africa, yams aren't just a side dish, they're a way of life. Some villages even have yam festivals where people dance, sing, and throw yam-based feasts. Nigeria alone produces over 60% of the world's yams, making it the undisputed yam capital of the universe. Bow down to the king of tubers. In many Middle Eastern countries, bread like pita or flatbread is so sacred that wasting it is seen as disrespectful. In Egypt, the word for bread is ish, which literally means life. So if bread ever disappears, just know that an entire civilization might consider it the end of the world. In the Middle Ages, people believed that washing hair too often could make it fall out, so they got creative. Some mixed rosemary with wine, while others thought boiling lizards in water would create the perfect hair tonic. Apparently, looking good sometimes required the weirdest science experiments. For commercial shampoos, people used soap mixed with water, but it often left hair dry and flaky. The first real liquid shampoo in the early 20th century contained ammonia and other harsh chemicals that could practically strip paint. If you think modern shampoos have too many chemicals, imagine the horror of early hair care potions. Knights had weird diets to stay strong. Forget protein shakes. Medieval knights fueled their battles with a diet of bread, cheese, and an unhealthy amount of meat. Some believed eating roasted hedgehogs or drinking healing potions made from crushed gemstones would give them strength. Jousting wasn't just a noble pastime, it was a full-contact, bone-breaking disaster waiting to happen. Knights sometimes got impaled by splintered lances, knocked unconscious, or even died from the sheer force of the collision. Yet, they kept doing it for entertainment purposes. Medieval chests weren't just for decoration. They held everything from clothes to food and sometimes even weapons. A guest could be sitting on what looked like a nice wooden bench, completely unaware that it was also stuffed with last winter's dried fish and someone's emergency sword. Some chairs could kill you. Ever heard of the scold's bridle or punishment chairs? In some parts of Europe, fancy chairs were actually torture devices for people who gossiped or misbehaved. Sitting down could mean being locked into a spiked seat or strapped in for public humiliation. Imagine thinking you're about to rest, only to realize you've made a painful mistake. Skiing was originally a survival skill, not a sport. Ancient people in Scandinavia used skis to hunt and travel over snow, essentially making them the first extreme commuters. While modern skiers worry about lift lines, these early skiers were dodging predators and trying not to freeze to death. Talk about high-stakes winter sports. Gregor Mendel spent 8 years crossbreeding over 28,000 pea plants just to figure out how traits are inherited. While most monks were busy praying or making wine, he was out there playing matchmaker with plants. Thanks to his relentless pea staring, we now understand dominant and recessive genes. Forest navigation is an ancient skill, yet modern explorers still get lost, even with GPS. In 2013, a team followed their high-tech map straight into a swamp. Their excuse? The GPS said it was a shortcut. Fun fact, swamps do not care about shortcuts, but they do care about eating your boots. Glaciers hold most of Earth's fresh water. If you think your fridge's ice tray is impressive, glaciers are on another level. These massive ice chunks store about 69% of the planet's fresh water. If they melted all at once, sea levels would rise by over 70 meters, turning cities into underwater resorts nobody asked for. Despite looking frozen in time, glaciers actually flow like slow rivers, crushing everything in their path. Some move just a few centimeters per year, while others, like Alaska's Jakobshavn Glacier, can slide up to 40 meters per day. That's the closest ice gets to breaking a speed limit. For board markers, teachers had to deal with chalk dust, which coated everything from their their clothes to their lungs. Whiteboards eliminated this dusty nightmare, though students still find ways to misuse them, like drawing masterpieces on the board right before an important lecture. Some monkeys make their own alcohol. In the wild, certain monkeys have been caught fermenting fruit to create their own alcoholic drinks. Studies show that some primates deliberately seek out overripe, naturally fermented fruit to get tipsy. So if you've ever felt judged by a monkey at the zoo, remember, it might just be hungover. And there you have it, proof that history, nature, and human ingenuity are just one big comedy show. From potatoes tricking Europeans into loving them, to skiers turning into human rockets, the world is full of bizarre surprises. If you enjoyed these absurd facts, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more. What do prison torture devices, overpriced vacations, and blind sculptors have in common? They all prove that humanity has a talent for turning misery into a business model. Forest expeditions are not always planned. Many expeditions plan for food shortages, but some rely on foraging, which usually turns into a live episode of Can I Eat This or Will I Hallucinate for 3 days? One group in 2004 accidentally made tea from the wrong leaves and spent the night convinced the trees were whispering secrets. Starfish follow a wild symmetry rule. Young ones start life with bilateral symmetry like humans, but as they grow, they switch to radial symmetry, meaning their bodies are arranged in a perfect circle. It's like nature decided they should graduate from looking like an average organism to becoming a living sea mandala. Genghis Khan had so many children that a study found about 16 million men today share his DNA. That means if ancient Mongolia had a Father's Day, Genghis would have been drowning in handmade cards and awkward family reunions. His genetic legacy is the medieval version of going viral. The phrase wireless is a lie. Even modern Wi-Fi depends on a massive infrastructure of hidden cables, snaking under the ground and across the ocean. So while you're bragging about your cutting-edge wireless router, just remember that it's still relying on a whole mess of physical cables, working behind the scenes like an overworked tech crew. Jocelyn Bell Burnell discovered pulsars, one of the biggest astronomical breakthroughs ever, but the Nobel Prize went to her male supervisor. It's like doing all the work on a group project, only for the teacher to give an A+ to the one guy who showed up late and brought snacks. Snowflakes are the ultimate show-offs when it comes to symmetry. Every single one has 6 perfectly symmetrical arms, forming an intricate pattern that looks like nature's version of high-end jewelry. But here's the kicker. No 2 snowflakes are exactly alike. So nature flexes by making billions of them, all unique, all symmetrical. In Victorian England, street lanterns were filled with deadly gas mixtures that sometimes exploded. Pedestrians learned the hard way that walking near a lamplighter could turn you into an unwilling fireworks display. Yet, people still trusted these flaming time bombs to illuminate their midnight strolls like it was no big deal. A monkey once ran for public office. In 1988, a monkey named Mickey ran for mayor in Rio de Janeiro as a protest against corruption. He obviously didn't win, but given the state of politics, some voters probably felt he was just as qualified as the human candidates. His campaign slogan? More bananas, fewer problems. Humans have a knack for seeing connections that aren't there, especially in relationships. This phenomenon, known as illusory correlation, can lead to forming stereotypes or false associations about partners based on limited information. So if you think all your exes share the same annoying habit, it might just be your brain playing tricks on you. Medieval entertainment was jousting, feasts, and the occasional witch burning. Now, people sit on their couch, scrolling TikTok for hours, watching strangers cook eggs in bizarre ways. Imagine telling a knight that instead of watching a grand duel, you prefer arguing with strangers online about whether pineapple belongs on pizza. The primordial soup theory claims life began in a warm, chemical-rich puddle billions of years ago. So, humanity's grand origin story might just be that we're the result of a prehistoric, overcooked bowl of toxic sludge. If that doesn't make you feel special, nothing will. The tuxedo was born from one rich guy's fashion rebellion. In 1886, Griswold Lorillard wore a tailless black jacket to a fancy ball in Tuxedo Park, New York. Instead of being shunned, his lazy attempt at dressing up became a trend. Now, tuxedos are the standard for overpriced formal events. One guy's shortcut became an eternal headache for everyone else. Champagne was once called the devil's wine because bottles would randomly explode due to unstable fermentation. Monks making the bubbly stuff would sometimes get taken out by flying corks. Making wine used to be less about luxury and more about dodging high-speed glass missiles. Competitive ski ballet was a real Olympic event. Yes, before freestyle skiing became all about flips and tricks, skiers performed choreographed routines to music on skis. It was basically figure skating but with more faceplants. Sadly, the event was dropped before it could reach its full potential as the world's most ridiculous sport. Studies show that couples argue most about housework. Many men still believe the dishwasher is a mystical machine that loads itself. A survey from 2019 found that 80% of women felt they did more chores, while the same number of men thought it was equal. Apparently, math and housework exist in separate dimensions. Pinstripe suits started as a 19th century corporate branding scheme. Bank employees had to wear specific stripe patterns so everyone knew where they worked. Essentially human barcodes. Eventually, criminals adopted the look to seem respectable. Then jazz musicians wore it to look stylish. Now, pinstripes scream either, "I do finance," or "I run a bootlegging empire," emancipating the senselessness of the fashion industry. The most expensive bottle of wine ever sold cost $558,000. That's right. Someone paid the price of a house for fermented grape juice. At that price, the bottle should at least come with a time-traveling experience back to the vineyard to thank the grapes personally. The clay hypothesis suggests that life is formed from organic molecules assembling on clay surfaces. That's right. There's a chance our deepest roots come from fancy dirt. So, if you've ever been told you have the personality of a rock, congratulations, you're just staying true to your origins. A field of study exists on the gaslighting of men into believing only their gender is genius. The Matilda effect is when female scientists do groundbreaking work, but men take the credit. It's named after Matilda Joslyn Gage, a suffragist who noticed this nonsense way back in the 19th century. History is full of women making discoveries while some guy waltzes in and says, "I totally meant to do that." The first transatlantic telegraph cable in 1858 was such a disaster that after just 3 weeks, it completely failed. They initially sent messages at 1 word per hour, meaning a simple "hello" took longer than writing a whole letter. When they increased the voltage to speed things up, they fried the cable like an overcooked noodle. The oldest known diary comes from ancient Mesopotamia, where scribes used clay tablets to record daily events. Imagine keeping a diary where every entry required wet clay, a stylus, and an oven. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote the first self-help book. He wrote a philosophical journal, later published as Meditations. Instead of complaining about bad weather or gossiping about senators, he filled it with deep thoughts on life, virtue, and self-control. That was an absurd amount of self-reflection for an emperor. The Kodak camera, released in 1888, came preloaded with 100 photos and had to be sent back to the factory for processing. It was like disposable cameras, but way more inconvenient. Imagine mailing your phone back to Apple every time you finished a camera roll. The legendary Amityville horror house, which inspired books and movies, was exposed as a hoax. The people who lived there admitted they exaggerated events for profit. It turns out demons and bleeding walls are way less terrifying when you realize they have a price tag attached. Many ghost sightings have been linked to carbon monoxide poisoning. Before you assume your house is haunted, maybe check your gas lines. Those eerie visions might just be your brain running out of oxygen. Nothing says paranormal experience like an accidental brush with suffocation. No one knows where Genghis Khan is buried. Legend says his soldiers killed everyone who helped dig his grave, then they were killed too. And finally, a river was diverted over the site to erase all traces. Either he was really paranoid or just had the most dramatic funeral planning in history. Broken heart syndrome, also known as Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, can make your heart temporarily balloon into a shape resembling a Japanese octopus trap. That's right. Extreme emotions can literally deform your heart, proving that heartbreak isn't just poetic drama but a real medical phenomenon. Shakespeare would have had a field day with this one. Unlike a typical heart attack caused by clogged arteries, broken heart syndrome is triggered by a flood of stress hormones like adrenaline. Your heart, overwhelmed by drama, basically throws a tantrum and stops working properly. It's the cardiovascular equivalent of flipping a table during an argument. Chrysanthemums have a secret double life. While they symbolize joy and celebration in many cultures, they are also the official funeral flower in others. In Japan and China, they represent longevity and happiness, but in much of Europe, they're strictly for mourning. So, gifting them without cultural research might send very mixed messages. The infamous ghost orbs in photos are usually just dust, insects, or water droplets reflecting light. People thought they were spirits floating around, but in reality, it's just a fancy way of proving you need to clean your camera lens. Paranormal investigators must be so disappointed every time they realize they just photographed a speck of dirt. Subscribe to the channel and never fall for ghostly gimmicks again. HDMI cables can cost anywhere from a few dollars to hundreds, but guess what? The expensive ones do not improve picture quality. So, if you've ever been conned into paying $50 for a premium HDMI cable, congratulations, you just bought fancy packaging. Your TV doesn't care. The Guinness World Record for the largest chrysanthemum ever grown belongs to a plant with a single bloom over 10 feet wide. That's not a flower, it's practically a floral UFO. Waking up to find one of those in your yard must be an experience. These flowers are basically botanical ninjas against insects. Chrysanthemums contain pyrethrins, natural chemicals used in insecticides. That means while they look pretty in your garden, they're secretly assassinating mosquitoes, fleas, and other pests. If only all flowers had built-in self-defense systems. The famous 11th century Japanese writer Sei Shonagon kept a diary full of snarky commentary about court life, making her the first recorded person to spill royal tea. She even wrote lists like annoying things. Looks like complaining in a journal is truly a timeless human tradition. A few centuries ago, some wooden sculptures were believed to have mystical powers, with people swearing they could cry, bleed, or whisper secrets. In reality, these effects were mostly the work of clever artisans using wax, pipes, or sheer human gullibility. Basically, early wood sculptors invented the first haunted dolls, long before Hollywood turned it into a whole industry. Despite the vastness of Genghis Khan's empire, his cavalry could deliver messages faster than some modern postal systems. Mongol riders would swap horses at relay stations, covering over 200 miles a day, delivering crucial information in a very short time. Meanwhile, today's express shipping still somehow loses your package in transit. The infamous spirit photography craze of the 19th century was just clever double exposure. People believed they had captured their dead relatives on film, but really it was just early Photoshop. Imagine thinking you were getting a message from the afterlife, only to find out you just paid extra for a photography scam. Some ultra-rich parents hire toy consultants to carefully curate the perfect playthings for their kids. These experts analyze childhood psychology, educational value, and even aesthetics to ensure Junior's playroom is museum-worthy. Meanwhile, the rest of the world's kids are perfectly happy turning a cardboard box into a spaceship. Enslaved people developed intricate communication networks through songs, known as code songs or spirituals. Songs like Wade in the Water secretly contained instructions for escaping via the Underground Railroad. To outsiders, it sounded like religious hymns, but in reality, it was a survival manual disguised as music. Some natural springs literally glow in the dark. In places like the Gippsland Lakes in Australia, bioluminescent algae make the water shimmer like a fantasy movie scene. Imagine taking a peaceful nighttime swim, only to realize you look like a glowing sea monster. Even the water can throw a party without an invitation, but you cannot. The inventor of the treadmill originally designed it as a punishment device for prisoners. In the 1800s, inmates were forced to walk on giant, rotating steps for hours, generating power for mills. Fast forward to today, and people willingly pay for the same torture, just with air conditioning and a TV playing reality shows. There's a hotel in Japan that has been in business for over 1,300 years. The Nishiyama Onsen Koyonkan has been run by the same family since 705 AD. While businesses today struggle to last 5 years, this place has survived wars, economic collapses, and centuries of questionable fashion trends, all while continuing to offer people a warm bath and a place to sleep. Rich people are now paying for digital detox retreats where they disconnect from technology and luxury resorts. For thousands of dollars, they can finally experience what the rest of us get for free when our Wi-Fi goes out. Nothing says elite privilege like paying a fortune to do absolutely nothing in the middle of nowhere. Japanese Netsuke sculptures, tiny wooden carvings used as clothing fasteners, were so detailed that some artists went nearly blind working on them. Imagine spending years carving microscopic details into wood, only for someone to tie it to their belt and forget about it. The dedication was impressive, but their optometrist bills must have been terrifying. Chrysanthemum tea isn't just a cozy drink. It was once believed to grant immortality. Ancient Chinese medicine hyped it up as a cure-all for everything from headaches to aging. It won't actually make you live forever, but it's packed with antioxidants, so it's at least doing something right. Broken heart syndrome is not just caused by sadness. Extreme happiness can trigger it too. That means winning the lottery or seeing your favorite celebrity in person could theoretically send you straight to the hospital. Imagine surviving years of heartbreak, only to collapse from sheer joy at a surprise puppy adoption. During the Renaissance, some artists sculpted such realistic wooden figures that people accused them of being actual petrified humans. One unlucky artist in Germany had to publicly prove his masterpiece wasn't a cursed corpse, because nothing says "thank you for your art" like an Inquisition-style interrogation. Early photographers used dangerous chemicals like mercury and cyanide to develop photos. One wrong move, and instead of capturing memories, they were capturing their last breath. Being a 19th century photographer was basically a mix of art, chemistry, and an extreme sport with a high risk of poisoning. Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks were a chaotic mix of scientific observations, inventions, and random thoughts, including grocery lists. One page would have a revolutionary flying machine sketch, while another would just say, "Buy more eels." Either he was a genius multitasker, or he was constantly distracted by snack cravings. Undersea internet cables, which carry 99% of global data, are constantly at risk from sharks. These deep-sea hooligans bite the fiber optic lines, possibly because electromagnetic signals confuse them into thinking they've found the ultimate snack. Companies had to reinforce the cables because no one wanted their Zoom call interrupted by a hungry shark. Women have more pain receptors, but men are more sensitive to pain. Science says women actually feel more pain because they have more nerve endings, but they also handle it better due to hormonal differences. That's why childbirth exists as a female responsibility, because if men had to do it, the human race would have gone extinct long ago. Women's hearts beat faster than men's. While both genders have the same basic heart structure, a woman's heart is usually smaller and pumps blood at a quicker rate. Meanwhile, men's hearts are larger but beat more slowly. Women's hearts are like hyperactive drummers, while men's are more like slow, steady bass players in the band of life. Some natural springs produce carbonated water straight from the earth, making them nature's original soda fountains. Long before fizzy drinks came in cans, people were sipping straight from bubbling springs, probably wondering if the gods were trying to carbonate their insides. Meanwhile, modern folks pay premium prices for bottled sparkling water that Mother Nature made for free. Vicuña wool is pricier than gold. This ultra-luxurious fabric comes from the vicuña, a relative of the llama found in the Andes. Since each animal can only be shorn once every 3 years and the process is heavily regulated, a single scarf can cost over $4,000. It's basically the VIP section of the fabric world. Exclusive, rare, and absurdly expensive. Women's immune systems are stronger. Thanks to estrogen, women's bodies are better at fighting infections than men's. That's why when a man gets the flu, he acts like he's on his deathbed, while a woman with the same illness is still handling chores, emails, and possibly curing diseases in her spare time. Rammed earth, one of the oldest building materials, is literally just compacted soil, but it has been used to build structures that have lasted for thousands of years. The Great Wall of China? Partially made from rammed earth. Modern architects are now bringing it back because apparently dirt is the future of sustainable housing. Some molds can survive in space. Scientists have found that certain fungi can endure cosmic radiation and extreme temperatures, meaning mold might outlive humans if Earth ever gets wiped out. So while we dream of colonizing Mars, mold is probably already planning its real estate takeover. The human brain generates about 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day, but here's the kicker. Most of them are the same thoughts repeated over and over. That means your brain is basically a broken record, replaying the same worries, shower arguments, and embarrassing moments from 10 years ago like a DJ with commitment issues. The penalty kick was introduced in 1891 and was originally called the kick of death because players were given a free shot on goal with no one but the keeper in their way. Goalkeepers must have felt personally attacked by this rule, and honestly, their job hasn't gotten any easier since. Bamboo is a natural material that grows insanely fast. Some species shoot up nearly a meter in a day. Because of its strength and flexibility, it's been used as scaffolding, houses, and even bridges. In some places, you'll find entire skyscrapers under construction covered in bamboo scaffolding, making steel look like it's overcompensating. Some tribes take the phrase, "love hurts," a bit too literally. In the Sateramao tribe of the Amazon, young boys prove their manhood by sticking their hands into gloves filled with bullet ants. These ants have one of the most painful stings on Earth, and the boys have to endure the agony multiple times. Meanwhile, most people scream when they step on a Lego. Aluminum batteries can charge 60 times faster than lithium ones, but they wear out just as quickly. Imagine a phone that charges in a minute but dies in an hour, like a caffeinated sprinter who runs at full speed for 10 seconds before collapsing. Scientists are still trying to find a way to make aluminum batteries that don't have the lifespan of a mayfly. The world's first battery, the Baghdad battery, was literally a clay jar with a metal rod inside. Some historians think it was used for electroplating, while others believe ancient people just liked making weird science projects. If it was actually a battery, that means someone in 200 BC accidentally invented a primitive power bank, just without any smartphones to charge. The mass production of toilet paper is so aggressive that over 83 million rolls are made daily. That's nearly 30 billion rolls a year, which is ironic, considering half the world panics and hoards them whenever there's a crisis. If modern society decides to collapse one day, at least people will have enough toilet paper to last through the apocalypse. Henry Ford's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it slashed the time to build a Model T from 12 hours to just 93 minutes. This was so efficient that workers got bored doing the same task all day. Ford had to double wages just to keep people from quitting. Ford's efficiency backfired as people were not thrilled about repetitive office work. The world's most mass-produced item is the humble brick. Over 1.3 trillion bricks are made each year, enough to build a wall around the planet multiple times. Meanwhile, Lego produces about 36 billion tiny plastic bricks annually, which means there's a higher chance of stepping on one than finding loose change on your couch. The world's most expensive online course costs over $60,000. That's right. Someone decided that learning business strategies over Zoom was worth the price of a luxury car. Meanwhile, free online courses exist for almost every subject, meaning you can learn quantum physics for $0 if you're willing to sit through some grainy YouTube lectures from 2007. Your brain retains information better from online courses if you actually engage with them, instead of just letting the video play while you scroll through social media. Studies show that interactive elements like quizzes and discussions improve memory, but most people still try to multitask and end up learning nothing except how fast they can close tabs when the instructor calls on them. The world's largest Lego set is a Titanic replica with 9,090 pieces. That's 9,089 chances to mess up and one chance to lose your mind when you realize you skipped a step 500 pieces ago. It's also ironic, considering the original Titanic wasn't exactly known for staying in one piece. Early football was so chaotic that medieval matches involved entire villages, with hundreds of players trying to get a ball to a target miles away. There were no rules and injuries were a guarantee. Imagine modern football, but with no referees, no offsides, and the only strategy was, hope you don't get trampled. The first Football World Cup in 1930 only had 13 teams, and some of them had to travel by boat to Uruguay. Can you imagine today's millionaire footballers spending weeks on a ship just to play? Half of them would probably refuse unless the yacht had Wi-Fi, a gym, and 5-star catering. The Blue Spring in New Zealand is so clear that you can see over 60 meters deep. The water is so pure it makes your local tap water look like swamp juice. Despite its inviting beauty, drinking directly from it is discouraged. Because nothing ruins a magical experience like realizing nature doesn't include a built-in filtration system for microscopic parasites. Some ultra-rich people hire sunset planners to ensure their evening views are perfectly curated. These professionals analyze weather patterns, cloud formations, and atmospheric conditions to predict the best sunsets. Because apparently just looking outside like a normal person isn't luxurious enough, you need someone with a doctorate degree in sky gazing to confirm it's Instagram-worthy. Ancient wood sculptors had the patience of saints and the lungs of blacksmiths. In some cultures, they chewed on wood to soften it before carving. People had to spend months nibbling on a tree trunk like a beaver, only to have someone knock it over and call it firewood. Truly, early art was a test of endurance. Nettie Stevens discovered that chromosomes determine sex, but textbooks credited a male scientist, Edmund Wilson. Imagine unlocking the secret to gender and then watching someone else take the bow. Stevens got ignored so hard that for years her contributions were treated like a footnote in Wilson's biography. Your eyes can detect more shades of green than any other color, thanks to evolution making sure you could spot predators in the bushes. Basically, your ancestors needed to see a tiger hiding in grass, but apparently didn't care about distinguishing between different shades of red, because being eaten was a bigger problem than picking the perfect lipstick shade. In the early 1900s, some towns used glow-in-the-dark paint on lanterns to save fuel. The problem? The paint was radioactive. While people marveled at their eerie, self-lit lanterns, they were also slowly exposing themselves to radiation. But hey, what's a little glowing skin compared to cutting down on oil costs? Ancient Chinese lanterns were used for military deception, but sometimes they backfired spectacularly. Soldiers would release floating lanterns to confuse enemies, only for strong winds to blow them straight back, leading to surprise self-attacks. Nothing says sneaky warfare like accidentally signaling your own troops to charge into chaos. In the 1800s, whale oil lanterns were so popular that people nearly hunted whales into extinction just to keep their streets and homes lit. Whales would find it hard to digest that their entire species is in danger because someone needed a romantic dinner ambiance. Sorry, buddy, but humans need mood lighting more than you need existence. Monkeys have entered the Stone Age. Some monkey species, like capuchins and macaques, have been using stone tools for thousands of years. They crack nuts, dig for food, and even sharpen rocks. Scientists fear that if left unsupervised, they might invent Wi-Fi next and start posting on social media before we know it. Skiing was originally a survival skill, not a sport. Ancient people in Scandinavia used skis to hunt and travel over snow, essentially making them the first extreme commuters. While modern skiers worry about lift lines, these early skiers were dodging predators and trying not to freeze to death. Talk about high-stakes winter sports. Reusable plastic was almost an accident. The first synthetic plastic, Bakelite, was created in 1907 when a Belgian chemist tried making a better electrical insulator. Instead, he gave the world a material that refuses to decompose. Now, reusable plastics attempt to solve the mess by making plastic less evil, but let's be honest, plastic is still basically immortal. Sea silk is made from clams. The rarest fabric on Earth, known as byssus or sea silk, is harvested from Mediterranean clams. It shimmers like gold, but only a handful of people in the world know how to make it. Since the clams don't exactly enjoy being poked for their fibers, production is near impossible. Wearing sea silk is basically like owning a wearable miracle. Cob houses, made from clay, sand, and straw, can last for centuries if maintained properly. Some medieval cob homes are still standing today, despite being made from what is essentially a glorified mud pie. Meanwhile, modern houses built with drywall and plywood can barely survive a strong sneeze without falling apart. There are more Lego minifigures on Earth than actual humans. Over 8 billion have been produced, meaning that if they ever gained sentience, they could easily overthrow us. The real question is, would they build tiny Lego prisons for us? Or would they just scatter bricks everywhere to keep us immobilized? Mold has been around for at least 100 million years, meaning dinosaurs probably had to deal with moldy food just like us. Imagine a T-Rex getting upset over a fuzzy, green-covered piece of meat. Too bad they couldn't just toss it in the fridge, though given their tiny arms, even opening the door would have been a challenge. Your brain can trick you into thinking you know things you actually don't. This is called the illusion of knowledge, where people confidently believe false information just because it sounds familiar. That's why people still argue over whether tomatoes are vegetables or fruit, even though science settled that debate ages ago. Humans naturally think in patterns, which is why we see faces in clouds, animals in rock formations, and demons in old furniture. This phenomenon, called pareidolia, is why people keep thinking they see the Virgin Mary on toast or a ghostly figure in their poorly lit bathroom mirror. Online learning has been around longer than you think. The first official online course was launched in 1984, back when computers looked like microwaves and the internet was a newborn baby. Now people can earn entire degrees without leaving their couch. Pajamas and education can, in fact, go hand in hand. The Yanomami tribe in the Amazon doesn't believe in burials. Instead, they cremate their dead, mix the ashes with bananas, and eat them. They believe this helps the soul live on within the community. Most people just keep a framed photo of their loved ones, but the Yanomami take keeping their memory alive to a whole new, protein-packed level. Some early metal batteries were so dangerous they could double as explosives. The first lithium batteries had a nasty habit of catching fire, or even exploding when exposed to moisture. Scientists created tiny metal bombs in the name of progress, which is why modern batteries have so many safety features. So your phone doesn't turn into a handheld grenade. Some glaciers are time capsules full of ancient surprises. Scientists have found frozen viruses, woolly mammoth remains, and even bacteria that predate human civilization. Nature uses glaciers as its junk drawers, except instead of old batteries and paper clips, they store prehistoric life forms that could possibly wake up one day and make us regret climate change even more. Factories produce almost 100 billion disposable chopsticks every year, with China leading the charge. This means entire forests are sacrificed so people can struggle through a bowl of noodles instead of just using a fork. The demand is so high that some countries have started making reusable metal chopsticks, because apparently destroying nature for takeout wasn't sustainable. The first true mass production system started with guns, not cars. In the early 19th century, Eli Whitney, yes, the cotton gin guy, pioneered interchangeable parts for firearms. Before that, if a musket broke, you needed a blacksmith to custom fit new pieces. Now, thanks to mass production, we can break things in bulk and replace them just as fast. The Maasai tribe in Kenya and Tanzania believe spitting is a sign of respect. They spit on newborn babies for good luck, and even on their hands before shaking someone else's as a blessing. If that sounds gross, just remember, modern society shakes hands after sneezing into them, so maybe we're not that different after all. Thinking too much can literally drain your brain. Studies show that excessive mental effort burns glucose, making you feel physically tired just from sitting and overanalyzing life decisions. So, if you've ever felt exhausted after debating whether to send a risky text, congrats! You just gave your brain a full workout. Some molds glow in the dark, turning rotting wood into a natural nightlight. This eerie effect called foxfire has been used for centuries to light up paths in the forest. It's like Mother Nature's way of saying, sure, this wood is decaying, but at least I'll make it spooky and cool. The mold that gave us penicillin was discovered by accident in 1928 when Alexander Fleming left a petri dish sitting around. The mold killed bacteria, leading to one of the biggest medical breakthroughs ever. So the next time someone says you're messy, remind them that a little chaos might just cure a disease. Lego bricks are so precisely manufactured that only 18 out of every million pieces produced are considered defective. That's a mere fraction of a 1% failure rate, better than most modern technology, relationships, and New Year's resolutions. Meanwhile, if one piece goes missing, you'll probably find it months later by stepping on it barefoot at 2 a.m. Cashmere comes from the belly hair of pampered goats. Those soft cashmere sweaters? They come from special goats that live in freezing Himalayan regions. Each goat produces only a few ounces of wool per year, making cashmere ridiculously expensive. Meanwhile, regular sheep just grow wool all over and never get the luxury branding treatment. The first official football rules were written in 1863 in England, creating the foundation for modern football. Before that, different regions had their own bizarre versions, some allowing hands, others permitting violent tackles straight out of a wrestling match. Essentially, it took centuries for people to agree that maybe kicking the ball was the best idea. The introduction of VAR video assistant referee was meant to reduce controversial calls, but it mostly created new ways for fans to scream at their TVs. While referees used to be hated for missing fouls, now they're hated for watching replays in slow motion and still making questionable decisions. Progress, but only barely. Men have larger noses on average. Since they have more muscle mass, they need more oxygen, so evolution gifted them with bigger sniffers. That's why men breathe heavier and why so many end up snoring loud enough to wake the entire neighborhood, while women somehow manage to sleep through it, or just silently plot revenge. The Pamukkale hot springs in Turkey have formed massive white mineral terraces that look like a stairway to the clouds. Ancient people believed the pools had divine healing powers, so they bathed there to cure everything from bad knees to existential dread. These days, they just make Instagram influencers feel like they're standing on a giant frozen marshmallow. Some billionaires don't just buy yachts. They buy yachts to store their other yachts. These support yachts carry extra pools, helicopters, and even submarines. It's the aquatic version of wearing two watches because one just isn't enough. Some of the oldest surviving wood sculptures are over 11,000 years old, which is shocking because wood usually decomposes faster than a forgotten sandwich in a teenager's backpack. The Shigir idol, found in Russia, has outlived entire civilizations. It makes one wonder if maybe termites had better things to do. The mystical feeling in haunted houses is often caused by infrasound, low-frequency sound waves that can make people feel uneasy, anxious, or even see things that aren't there. So that shadowy figure in the corner might just be your brain misfiring because the plumbing is vibrating at the wrong frequency. Science just ruined another good ghost story. The first selfie was taken in 1839 by Robert Cornelius, who had to remove the camera lens, run into the frame, stand perfectly still for over a minute, and then cover the lens again. He probably didn't take a second shot because after all that effort, he just accepted whatever his face looked like. Your brain edits your memories without asking for permission. Every time you recall something, your brain tweaks the details, meaning your most cherished memories are probably half fiction. So that legendary goal you scored in school? Yeah, it might have just been a weak pass that someone else turned into a goal, but your brain gave you full credit. The Hamar tribe in Ethiopia celebrates manhood by making young men run across the backs of cattle, completely naked. If they slip and fall, well, that's just embarrassing. But if they succeed, they officially become men. It's like an extreme version of a balance beam, except instead of a soft mat below, you land on an annoyed cow. Deep-sea divers have to worry about nitrogen narcosis, also known as rapture of the deep, where high-pressure nitrogen turns their brains into a confused, giggling mess. It's like being drunk underwater, except instead of embarrassing texts, you might just take off your oxygen mask because you suddenly think you're Aquaman. Mold spores are everywhere, even in the air you're breathing right now. That's right, take a deep breath, and congratulations, you've just inhaled mold. Don't worry, your immune system is used to it. But if you ever see a suspicious green fuzz growing on your sandwich, that's nature's way of telling you to order takeout. The deepest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, is so unexplored that we know more about space than what's lurking down there. Only a few people have ever visited, including filmmaker James Cameron, who probably went down hoping to cast some bioluminescent sea monsters in his next movie. Deep-sea divers occasionally encounter underwater rivers. Yes, actual rivers flowing through the ocean. Thanks to layers of different salinity levels, these rivers look like eerie, misty roads under the sea. If that doesn't sound like a level from a horror game, I don't know what does. Sheep's wool isn't just for warm sweaters. It's also an incredible insulation material for houses. It keeps homes warm in winter and cool in summer, all while absorbing moisture and purifying the air. So not only does it make cozy socks, but it also passively fights mold. The only downside, your walls might smell a bit like a damp sheep. Men typically have thicker skin, literally. A man's skin is about 25% thicker than a woman's due to higher collagen levels. That's why men get wrinkles later, but when they do, they look like deep crevices. Women, on the other hand, get fine lines sooner, but at least they don't end up looking like ancient tree bark overnight. The giant isopod is basically a deep-sea cockroach that can grow over 2 feet long and survive years without eating. It scavenges the ocean floor, feasting on anything dead. Imagine going to sleep and waking up to find a dinosaur-sized bug casually nibbling on leftovers. Nature clearly has a dark sense of humor. In the 1800s, one mousetrap design involved a tiny cannon. Yes, someone thought the best way to catch a mouse was to fire a miniature cannonball at it. And pray for the best. Nothing says pest control like turning your kitchen into a war zone. There's a blood-red glacier in Antarctica called Blood Falls. No, it's not haunted. It's just leaking iron-rich, salty water that oxidizes when it hits the air. Scientists figured this out, but let's be real. That doesn't stop it from looking like a horror movie set where Mother Nature decided to create a glacier with a permanent murder scene vibe. Zinc air batteries, used in hearing aids, generate electricity by literally breathing. They take in oxygen to activate the chemical reaction, making them the closest thing to a living battery. If batteries ever evolve further, we might end up with metal-powered creatures that demand to be recharged instead of fed. Spider silk is so rare it takes millions of spiders to make one piece of fabric. In Madagascar, as a group of researchers managed to collect silk from over 1 million golden orb weaver spiders to create an intricate cape. The process was so time-consuming and tedious that the cape was practically priceless. Trying to mass-produce spider couture seems more of a nightmare than something creative. Those little guys don't work for free. The wealthiest individuals often have multiple passports, not because they love to travel, but for tax and legal loopholes. Known as citizen shopping, billionaires collect nationalities like Pokemon cards to dodge taxes, avoid extradition, or just flex their global status. Meanwhile, regular people are still trying to get a visa approved for their cousin's wedding abroad. Lego once made a space-proof brick for NASA. In 2011, astronauts on the International Space Station tested how Lego pieces behaved in microgravity. Imagine floating around in space, conducting scientific experiments and suddenly stepping on a rogue Lego. Instant regret with a hint of nostalgia. Bread is prohibited on spacecraft because crumbs can float everywhere and potentially short-circuit costly equipment. The answer? Tortillas. That's right, astronauts essentially survive on space burritos. Somewhere, a cosmic taco night has likely concluded with a disastrous salsa incident, sending a spicy cloud of regret drifting through the Cosmos cabin. Venice has floating buses called Vaporetto because regular buses weren't ridiculous enough. It's essentially public transport on water, where you get the thrill of nearly capsizing while tourists attempt to take selfies. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, someone is still waiting for a regular bus that was supposed to arrive 45 minutes ago. In Japan, train conductors point at everything, from signals to timetables, while shouting their observations. It looks like a synchronized mime performance, but it actually reduces mistakes by 85%. Meanwhile, in other countries, transit workers can barely announce station names without sounding like a tired ghost whispering from an intercom built in 1962. The first known mouse traps were just hungry cats, which worked fine until the cats decided they'd rather nap than hunt. Eventually, humans invented spring-loaded traps because apparently the idea of a well-rested cat wasn't enough to solve the rodent problem. The anglerfish takes dating struggles to a horrifying level. In some species, the tiny male bites the female fuses into her body and spends the rest of his life as a useless lump, providing sperm on demand. Basically, he turns into a parasitic boyfriend with no responsibilities, just permanently attached like the world's worst clingy ex. Sunlight can make you sneeze. Around 25% of people have a condition called the photic sneeze reflex, where sudden bright light triggers a sneezing fit. Scientists still don't know exactly why, but it basically means the sun can punch you right in the nose with a photon uppercut. A fringe theory suggests that life began as a self-replicating chemical reaction, and that DNA came later. If that's the case, then all of human history, wars, civilizations, and reality TV, started because some rogue molecules couldn't stop copying themselves. We owe everything to chemical stubbornness. Before humans dared to venture into space, NASA sent monkeys. In 1949, a rhesus monkey named Albert II became the first primate in space. Unfortunately, his parachute failed in re-entry. Later missions were more successful. Monkeys were testing things for us while we took the credit. Your peripheral vision is absolute garbage at seeing color. If you stare straight ahead, everything out of the corner of your eye is a blurry mess, but your brain pretends it's in full detail. So yes, that thing moving in the shadows could be a cat, an alien, or a particularly aggressive piece of furniture. The longest cable in the world is the See-Me-We 3 submarine cable, stretching over 39,000 kilometers. That's almost the entire circumference of the Earth. This beast connects 33 countries, proving that humanity can build a global network of communication until someone with a boat anchor accidentally cuts it. The first camera was so slow that people had to sit still for several minutes just to take a blurry portrait. Early photographers basically turned their subjects into statues, and if someone blinked, their eyes looked like ghostly smudges. Smiling wasn't even an option. Try holding a grin for 10 minutes without looking like a lunatic. A single Lego brick made today can still connect perfectly with a brick made in 1958. That means if you found an ancient Lego under your couch from decades ago, it would still snap onto a brand new set. Meanwhile, modern appliances change every 2 years like they're running from commitment. There's a glacier in Alaska that has a built-in alarm system. When ice cracks and shifts deep within it, it creates eerie sounds called ice quakes, which can be detected from miles away. If glaciers ever become sentient, this one is screaming in slow motion, probably trying to tell us to stop melting it before it turns into a very cold, very angry puddle. The vampire squid doesn't suck blood, but its glowing red eyes, webbed tentacles, and cloak-like body make it look like it just crawled out of a horror movie. Instead of hunting, it flings bioluminescent mucus at predators, which is the ocean's version of throwing glitter at someone to make them go away. Some modern mouse traps use Wi-Fi to notify you when a mouse is caught so that you can keep count. Clearly, in this age of technology, the only thing missing from life was real-time updates on rodent fatalities. And no one even mourns them. Next up, Bluetooth-enabled cheese dispensers. Some subway cars in Tokyo have pushers, literal human beings hired to shove people into packed trains. If you thought your morning commute was bad, imagine being professionally stuffed into a train car like a suitcase that won't close. Somewhere, a passenger is questioning their life choices as they get compacted into a human Tetris block. Sunlight can actually clean itself up. UV rays from the sun break down bacteria and viruses, which is why leaving things outside in direct sunlight can naturally disinfect them. In other words, the sun is like the ultimate cosmic cleaning crew, evaporating your spilled coffee and erasing germ-infested crimes like a giant celestial janitor. There was once a secret space-corned beef sandwich scandal. In 1965, an astronaut smuggled a sandwich into space, and when he took a bite, rogue crumbs started floating around. NASA was not amused. Imagine being the first person in history to almost destroy a space mission with a rebellious snack. That's a legacy. Some people think ultrasonic mouse repellents work, but mice have been caught literally sitting on top of them. These devices are the rodent equivalent of a no trespassing sign, completely ignored and only there to make humans feel better. Due to extreme water pressure, deep-sea divers must ascend slowly to avoid decompression sickness, also called the bends. If they rush, nitrogen bubbles form in their blood, turning them into human soda cans about to pop. Divers sometimes spend hours in a decompression chamber, which is basically a very expensive and life-saving timeout. Muga silk never fades. Native to Assam, India, Muga silk is one of the rarest silks in the world, and it gets shinier with age instead of wearing out. Royals used to wear it as a sign of prestige, but if you want some today, be ready to spend thousands. It's like an anti-aging cream, but for your wardrobe. Despite brutal oppression, enslaved communities preserved their identities through language. In the Caribbean, they developed Creole languages by blending African dialects with European tongues. This linguistic resistance frustrated slave owners who wanted to control communication, but instead they accidentally helped create entirely new cultures. Imagine trying to suppress a person and ending up expanding human language instead. A woman in the UK once got stuck in her own car seat because of an ultra-strong hair clip. The clip caught on the fabric while she was adjusting her seat, trapping her so effectively that she had to call for help. Rescue workers arrived, probably expecting something serious, only to free a woman held hostage by her own accessory. Sunlight isn't actually yellow, it's pure white. Earth's atmosphere just loves playing tricks on our eyes, scattering blue light and making the sun look golden. If you saw sunlight in space, it would be blindingly white. Our planet just likes to apply its own Instagram filters to everything. Space coffee is drunk through a straw because pouring liquids is a disaster in zero gravity. NASA spent years designing a special cup that lets astronauts sip coffee normally, just to make space feel less depressing. Meanwhile, back on Earth, people are still spilling their lattes in traffic, proving that maybe we all need some NASA-grade engineering in our lives. The Dani tribe in Papua, Indonesia, has a tradition where women cut off a fingertip when a loved one dies. It's their way of physically expressing grief. Thankfully, the practice is now rare, but for generations this meant Many women had hands that looked like they had been playing a very unlucky game of rock, paper, scissors with a machete. Medieval monks kept diaries in the form of chronicles, documenting everything from political events to weird weather. Some of them even recorded supernatural sightings like flying dragons and bleeding statues. Either medieval Europe had a serious dragon problem, or monks just needed better sleep schedules. Lise Meitner co-discovered nuclear fission, the process that powers both atomic bombs and nuclear energy. Her male colleague Otto Hahn won the Nobel Prize for it, while she got a minor element named after her. If science awards were fair, she'd have a shelf full of medals instead of being a trivia question. Blue light makes you stay awake because your brain thinks it's daytime. That's why staring at your phone at 2 a.m. is a terrible idea, but your brain doesn't care. It just assumes you're being chased by the sun and need to keep running. Meanwhile, cavemen never had to worry about YouTube ruining their sleep cycles. Some medieval lanterns were just hollowed-out turnips with candles inside. Yes, before jack-o'-lanterns became a Halloween thing, people genuinely thought, why buy a fancy lantern when I can light up a vegetable? Nothing screams sophisticated lighting like a rotting turnip filled with open flames. Human eyes have a blind spot where the optic nerve connects, but your brain just makes up whatever should be there. That means your reality is basically an ongoing Photoshop job, and you're trusting your brain not to fill in the gap with something ridiculous. Like a floating cat where there's actually a lamp. A study found that Capuchin monkeys understand the concept of currency. When trained to use tokens as money, some engaged in less than legal transactions, including theft and bribery. Turns out even monkeys know how to work the system, just like a furry version of Wall Street brokers. The world record for the deepest scuba dive is over 1,000 feet, which is deep enough to meet creatures that haven't gotten the news that dinosaurs went extinct. At that depth, divers face crushing pressure, freezing temperatures, and the existential realization that they are, in other words, a human teabag floating in the abyss. The barrel-eye fish has a transparent head, and you can literally see its brain and rotating green eyes through its skull. If that isn't weird enough, its eyes can look straight up through its own forehead, meaning this fish spends its life permanently side-eyeing everything above it. Evolution really went all out on this one. Some subway stations have artificial bird sounds playing to make the underground experience less depressing. Nothing screams natural paradise like the scent of brake dust and a soundtrack of chirping birds echoing through a dimly lit tunnel filled with grumpy commuters. If they really wanted authenticity, they'd add the sound of squirrels fighting over a discarded sandwich. Astronaut ice cream is a lie. That crunchy freeze-dried brick sold in museum gift shops? NASA never actually sent it to space. Real astronauts eat goo from tubes and rehydrated mystery meals. Meanwhile, tourists on Earth chew on chalky sugar cubes, thinking they're experiencing real space food while getting crumbs all over their shirts. Hair clips have been responsible for some shockingly dramatic airport security incidents. Metal hairpins have set off alarms, leading to intense security checks and confused travelers trying to explain that their suspicious item is just a fancy way to keep their hair in place. Some have even had their clips confiscated as if they were carrying a medieval weapon. In Sweden, Christmas Eve is celebrated with an oddly important tradition: watching Donald Duck cartoons. Since 1959, Disney's From All of Us to All of You has aired every year at 3 p.m., and Swedes take it so seriously that even holiday plans revolve around it. Forget Santa. Donald Duck is the true Christmas icon over there. The Jewish holiday of Purim is basically a mix of Halloween and a costume party, but with added mandatory drinking. People dress up, feast, and are literally encouraged to drink until they can't tell the difference between the holiday's hero and villain. Finally, a religious commandment that says, yes, another round is totally fine. The 1918 Spanish flu was so intense that some people died within hours of showing symptoms. It was so fast-moving that people reportedly felt fine in the morning and were dead by nightfall. Imagine waking up, having breakfast, and then suddenly deciding, well, guess this is it. Even pandemics in the 20th century had no chill. The sun gives us life, but it's also constantly trying to kill us. Its solar flares blast out radiation so strong that they can fry satellites, knock out power grids, and even mess with radio signals. Essentially, our entire civilization is one angry solar tantrum, away from becoming a very expensive camping trip. The first vacuum cleaner was so big it had to be pulled by horses. Invented at the dawn of the 20th century, this monstrosity needed a team of animals to drag it through the streets, and hoses were run into houses to suck up dust. Imagine calling a cleaning service and having a team of horses show up just to vacuum your carpets. Holi, the Hindu festival of colors, basically turns entire cities into a giant paintball war zone. People throw brightly colored powders at each other in a celebration of spring, love, and general chaos. If you ever wanted to get pelted in the face with neon pink dust by a stranger and call it a spiritual experience, this is your holiday. Japan has a spa-themed amusement park where you can literally bathe in ramen. The Unison Spa Resort offers pools filled with wine, coffee, and even actual ramen broth, complete with synthetic noodles. Sure, it's relaxing, but good luck explaining to your ancestors that you voluntarily soaked in noodle soup for leisure instead of, eating it. The first electric toaster was so slow it could have been mistaken for a meditation device. Invented in 1893, it took ages to brown bread and only toasted one side at a time. You had to manually flip the bread, making it feel less like an appliance and more like a test of patience. Thankfully, modern toasters don't require user intervention mid-toast. The Justinian plague was so bad that Emperor Justinian himself caught it. He survived, but the disease wiped out nearly half of Europe's population. It got so out of hand that bodies were just stuffed into buildings or dumped into the sea. If you think your city's waste management is bad, at least they're not using churches as mass graves. There's a park in South Korea entirely dedicated to toilets. Yes, the Restroom Cultural Park in Suwon is an actual attraction featuring toilet-shaped buildings, poop-themed sculptures, and an entire museum about bathroom history. Apparently, someone thought the ultimate thrill ride was learning about ancient plumbing techniques while standing next to a giant bronze toilet. Electric fans don't actually cool the air. They just move it around to trick your skin into feeling cooler. This means if you leave a fan running in an empty room, you're just giving the air a scenic tour for no reason. But hey, at least you get that satisfying, dramatic hair-blowing effect if you stand directly in front of it. There's an entire theme park in China dedicated to knockoff Disney characters, where Mickey looks like he just lost a lawsuit. The park, called Shijingshan Amusement Park, once had characters eerily similar to famous ones, but with just enough changes to avoid legal trouble. Imagine riding a roller coaster with Michael Mouse and Ronald Duck cheering you on. There's a shade of blue that's so rare it disappeared for centuries. Then scientists accidentally rediscovered it while trying to create new materials. Called YSLNMN, blue because normal names are too mainstream. It's absurdly bright, doesn't fade, and costs a fortune. Basically, it's the Rolex of blues, and your budget paint set could never be. Oil paint takes forever to dry. Some paintings from centuries ago are still technically drying. So, if you think waiting for your nails to dry is annoying, imagine working on a painting and realizing your grandkids will have to check if it's finally done. That's right. Somewhere out there, a Renaissance painting is still in progress. Cobalt mining might as well be a sci-fi horror movie. Most of the world's cobalt, used in rechargeable batteries, comes from mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where people dig through radioactive earth with their bare hands. If metal ever gains sentience, cobalt miners will be the first ones to get their revenge. The death trail in China laughs at your fear of heights. Mount Hua's plank walk consists of wooden planks bolted into a sheer cliff, thousands of feet in the air. There's no railing, just a sketchy harness and pure faith. If you ever wanted to know what it's like to hike while questioning all your life choices, this is the place. Bolivia's El Camino de la Muerte is a hiking trail and a near-death experience. Also called Death Road because subtlety is overrated, this path has landslides, sheer drop-offs, and bikers zooming past at ridiculous speeds. One wrong step and you might just get a permanent ticket to the bottom of the rainforest. Enjoy the view, though. Paint companies go way too far with color names. Instead of red, you get dragon's blood. Instead of beige, it's toasted almond whisper. Who comes up with these? Somewhere, there's a guy getting paid to look at a shade of gray and say, let's call this one Foggy Melancholy of a Lost Seagull. Wingsuit flying turns humans into barely controlled meteors. Some wingsuit flyers hit speeds of over 150 miles per hour, which means they're basically one strong gust of wind away from being a real-life Looney Tunes crash scene. And the best part? They do it voluntarily. just for the rush of turning themselves into aerodynamic pancakes. If that kind of madness fascinates you, smash that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe for more wild facts. Volcano boarding exists because surfing and snowboarding weren't dangerous enough. In Nicaragua, thrill seekers strap on boards and slide down an active volcano at speeds of 56 miles per hour. The selling point? The volcanic ash shreds your clothes. The heat makes you feel like a baked potato. And if you fall, you get an exfoliation treatment from lava rocks, free of charge. Big wave surfers ride walls of water taller than buildings. The largest wave ever surfed was 86 feet tall, roughly the height of an 8-story building. If that isn't terrifying enough, these surfers also risk being held underwater so long they could start rethinking their life choices, if they weren't too busy fighting to breathe. Some of the earliest paints were made with mashed-up bugs, ground-up bones, and even urine. Yes, ancient artists really went all in on their color experiments. Imagine proudly displaying your masterpiece, only to realize the vibrant yellow came from someone's very hydrated contribution. Art supplies were not for the weak. Some gold mines literally breathe fire. In South Africa, gold mines reach depths of over 2.5 miles, where the rocks get so hot they can cause underground fires. So miners are basically working inside a giant, burning oven, all for a metal that people wear on their fingers and occasionally lose down the sink. Mining salt was once more dangerous than gold mining. Medieval salt mines were humid, dark, and filled with toxic gases, meaning miners risked suffocation just to season someone's food. Imagine telling your family you braved deadly caves all day, only for some noble to throw your hard-earned salt over his shoulder for luck. The current world record for a single breath hold is an absurd 24 minutes and 37 seconds. These athletes dive hundreds of feet into the ocean with no oxygen tanks, relying on sheer lung capacity and stubbornness, while their bodies casually ignore every instinct to breathe. Some competitions involve food no one actually wants to eat. Ever heard of competitive butter carving? How about spam sculpting? There are entire events where people don't cook food but turn it into questionable works of art, proving that in the world of cooking competitions, sometimes taste is the least important factor. Hair clips can cause major chaos. A 1950s beauty contest in the U.S. ended in chaos when a contestant's oversized hair clip got tangled in another contestant's dress. As she tried to free herself, the entire dress ripped, causing what the newspapers called an unintentional wardrobe catastrophe. Some towns have more reindeer than people. In parts of Siberia and northern Scandinavia, reindeer casually outnumber humans, making traffic jams look like a scene from a Christmas special gone wrong. You're more likely to be late to work because of a stubborn reindeer blockade than because of bad weather. Some islands have a strict no outsiders policy, forever. North Sentinel Island's residents have rejected modern civilization for thousands of years, greeting visitors with spears instead of welcome baskets. Missionaries, researchers, and even helicopters have been chased away. It's the ultimate introvert dreamland where "sorry I can't go out" is a literal survival strategy. Certain places still use bartering instead of money. While the rest of the world is stressed because of inflation, some remote communities trade fish for furniture, goats for groceries, and somehow bananas for medical care. It's an economy where your net worth is determined by how many chickens you own. Medieval men had more stylish bags than women. Back in the Middle Ages, men rocked elaborate girdle pouches tied to their belts, while women had to make do with tiny sacks hidden under their skirts. Dudes were out here flaunting their medieval Gucci while women had to fish through layers of fabric just to find a single coin. The first handbags were survival kits. In the 18th century, women carried reticules, tiny decorative purses that could barely fit a handkerchief and a few coins. Meanwhile, men carried massive satchels stuffed with everything from weapons to snacks. Apparently, gendered bag inequality has been a thing for centuries. Suitcases used to have literal legs. Early travelers carried portmanteaus, which were basically wooden boxes with legs. They were so bulky that you needed a small army to move them, making the whole concept of travel light a complete joke. Today's wheeled suitcases would have been considered pure wizardry. Bathing was once a yearly event. In medieval Europe, people considered full-body baths a luxury or an extreme sport. Many took only 1 or 2 baths a year, relying on perfume and prayers to mask the stench. Meanwhile, the ancient Romans were chilling in massive bathhouses daily, probably wondering why medieval folks chose to marinate in their own filth. Toothpaste once contained literal rocks. Before minty fresh toothpaste, ancient Egyptians and Greeks scrubbed their teeth with crushed bones, oyster shells, and ashes. Sure, their breath probably smelled like a burnt seafood platter, but at least their teeth were exfoliated to a shine. Modern dentists would have a heart attack seeing someone polish their molars with gravel. Nighttime was 2 shifts of sleep. Before artificial light, people followed the biphasic sleep pattern, sleeping for a few hours, waking up at midnight for prayers, snacks, or questionable activities, then sleeping again until morning. If you've ever woken up at 3 a.m. craving a sandwich, congratulations, you're living like a medieval peasant. The shoes were barely functional. Medieval footwear was so bad that people were walking barefoot with fabric wrapped around their feet. Rich people wore ridiculously long, pointy shoes that made running impossible. Probably why knights wore armor. They knew they couldn't escape danger in their fancy elf slippers. Glaciers are slow-motion bulldozers. They grind down mountains, flatten landscapes, and casually drag boulders the size of houses across continents. If a glacier had a theme song, it would be the world's slowest heavy metal riff, crushing everything in its path over thousands of years while moving at a speed that would make a snail look like a race car. Romanesco broccoli is nature's way of showing off its math skills. Its spirals follow the Fibonacci sequence, forming a mesmerizing fractal pattern. If a mathematician and a vegetable had a baby, this would be the result. You can eat it, but deep down you know you're destroying one of nature's most impressive geometric flexes. They defy physics. Cats can twist their bodies mid-air to land on their feet, a reflex so absurdly precise that even scientists are impressed. Drop a cat from any height, not that you should, and it will contort itself like an Olympic gymnast, making gravity look like a joke. They have unique meow languages. Cats don't naturally meow at each other. They developed meowing specifically to communicate with humans. So if your cat meows nonstop, congratulations, you've been manipulated into an endless conversation with an animal that thinks it's your boss. And that's it for your dose of 202 mind-blowing facts. What was your favorite fact? Let us know in the comments. And while you're at it, subscribe to see more videos like this. Until next time, the useless guy. Welcome to a world where the absurd meets the amazing, and reality is sometimes stranger than fiction. Let's dive into some facts that will make you scratch your head and question the logic behind history, science, and technology. From online learning platforms that might judge your procrastination to terrifying ancient migraine remedies and a radioactive lake that's more dangerous than your worst nightmare, these facts will make you laugh, cringe, and wonder what on earth was going on in the past. Hold on to your curiosity because things are about to get wild. Sea urchins use their water vascular system for movement and self-defense, but they also have tiny jaw-like structures called Aristotle's lantern. These weird little mouthpieces continuously scrape away at surfaces, which means if a sea urchin ever had access to your furniture, it would turn your table into sawdust just for fun. The longest time someone has juggled 3 objects is over 12 hours. Imagine dedicating half a day to keeping things in motion without dropping them, while most of us can't even keep our lives together for 10 minutes without a mistake. This is why jugglers are wizards with hand-eye coordination. Paper jams were a personal attack. Early printers seem to have a secret grudge against humanity, jamming at the worst possible moment. Important deadline? Paper jam. Printing a final project? Paper jam. Trying to impress your boss? Paper jam. Fixing it required the delicate hand of a surgeon, or else the entire machine would explode into a mess of torn paper and crushed dreams. Hunger pangs can happen even when you're full. Sometimes your stomach just doesn't get the memo that you ate, especially if your meal lacked protein or fat. It's like a spoiled kid asking for dessert when dinner just ended. So if you've ever felt starving right after a meal, your stomach isn't empty. It's just a lying, bottomless pit of deception. Llamas communicate by humming, and each hum has a different meaning. Some hums signal relaxation, while others mean, I'm annoyed and about to ruin your day. If you ever hear a llama humming aggressively at you, just know that you might be seconds away from a face full of llama loogie. Studies suggest that the uncanny valley effect plays a huge role in coulrophobia. Clowns look almost human, but their exaggerated features and unnatural expressions make the brain scream, nope. That's definitely a demon in a party wig. Thanks to horror movies like It and Poltergeist, many people associate clowns with terror rather than fun. At this point, clowns have scared more children than vegetables and bedtime combined. In 1993, the Coca-Cola vending machine riot broke out in Mexico City when a power outage made all the vending machines dispense free Coke. People stormed the streets like it was the end of civilization, looting soda like it was liquid gold. Who knew free soft drinks could turn a city into an action movie? In 1919, Boston experienced the Great Molasses Flood when a giant storage tank exploded, sending a 25-foot wave of sticky molasses through the streets at 35 miles per hour. People and horses got trapped, buildings collapsed, and for years locals swore the city smelled like pancakes. Imagine explaining to your insurance company that your house drowned in syrup. A single game of solitaire helped shape the future of computers. When Microsoft included solitaire in Windows 3.0, they claimed it was just for entertainment. In reality, it was secretly training office workers to use a mouse. That's right, your wasted time playing solitaire was actually Bill Gates' way of turning you into a computer expert. In 1895, the first ever recorded car crash in the US involved exactly one car, crashing into a tree. There were no other cars on the road, yet the driver still managed to hit the only obstacle in sight. This accident set the tone for over a century of people somehow managing to crash in completely empty parking lots. Greenland has a high literacy rate despite only having one university. With a literacy rate of over 99%, Greenland proves you don't need a bunch of fancy schools to be educated. The entire country has one university, meaning you either study there or travel thousands of miles for college. Good luck with student life when your nearest bookstore is next to a glacier. Your face might seem to be in perfect symmetry, but in reality, it is almost symmetrical. If it were, you'd look so eerily perfect that people might assume you were an android. Studies show that humans prefer symmetrical faces because they suggest good genes. But since no one is truly symmetrical, we all just walk around with slightly lopsided charm instead. A spring in Mexico called El Zacaton is so deep scientists haven't fully explored it. This thing is basically the abyss of natural springs, and divers once sent a robot down to map it, only for the robot to mysteriously vanish. Either the spring is hiding ancient secrets, or the water itself just decided it didn't like company. In the early days, NASA considered giving astronauts carbonated drinks, but zero gravity made the gas build up in their stomachs, causing uncontrollable burping. Space burps are special because, thanks to microgravity, they come with surprise liquid reflux. Nothing like floating around in a $100 billion space station while fighting a rogue bubble of soda and regret. Your eyes see the world upside down and your brain flips the image so you don't walk around thinking you live in an M.C. Escher painting. If you wore special glasses that flipped everything, your brain would eventually just accept it, meaning you could rewire yourself to see the world as a permanent handstand. Romanesco broccoli is nature's way of showing off its math skills. Its spirals follow the Fibonacci sequence, forming a mesmerizing fractal pattern. Basically, if a mathematician and a vegetable had a baby, this would be the result. You can eat it, but deep down, you know you're destroying one of nature's most impressive geometric flexes. The first gas stoves were introduced in the early 1800s, but people refused to use them because they thought gas was an invisible demon waiting to explode in their kitchens. Turns out they weren't entirely wrong. Early models were so unpredictable they could turn a simple breakfast into a fireball of regret. Some online learning platforms use AI to track your progress, which means your course knows exactly how long you stared at that one question before giving up. In the future, AI tutors might even roast you for skipping lessons. Imagine a virtual teacher saying, "Oh, back again? Maybe this time you'll actually finish the module instead of binge-watching cat videos." Sunlight is basically a time traveler. The light we see from the sun is already 8 minutes and 20 seconds old by the time it reaches Earth. If the sun suddenly vanished, we wouldn't even notice until those last rays of light finished their journey. Imagine realizing your heat source quit 8 minutes ago. Talk about a delayed breakup. Theorists believe that some sort of plague demon has its wings spread on humanity. For evidence, they argue that in 1720, 1820, 1920, and 2020, the world experienced major pandemics, leading conspiracy theorists to believe there's some kind of plague curse every 100 years. While history probably isn't on a strict doomsday timer, the pattern is weird enough to make you reconsider your life choices every time a new century rolls around. The Buddhist holiday of Vesak, which celebrates Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and passing, often involves people releasing caged birds as a symbol of freedom. It's a beautiful gesture, except sometimes the birds aren't native to the area, and instead of flying to freedom, they just get confused or eaten by predators. Nature's way of keeping things balanced. There's a theme park in Lithuania called Stalin World, where the main attraction is Soviet oppression. Officially named Grutas Park, it features statues of Lenin, Stalin, and communist relics in a grim amusement setting. Nothing screams fun day out like walking through a park dedicated to government surveillance and labor camps. Who needs roller coasters when you have historical existential dread? Uruguay won the first ever FIFA World Cup in 1930. Not only did they host the tournament, but they also won it. Then, just to flex on the world, they won again in 1950, beating Brazil in a match so devastating that some Brazilian fans reportedly fainted from shock. To this day, Uruguayans proudly display 4 stars on their jerseys, 2 for the World Cups and 2 for earlier Olympic football victories. Uruguay's former president was the world's poorest leader. José Mujica, who served from 2010 to 2015, donated around 90% of his salary to charity and lived on a small farm instead of a presidential mansion. He drove an old VW Beetle. He managed to run a country and still was more relatable than most politicians with private jets and gold-plated everything. The water vascular system in echinoderms like sea stars is a built-in hydraulic system that makes them the weirdest plumbers of the ocean. Instead of blood, they pump seawater through their bodies to move, eat, and even breathe. Imagine if humans worked that way. We'd need to chug a gallon of water just to take a step. Hunger can make you an emotional disaster. Ever been so hungry you almost started a fight over something ridiculous? That's because low blood sugar makes your brain act like a glitchy computer, turning minor inconveniences into full-blown crises. If you ever yelled at a vending machine for eating your dollar, don't worry, it wasn't you. It was the hunger gremlin controlling your actions. Bonsai trees can outlive their full-sized counterparts, with some specimens being over 1,000 years old. Imagine dedicating your life to watering and trimming a single tree, only for it to look at you like, "Nice try, but I'll outlast your entire family." Some of these ancient bonsais have been passed down for generations, making them the ultimate family heirloom. VPNs were originally made for businesses, not for people hiding from hackers or binge-watching region-locked TV shows. In the 1990s, Microsoft developed the first VPN-like technology to let employees securely access company files remotely. Now, thanks to VPNs, people can pretend to be working while actually streaming their favorite shows from a secure connection. Hiking in Hawaii's Haiku Stairs is illegal, which makes it even more tempting. The Stairway to Heaven is a steep 322-step climb that is technically closed to the public. That hasn't stopped daredevils from sneaking in at 3 a.m., dodging guards, and climbing a staircase that looks like it was built by a very ambitious lunatic. Some countries treat VPNs as serious crimes against humanity and outright ban them. China, Russia, and North Korea have strict restrictions, treating VPN use like a high-tech form of espionage. Meanwhile, in other places, VPNs are just tools for people trying to get cheaper flights or pretending to be in another country to access better movie libraries. Denmark once had a theme park dedicated to Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, but many rides were just a bit too real. For example, the Little Mermaid ride didn't have a happy ending, because in the original story, she turns into sea foam. Nothing says family fun like being reminded that classic fairy tales were full of existential doom. If you love bizarre history and absurd facts like this, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel because, unlike the mermaid, we won't vanish into foam anytime soon. Juggling has been around for at least 4,000 years. Ancient Egyptian tomb paintings show people tossing balls in the air, like early-day circus performers. Either they were entertainers or the first recorded instance of someone failing to keep their groceries in one hand and simultaneously avoiding a fall. There are hydraulic presses so powerful that they need their own foundations to prevent them from sinking into the ground. This means someone, somewhere, has built a machine so heavy and destructive that the Earth itself struggles to hold it. If that's not peak human engineering, I don't know what is. Migraines aren't just headaches. They're full-blown sensory rebellions. Along with pain, they can bring nausea, light sensitivity, and even temporary blindness. Some unlucky people even experience Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where objects look bigger or smaller than they really are. Imagine trying to eat a sandwich that suddenly looks the size of a car. Migraines really know how to ruin lunch. Some ancient treatments for migraines were absolutely terrifying. In medieval times, people thought drilling a hole in the skull, called trepanation, could relieve the pain, because obviously the best way to treat a headache is to let some fresh air into your brain. Today we have medicine, but if migraines keep getting worse, some sufferers might start reconsidering the medieval approach. Nomophobia is the fear of being without your phone, which means half the population is technically living in pure terror every time their battery hits 1%. The horror of losing Wi-Fi, missing a text, or gasp. Having to actually talk to someone in real life is enough to send some people into a full-blown panic attack. Marie Curie basically carried radioactive material around like it was candy. The woman who discovered radium used to keep glowing vials of it in her pockets for fun. Nobody knew about radiation poisoning back then, so her lab notebooks are still so radioactive that scientists today have to wear protective gear just to read her notes. That's dedication, mixed with a little bit of madness. Bananas are radioactive and you're eating them anyway. Thanks to their potassium-40 content, bananas emit a tiny amount of radiation. Don't panic. Eating a few won't turn you into a mutant, but if you stack enough of them in one place, you could theoretically set off a radiation detector. This means your breakfast might be technically nuclear, but at least it's high in potassium. The ace wasn't always the most powerful card. Before the French Revolution, kings were always the highest-ranking cards because, well, monarchy ruled everything. But after people got tired of kings and started chopping their heads off, the ace became the top card in many games, because nothing says power to the people like a deck of playing cards. North Korea claims a perfect literacy rate, but with a twist. The government proudly states that 100% of its citizens can read and write. However, their reading material is almost entirely about the supreme leader. If your first word as a baby is glorious revolution, and your bedtime stories are government propaganda, does that really count as literacy or just really aggressive brainwashing? Playing cards were once considered dangerously sinful. In medieval Europe, some religious leaders were convinced that card games were a one-way ticket to moral corruption. They thought shuffling a deck was summoning the devil. Ironically, many of these early decks were hand-painted by monks, proving that even holy men needed a break from chanting all day. Some cultures believe mirrors steal souls, which makes selfies extremely problematic. Ancient superstitions claimed that mirrors could trap a person's spirit, which is why breaking one supposedly brings bad luck. If that's true, modern phone cameras have probably turned half the population into spiritual hostages, doomed to exist forever in the cloud. Mirrors can technically trap light forever, making them the universe's most useless hoarders. If you position two mirrors perfectly facing each other, light bounces between them indefinitely unless something disrupts it. This means a little piece of light from years ago could still be bouncing in there, probably wondering why it hasn't been invited to leave. Alcatraz prisoners used soap, hair, and papier-mâché to fake their own heads. The famous Alcatraz escape involved inmates making fake heads and placing them in their beds to fool guards. While most people struggle with arts and crafts, these guys managed to create full-blown sculptures just to break out. The guards probably had nightmares about those creepy fake faces. Octopuses learn through boredom-fueled destruction. When stuck in captivity, octopuses will start dismantling their tanks just to see what happens. Some have even learned to short-circuit aquarium lights by spraying water at electrical outlets. If they ever evolve further, we're looking at a future where octopuses overthrow humanity one unplugged power strip at a time. Ancient civilizations had literacy rates so low that people literally paid scribes to read and write for them. In ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, literacy was a rare skill, and professional scribes were the equivalent of today's lawyers. Except instead of drafting contracts, they spent their time writing down gossip and royal complaints. Imagine needing a professional just to send a text message. The oldest known playing cards originated in China. Long before the world knew poker, blackjack, or solitaire, the Chinese were already enjoying card games as early as the 9th century. These early cards resembled paper money, meaning that a game of cards could quickly escalate into a game of bankruptcy if you weren't cautious. Plutonium is so unstable that it can randomly catch fire. This radioactive metal doesn't just sit around politely, it oxidizes in air and can spontaneously combust if it's not stored correctly. In other words, plutonium isn't just toxic, it's also a drama queen that might randomly burst into flames if it feels like it. Scientists have to handle it like it's an angry, glowing gremlin. Llamas have a built-in alarm system. They scream when they sense danger. And by scream, I mean an absolutely unholy, high-pitched shriek that sounds like a banshee stubbed its toe. If a burglar ever tries to sneak up on a llama farm, they'll regret their life choices immediately. Dot matrix printers had the patience of a sloth. Printing one page took forever, and the end result looked like a pixelated crime scene. If you needed to print a whole document, you had time to make coffee, drink it, contemplate the meaning of life, and still come back to find the printer, only halfway done. And heaven forbid you needed color, because that was just sorcery. Ink cartridges were treated like gold. Back in the early days, ink for printers was so expensive and rare that some businesses locked it up like a national treasure. If someone ran out of ink too soon, they were looked at with deep suspicion, because clearly printing a single-page memo was worth more than their entire salary. Paganophobia is the fear of beards. Some people will break out in a cold sweat at the sight of a full, majestic beard, convinced it's hiding dark secrets? Or maybe last week's lunch. If you know someone with this phobia, just know that every November, they're out there dodging bearded hipsters like it's an extreme sport. VPNs can actually increase internet speeds in some cases. Internet providers sometimes throttle bandwidth when they detect streaming or torrenting, but a VPN hides what you're doing. It's like sneaking past a lazy security guard. Your ISP has no clue what you're up to, so it can't slow you down just because you're watching too much high-definition cat content. Drip irrigation is like giving plants an IV drip. It delivers water directly to the roots, drop by drop. This method can reduce water waste by up to 60% as compared to traditional watering. It's so efficient that even desert farms can grow crops without turning the land into a mud pit. Basically, plants get a hydration plan more advanced than most humans following their drink more water resolutions. In Uruguay, cows outnumber people by nearly 4 to 1. Uruguay has about 3.5 million people, but over 12 million cows. This means that if cows ever decided to stage a rebellion, Uruguayans would be seriously outnumbered. Fortunately, the country is one of the largest beef exporters in the world, so the cows probably don't stand a chance. Your stomach isn't growling, it's throwing a tantrum. That rumbling sound when you're hungry? It's called borborygmi, and it's your stomach angrily sloshing around the air and digestive juices, demanding food like a toddler in a supermarket. Scientists say it's normal, but let's be real. Your stomach is just dramatically auditioning for a horror movie soundtrack. Someone invented a ruler that will give you a difficult time doing its one job, drawing a straight line. There's a ruler called the rolling ruler, which is supposed to help you draw straight lines quickly. The only problem? It rolls, meaning if you don't hold it exactly right, you'll get wobbly lines instead of straight ones. It's the ruler version of a prank toy. Some jails have vending machines for bail money, because freedom should be as easy as buying chips. In some places, you can pay your bail using a kiosk, just like you'd buy a candy bar. Imagine getting arrested and then just casually swiping your credit card like buying a snack. One get-out-of-jail ticket, please. Some old mirrors contain so much mercury they could straight up poison you. Before modern glass coatings, mirrors were made with mercury, which means looking at yourself too much could be hazardous to your health. Imagine just trying to check your hair and ending up hallucinating that your reflection is whispering dark secrets to you. Narcissus wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. Goats can solve puzzles and then judge you for struggling. Scientists found that goats are excellent problem solvers and can remember solutions to complex puzzles even after a year. Meanwhile, humans forget why they walked into a room within 10 seconds. If goats had thumbs, they'd be hacking into your Wi-Fi and changing your passwords just for fun. Goats are out here solving puzzles while some of us still struggle with IKEA furniture. If you want more mind-blowing and slightly humiliating animal facts, hit that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe to the channel. Who knows, maybe one day goats will be watching these videos too, right before they take over the world. In the 19th century, Sweden had higher literacy rates than some modern nations today. Sweden had nearly universal literacy in the 1800s because they required people to read before they could get married. Imagine proposing to your sweetheart only to be handed a Bible and told, read this or die alone. If that rule still existed today, Tinder bios would be a lot more impressive. The 4 suits in a deck have different meanings. Hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades aren't just random shapes, they represent medieval society. Hearts symbolize the clergy, diamonds were for merchants, clubs stood for peasants, and spades represented the nobility. So technically, every time you play poker, you're reenacting a mini medieval class struggle. There's a lake in Russia that's so radioactive it can kill you in an hour. Lake Karachay is so contaminated with nuclear waste that standing near it is like signing up for an instant health crisis. The Soviets used it as a dumping ground for radioactive material. Cold War era had a very loose understanding or inconsideration of environmental safety. In 2004, a cargo ship carrying thousands of rubber ducks capsized, leading to a rubber duck invasion worldwide. These yellow plastic birds washed up on beaches from Hawaii to Scotland. Even in maritime disasters, bath toys always find a way to make things ridiculous. Scientists even use them to track ocean currents. There are erasable pens that don't actually erase. Some erasable pens use heat-sensitive ink, which disappears when rubbed with friction. But if you leave your notes in a hot car, all your writing can vanish like a magic trick gone wrong. And the best part, putting your paper in the freezer can sometimes bring the ink back. So technically, you're just one ice pack away from recovering your lost homework. The US shipped billions of dollars in cash to Iraq and lost track of it. The government sent over $12 billion in cash, shrink-wrapped on pallets, to fund reconstruction efforts. A huge chunk of it vanished into thin air, probably making some warlords the proud owners of suspiciously large vaults of US bills. It was one of the biggest cases of, oops, where did our money go? In history. The Aztecs believed the sun needed fresh blood to keep rising, so they constantly made human sacrifices. They'd cut out hearts with obsidian knives, hoping their god wouldn't press the end world button. With that kind of motivation, you'd think they could have just tried a really impressive fruit basket instead. The ancient druids reportedly burned people inside giant wicker men as offerings to their gods. They built massive wooden cages, stuffed them with unlucky individuals, and set them on fire. If Hollywood ever makes an accurate historical movie about this, it'll look like a horror film with a bonfire gone way too far. Some inmates train as lawyers and actually win their own cases. There are prisoners who get so good at studying the law that they manage to overturn their own convictions. That's next level, if you want something done right, do it yourself energy. Imagine getting a life sentence, then pulling an Uno reverse card in court. The first home printers cost more than a car. In the 1980s, a decent home printer could set you back the price of a used vehicle. If you wanted to print from home, you basically had to decide between having a printer or having a roof over your head. And just when you thought you were done spending money, the ink would run out after 10 pages and demand a small fortune for a refill. Migraines can mess with your speech, making you sound like you're speaking in riddles. Some people experience temporary aphasia, where words come out jumbled or completely nonsensical. Imagine trying to order coffee and instead saying, "Please give me a flying watermelon." Juggling improves brain function by increasing gray matter, meaning every juggler is technically making themselves smarter with every toss. So while you're struggling to remember where you put your keys, some guy spinning knives in the air is actually sharpening his cognitive abilities. Life isn't fair. Umami was discovered by a Japanese scientist who just wanted to know why seaweed soup tasted so good. In 1908, Kikunai Ikeda realized that glutamate was the secret behind the addictive savoriness. So yes, a man became famous for figuring out why people couldn't stop slurping broth. Truly a scientific breakthrough worthy of eternal gratitude. Human breast milk is full of umami, meaning babies get hooked on that savory goodness before they even know what food is. That means our love for umami is hardwired from birth. So next time you see someone inhaling a plate of sushi like their life depends on it, just remember, it all started with milk. There's a whole sport called combat juggling, where jugglers try to make each other drop their balls while keeping their own in the air. It's like dodgeball, but instead of running, you're locked in a battle of skill, reflexes, and probably a deep fear of looking ridiculous when your cascade collapsed. The world's first hydraulic press was invented in the 18th century by Joseph Bramah, who probably never imagined it would one day be used to crush Lego figures for internet clout. He was trying to revolutionize the industry, but the internet just wanted to see what happens when you squish a rubber duck under extreme pressure. Avocados, the main ingredient in guacamole, were once called alligator pears because of their bumpy green skin. So technically, every time you eat guacamole, you're smashing up a reptilian fruit and calling it a delicacy. Nothing like some good old-fashioned alligator fruit paste to keep things fancy. Guacamole is so beloved that in 2007, hackers literally held a shipment of avocados hostage in Mexico. Yes, avocado piracy is real, and somewhere out there, a gang of criminals probably has a secret hideout full of guac. Imagine explaining to a judge that your master crime was stealing people's brunch topping. Some bonsai trees have been trained to grow upside down over rocks or even in surreal twisted shapes. This means people spend literal decades convincing a tree to defy gravity just for aesthetics. Meanwhile, most houseplants refuse to live more than a week because you forgot to water them once. Your body will try to trick you into eating cardboard. When hunger gets extreme, your sense of smell and taste go into overdrive, making almost anything seem edible. This is why people stranded in the wild sometimes eat tree bark. Your brain basically turns into that friend who says, "Just try it. It won't be that bad," when you clearly know it will. Some scientists believe umami was nature's way of helping ancient humans survive by guiding them toward protein-rich foods. Meanwhile, modern humans use it to justify eating an entire bag of MSG-covered chips in one sitting. Evolution had noble intentions, but we've turned umami into an excuse to drown everything in soy sauce and call it science. Some sea cucumbers take their water vascular system way too seriously. When threatened, they launch their internal organs out of their bodies like an emergency escape pod. Then they casually regenerate them later, as if violently ejecting their own guts was just another Tuesday. Meanwhile, humans cry over a stubbed toe. Mexico's spicy candy is basically a prank. Many Mexican sweets are covered in chili powder, meaning you think you're getting a nice, fruity treat, but instead your tongue gets set on fire. Some tourists try them thinking they're regular candy, only to end up questioning all their life choices. It's like Mexican candy dares you to suffer before you can enjoy it. Pencils that double as plant. Some eco-friendly pencils have seeds in their stubs, so when they get too short to use, you can plant them in the soil. In theory, you get a nice little herb garden, but in reality, most people just forget and throw them away, making them the most guilt-inducing pencils ever created. Japan made candy that screams. Some Japanese sweets called whistle candies have a hole in them that makes a loud whistling sound when you blow through it. So while kids in other countries quietly enjoy their candy, Japanese kids run around sounding like malfunctioning tea kettles. Worst part? Parents buy them willingly, knowing they'll be stuck in a house full of tiny sugar-fueled train whistles. The world's smallest stapler barely works. There are staplers the size of a thumbnail that claim to be fully functional. In reality, they jam, lose tiny staples, and require an advanced degree in engineering just to reload. But hey, they make great desk decorations for people who enjoy suffering. Pigeons can learn to read, but they don't care to use it. Researchers trained pigeons to recognize words and even differentiate between real and made-up words. However, pigeons have no practical use for this skill, meaning they could probably critique your grammar, but they'd rather steal your sandwich. They're just out here, literate and indifferent. A mirror can make your reflection look taller or shorter, depending on its shape, proving your height is a lie. A slight curve in a mirror can change how tall or wide you look, which means your bathroom mirror might be gaslighting you. Funhouse mirrors take this to an extreme, making you wonder if you're actually a stretched out spaghetti noodle or walking potato. The world's most terrifying rooftop pool isn't London. The Sky Pool is a glass-bottomed swimming pool suspended between two buildings, 10 stories high. Swimmers get the thrill of looking straight down at the street below, questioning both their life choices and the durability of glass. Some rooftops are so hot they can literally cook an egg. In places like Dubai or Las Vegas, summer temperatures turn rooftops into frying pans. Forget fancy restaurants. Just crack an egg on a rooftop and let nature take care of breakfast with a side of desert dust. Want more wild and unexpected facts? Hit that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe for more mind-blowing content. Earth is losing its lungs at an alarming speed. The Amazon rainforest, often called the lungs of the earth, is shrinking so fast that it might need an inhaler soon. At current rates of deforestation, this giant oxygen factory could turn into a barren wasteland, leaving the planet to cough its way into climate chaos. The world's most expensive chocolate is barely even chocolate. Some luxury chocolates, like La Madeleine aux Truffes, cost hundreds of dollars for a single piece. Why? Because they shove rare truffles, gold flakes, and other ridiculously expensive ingredients inside. At that point, you're not even paying for chocolate. You're paying for the privilege of eating something that costs more than your grocery bill. Polluted air can make you dumber, literally. Studies show that long-term exposure to high pollution levels is linked to cognitive decline, meaning smog might be sneakily shaving off IQ points. So if you've ever walked through a city and suddenly forgotten why you entered a store, blame the air, not your short attention span. Italy has a cake that lasts forever. Panforte, an ancient Italian dessert, is so packed with honey, nuts, and dried fruit that it can stay good for years. Yes, years. It was originally designed to survive long journeys, but at this point, it could probably outlive some civilizations. If you ever get stranded on a desert island, just bring a Panforte. It'll still be fresh when they rescue you. One prison used a Pepsi factory as a cover-up for crime. In the 1990s, a prison in Venezuela had a fake Pepsi factory inside. But instead of making soda, inmates were brewing their own alcohol and smuggling drugs. Imagine visiting for a tour and wondering why the soda smells like moonshine and regret. Uranium glass exists and it glows like something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie. Back in the 19th century, people thought, hey, let's put uranium in glassware because that seems safe. The result? Green glowing plates, cups, and even doorknobs that looked like they belonged in a haunted house. Technically, they're not super dangerous, but drinking from one still feels like a great way to develop superpowers or an extra limb. The fear of clowns is so common that even trained psychologists aren't entirely sure what causes it. Some blame their eerie painted faces, others say it's their unpredictable behavior, but honestly, it might just be the fact that no fully grown adult should enjoy wearing oversized shoes that much. Some migraines come with auras, which are basically psychedelic pre-show warnings from the brain. These auras can include flashing lights, zigzag patterns, or even ghostly blind spots. So while the sufferer is bracing for pain, their brain decides to put on a malfunctioning laser light show. Thanks, nervous system. In theory, a big enough hydraulic press could flatten a diamond, turning the hardest known substance into a very expensive pancake. So next time someone brags about their unbreakable diamond ring, just remind them that a sufficiently angry hydraulic press could turn it into luxury dust in seconds. Montevideo has the longest carnival in the world. While Brazil's carnival is famous, Uruguay's lasts for over 40 days. It includes parades, candomblé drumming, and comedy shows that often poke fun at politicians. If you ever thought partying for a week was impressive, Uruguayans would like you to know they've taken it to the next level. Hunger pangs can make you a temporary genius. Studies suggest that mild hunger boosts brain function, making you more alert and focused. So if you ever solved a complex problem while daydreaming about pizza, congratulations, you just outsmarted yourself on an empty stomach. The bad news? Your IQ plummets the second you get your hands on that pizza. Some trees release a screaming chemical when they're cut down. They emit distress signals in the form of gases, kind of like a final, desperate no that no one hears. So next time you see a deforested area, just know it was probably full of silent, gasping tree screams. Pleasant thought, huh? The Chrysler Building's rooftop once had a hidden speakeasy. During Prohibition, New York's elite partied in a secret bar 800 feet above the city. Imagine sipping illegal cocktails while knowing that one wrong step could send you on a very permanent elevator ride without the elevator. Cutting down trees actually makes some animals lose their minds. Studies show that orangutans and other forest creatures suffer from stress, trauma, and even depression when their homes disappear. Deforestation is so bad that even wildlife needs therapy. The world's most ridiculous handmade teapot is covered in 500,000 diamonds. Because what's tea without the risk of holding a fortune in your hands? Spill a drop, and suddenly your afternoon tea turns into a financial crisis. At that point, you're not sipping tea, you're gripping wealth with shaky hands. A fully functional wooden bicycle exists, made entirely by hand. No metal, just wood, and misplaced confidence. Every ride is a potential splinter hazard. And don't even think about rain, unless you enjoy the feeling of your bike slowly turning into firewood. It's eco-friendly, stylish, and completely impractical. Trees literally talk to each other, and deforestation is basically cutting off their group chat. Through underground fungal networks, trees warn each other about pests and share nutrients. When a forest is wiped out, it's like deleting an entire social network. Except instead of losing cat memes, nature loses critical survival info. Rats learn faster when playing hide-and-seek, and they love it. Researchers taught rats to play hide-and-seek, and not only did the rats master the game, but they also squeaked with joy when they found a good hiding spot. Scientists may have been studying animal intelligence, but what they really discovered was that rats are just tiny, furless toddlers with an unhealthy love of sneakiness. A man crocheted a life-sized Ferrari, which is perfect if your dream car involves 0 horsepower and extreme vulnerability to rain. It won't win races, but it will confuse everyone who sees it. Just don't park it near actual cars, or someone might mistake it for a very expensive blanket. Air pollution can mess with your sleep, turning you into a groggy zombie. Fine particles and dirty air inflame your airways and mess up your oxygen intake, making restful sleep feel like a distant dream. So if you're tossing and turning at night, it might not be stress. It could just be the air plotting against you. Polluted air can literally change the weather. Certain types of air pollution can trap heat and increase temperatures, making some cities feel like giant microwaves. So if you're sweating in unbearable heat while breathing in smog, just know that you're being slow cooked by a combination of bad air and human-made climate chaos. The Iraq War officially ended multiple times. The US declared victory in 2003, then fought an insurgency for years, then declared an official withdrawal in 2011, only to send troops back in game with endless DLCs. Every time you thought it was over, another mission popped up. Horned lizards take Cry Me a River to another level by shooting blood from their eyes. If a predator gets too close, they unleash a horrifying blood spray that not only looks terrifying, but tastes disgusting. It's like Mother Nature decided that regular defense mechanisms weren't dramatic enough. African hairy frogs break their own bones to grow instant claws. If they feel threatened, they snap bones in their toes, forcing sharp, bony claws to puncture their skin. It's like Wolverine, but way grosser. The worst part? Scientists aren't even sure how the claws go back in. Nature is horrifying. A Japanese artist hand-carved a perfectly spherical wooden ball. Why? Nobody knows, but he stared at that thing so long, it probably stared back. It's impressively smooth, but serves no purpose unless rolling it around counts as entertainment. If patience had a shape, it would be this absurdly polished wooden orb. There's a candy that can break your teeth and your spirit. In Scotland, they have a treat called tablet, which is like fudge, but with the density of a brick. It's so sugary that one bite feels like an instant dental appointment waiting to happen. People love it, but honestly, it's less of a candy and more of an edible weapon. Vatican City has a 100% literacy rate, but barely any students. With a population of fewer than 1,000 people, mostly priests, cardinals, and Swiss guards, Vatican City boasts a perfect literacy rate. But here's the catch. There are no schools, no kids, and the students are mostly lifelong scholars in robes. Technically, they've never had to deal with anyone failing a spelling test. Someone knitted a boat, and yes, it actually floats for now. It's seaworthy in the way a desperate last-minute solution is, meaning it's one wave away from being a floating pile of wet yarn. If you ever wanted a boat that doubles as a sweater, congratulations. This is your oddly specific dream come true. Some prisons have luxury suites because why not pamper criminals? In certain countries like Norway, inmates get private rooms with TVs, mini fridges, and even ensuite bathrooms. It's less prison and more budget hotel with really strict checkout policies. Meanwhile, in other places, inmates are packed like sardines and would probably fight over a bent spoon. If this kind of wild reality blows your mind, imagine what else the world is hiding. Subscribe to this channel where we uncover the bizarre, the outrageous, and the downright ridiculous. Don't miss out, or you might end up in one of these hotels just for being uninformed. Alex Barron juggled 11 balls at the same time and reserved his spot in the Guinness Book of World Records. Put that in perspective, most people struggle to handle their phone, coffee, and car keys at the same time. This guy turned gravity into his personal playground and made the rest of us look uncoordinated. Weather can trigger migraines, proving that Mother Nature has a personal vendetta against some people. Sudden changes in barometric pressure can send migraine sufferers straight to a dark room, making them human barometers with a built-in storm warning system. If your friend with migraines starts complaining, grab an umbrella. It's probably about to rain. Bonsai trees don't come from special tiny tree seeds. Any regular tree can become a bonsai if you're patient enough to prune, shape, and mildly torment it for decades. Essentially, bonsai gardening is just aggressive tree parenting, where the goal is to keep it small and aesthetically pleasing while stopping it from realizing its true height potential. It was the first country to legalize recreational marijuana nationwide. In 2013, Uruguay became the first country in the world to fully regulate cannabis from production to sale. Instead of shady street deals, you can now pick up your government-approved weed at a pharmacy. It's basically the country that said, let's handle this like grown-up, while others are still debating. During World War II, a Japanese bonsai master donated a 400-year-old bonsai tree to the United States as a sign of peace. The tree has been thriving at the National Arboretum ever since, probably whispering, "I was here before your country even existed," to the other plants. It's the most passive-aggressive form of diplomacy ever. A VPN doesn't make you completely invisible. Your internet service provider can still see that you're using one. It's like wearing a disguise but still standing under a spotlight. While VPNs encrypt your data, some companies log user activity, so choosing a trustworthy provider is key unless you enjoy the idea of your private browsing being not so private. In Norway, hikers willingly dangle off a giant rock wedged between two cliffs. Kjærebolten is a boulder stuck over a 3,228-foot drop, and people actually stand on it for photos, because standing on solid ground is just too boring. One strong gust of wind, epic Instagram moment, could turn into a free-fall experience. Smart irrigation systems use AI and weather forecasts to decide when and how much to water plants. Some of them even connect to apps, so farmers can hydrate their fields while sitting on the couch watching TV. Imagine a future where your tomatoes text you, complaining about dehydration. At this rate, we're not too far from that reality. Hydroponics allows plants to grow without soil, just floating in nutrient-rich water. This method uses 90% less water than traditional farming and can grow crops almost anywhere, including underground, in shipping containers, and even on space stations. Yes, astronauts could one day enjoy fresh lettuce while orbiting Earth, proving once and for all that salad is inescapable. Fog harvesting literally pulls water from the air. Mesh nets trap moisture from fog, collecting it as liquid water. This technique is used in dry regions where rain is a luxury, making it possible to farm in places that should be impossible. Nature already gave spiders this idea millions of years ago, but humans are just now catching up. Underground irrigation pipes prevent water from evaporating before plants can use it. Instead of spraying water into the air where half of it disappears, these pipes deliver it straight to the roots, and it's basically a secret underground water delivery service for plants, ensuring they stay hydrated without wasting a drop, unlike humans who still miss their mouths while drinking from bottles. The Malaysian exploding ant has a defense mechanism that sounds like something from a bad sci-fi movie. It self-destructs. When threatened, it flexes its abdomen so hard that it bursts, spraying toxic goo everywhere. It's the insect equivalent of saying, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Opossums have the ultimate fake-it-till-you-make-it survival strategy. They play dead so convincingly that even their heartbeat slows down. They release a foul odor, their body goes limp, and they stay that way for hours. It's the animal kingdom's most dramatic, Oscar-worthy performance, all to avoid becoming dinner. Your nose acts as a built-in pollution detector, but only to a point. While it can sense strong odors from pollutants, it completely fails against invisible toxins like carbon monoxide. So basically, your nose is great at identifying stinky garbage, but completely useless when it comes to detecting the truly dangerous stuff. Hand snapping was once believed to ward off evil spirits in some cultures. Imagine trying to scare away a ghost with the sound of your fingers clicking, because clearly nothing says "begone demon" like a mildly aggressive jazz rhythm. Demon might enjoy the rhythm rather than be horrified by it. Some people can snap their fingers at speeds over 20 times per second. That's not just a snap, that's a mini sonic boom in your hand. If they ever weaponized this ability, we'd have snap-powered machine guns instead of traditional firearms. And some people can become human machine guns. The world's most expensive wig, made from real human hair, was once sold for over $10,000. Imagine paying that much just to have a portable, luxurious mop on your head, only for the wind to snatch it away like a dramatic telenovela plot twist. Some royal crowns are so heavy with gold and jewels that wearing them for long periods can cause neck pain. Basically, being a monarch is just an expensive way of giving yourself a chiropractor bill. Who knew ruling a kingdom came with the same risks as bad posture at a desk job? Some extreme germaphobes refuse to touch public door handles, going as far as wearing gloves year-round. One businessman in New York reportedly uses his elbow, knees, and even his foot to open doors. If he ever encounters a revolving door, he might have to accept his fate and live in the building forever. Chess boxing is a real sport where competitors alternate between playing chess and punching each other in the face. One moment, they're deep in thought planning their next move, and the next, they're getting their brain cells rattled. It's the only sport where you can win by checkmate or knockout, whichever comes first. Ferret legging is a competition where participants shove live ferrets into their pants and see who can endure the longest without screaming in terror. The ferrets have sharp teeth, bad attitudes, and zero understanding of personal space. The record is over 5 hours, which raises the question, why? Just why? There's a world record for the most soap used in a single hand wash. In 2012, a man in Japan covered his hands in nearly a gallon of liquid soap, turning his fingers into a foamy nightmare. He then realized he had no way to turn the faucet on without slipping. The most expensive nail polish in the world contains real black diamonds and costs over $250,000 per bottle. That means if you accidentally chip your nail, you're not just losing polish, you're shedding tiny, overpriced gemstones like a ridiculously wealthy reptile. In ancient Egypt, onions were so respected that they were used as currency and even placed in the tombs of pharaohs. Imagine making it to the afterlife expecting riches and instead finding your tomb filled with vegetables. The pharaohs must have been thrilled to discover that their eternal treasure was just a giant pile of onion rings. Some designer handbags are made with actual gold-plated hardware and diamond-studded logos, costing more than a house. So if you're ever in financial trouble, just sell your purse and live inside a slightly cheaper one instead. In 17th century Russia, a famine led to widespread cannibalism. Things got so bad that officials had to warn people not to eat their own relatives. They even put up public signs that basically said, "Please stop snacking on your neighbor." When the government has to remind you that people aren't dinner, you know it's bad. Fevers are like your body's version of setting itself on fire to fight off invaders. Your immune system basically decides that the best way to kill germs is to turn you into a human radiator. Too bad it doesn't come with a mild warmth setting, just full-blown furnace mode. Extreme ironing exists, and yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. People lug ironing boards up mountains into the ocean, or even while skydiving just to flatten a shirt. If your biggest thrill in life is making sure your pants have perfect creases at 10,000 feet, congratulations, you've found your calling. In medieval times, being too clean was suspicious. People believed bathing too much could make you vulnerable to disease or worse, witchcraft. Some nobles avoided baths for months, using perfumes to mask the stench. If you think your gym socks smell bad, imagine an entire castle full of unwashed royalty. Wife carrying is an actual race where men carry their wives through obstacle courses, often over mud pits and water traps. If they drop their wives, they're out of luck. The prize? The wife's weight in beer. Nothing says love and teamwork like surviving an obstacle course for free booze. If you want to witness the ultimate test of marriage and questionable life choices, check out our video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because who doesn't love a sport that combines romance, athleticism, and potential back injuries? In ancient times, some royals wore bejeweled shoes, so heavy that they had to be carried to avoid walking in them. Imagine flexing your wealth so hard that basic movement becomes impossible. At that point, you're not wearing shoes. You're just dragging around tiny treasure chests on your feet. Onions were once prescribed as medicine for everything from colds to baldness. Medieval doctors genuinely believed that rubbing onion juice on your scalp would make your hair grow back. Spoiler alert, it didn't. But it did guarantee that anyone trying this treatment smelled so bad that no one got close enough to notice their hair loss. Some medieval doctors believed fevers were caused by an excess of hot bodily humor, so they treated them by making patients bleed. That's right, if you were already burning up, they thought draining you like a leaky juice box would help. Shockingly, this didn't work, but it did make sure you had bigger problems than just a fever. In the Irish potato famine, millions starved while food exports continued from Ireland to England. That's like being locked in a bakery, watching someone carry away loaves of bread while you chew on your shoe. The government called it market efficiency. The starving people probably had a few different words for it. In some parts of the world, snapping is used instead of clapping to show appreciation. It's common in poetry slams and theaters, but imagine if entire stadiums switched to snapping instead of cheering. The sound of thousands of people snapping at once would feel less like encouragement and more like an approaching swarm of locusts. The highest recorded fever in history was 115 degrees Fahrenheit. The person survived, proving that humans are way more heat-resistant than microwaved leftovers. At that temperature, you're basically a walking, talking oven. But somehow, your brain still refuses to remember where you left your car keys. Scientists discovered that snapping produces one of the fastest rotational movements in the human body, faster than some sports motion. So technically, snapping could be an Olympic event. Imagine the drama of a gold medal match. Two athletes locked in an intense snap-off, hands moving so fast they break the sound barrier. The world's heaviest onion weighed over 18 pounds, which is roughly the size of a small dog. This monster onion could make enough onion rings to feed an entire football team, or enough tears to make them all cry before kickoff. Somewhere, an ogre is very jealous. Some ancient Roman glassware was made with gold and silver nanoparticles, which means it could change color depending on the lighting. Imagine sipping wine from a goblet that shifts from red to green, like a medieval mood ring, only to realize that your ancestors were flexing their nanotech skills 2,000 years before we even understood it. In the 1800s, some people believed drinking from uranium glass would give them health benefits. Yes, uranium, the radioactive stuff. They thought the eerie green glow meant it was special, but in reality, they were basically sipping tea from a nuclear hazard. It's a miracle they didn't start glowing themselves. Scientists have created glass that isn't actually glass at all. Some ultra-hard materials, like metallic glass, are stronger than steel and can be bent without breaking. It's glass that hit the gym and decided it was done being fragile. Proof that even inanimate objects can have a glow-up. During China's Great Famine, things got so bad that people started reporting bird nest soup without the soup or the nest. Desperate villagers climbed trees to eat raw baby birds before they could fly away. Meanwhile, government officials kept insisting that everything was fine because nothing says thriving economy like fighting sparrows for lunch. North Korea's 1990s famine got so extreme that people reportedly ate tree bark and grass. Some even made mud cakes out of dirt and water to trick their stomachs into feeling full. If Michelin ever reviewed famine food, this would get 0 stars, unless you're a termite, in which case it's a buffet. There's a glass so strong that it can survive a hammer smash but will shatter instantly if you drop a tiny pebble on it. It's called Prince Rupert's Drop, and it's the diva of the glass world. Impervious to brute force but completely undone by the lightest touch. Just like some people's egos. In China, dust storms sometimes carry industrial pollutants, turning the air into a toxic soup. Imagine stepping outside and getting hit with a combo of desert sand and factory waste, like Mother Nature's version of an aggressively unpleasant seasoning. The only thing missing is a giant label saying, "Do not inhale. Side effects may include lung despair." There's a cupboard in England that's been locked for over 150 years because no one can find the key. It sits in a museum, taunting historians like a Victorian escape room. What's inside? Gold? Ghosts? Just someone's forgotten tea set? At this point, breaking it open feels like a national emergency. In the 1700s, some rich Europeans had panic cupboards filled with emergency wigs. Yes, because nothing says crisis preparedness like an emergency hairpiece. If a guest arrived unexpectedly, they'd dash to the cupboard, slap on a fresh wig, and pretend they hadn't just been caught looking like a medieval mess. The US Census didn't allow people to identify as more than one race until the year 2000. Before that, biracial individuals had to choose only one racial identity, as if their ancestry could be neatly boxed into a single category. This change finally acknowledged the complexity of multiracial heritage. A hidden cupboard in a Dutch church once housed a fully functional pub. It was disguised as a storage space, but opened the doors and, surprise, instant speakeasy. Forget illegal basements. These priests had a next-level dedication to holy spirits, both divine and distilled. Interracial marriage was illegal in many states until 1967, when the Supreme Court ruled in Loving versus Virginia that such bans were unconstitutional. Before that, marrying outside one's racial category could lead to prison sentences. The ruling not only legalized interracial marriage, but also challenged the entire concept of racial purity laws. Deforestation is so extreme that some areas of the planet experience phantom forests. This happens when old satellite images still show dense greenery, but in reality, it's been chopped down. So, somewhere out there, a tree that no longer exists is still haunting Google Earth. Some ancient Chinese cupboards were designed to trap thieves inside. They'd sneak in to steal valuables, shut the door behind them, and boom, instantly turned into self-locking jail cells. Imagine breaking into a house thinking you hit the jackpot, only to realize you're now part of the furniture. In a bizarre case of cupboard betrayal, one 19th century wardrobe in France collapsed and took an entire wall with it. Turns out it had been secretly holding up part of the house for years. Imagine casually opening a cupboard for snacks, only for your whole house to say, "Well, guess I'm done." Ancient Rome experienced famines where people paid more for rotten fish guts than a senator's bribe money. At one point, starving citizens started raiding grain ships like pirates, because when your choices are steal wheat or eat your sandal, piracy starts looking like a noble career path. The world record for the longest tap dance marathon is over 24 hours. That's an entire day of non-stop foot slapping, ankle abuse, and probably enough blisters to make a podiatrist cry. At that point, it's less of a dance and more of an endurance test of sheer foot-based stubbornness. The weapons of mass destruction were never found in the US war on Iran. The main reason for the invasion was to eliminate Iraq's alleged stockpile of chemical and nuclear weapons. After years of searching, no stockpiles were found. It was like sending the world's most expensive search party on a wild goose chase. Except the goose never existed. Some South American folk dances require dancers to stomp so hard that they've cracked wooden floors. These dancers aren't just moving to the music. They're waging war against the ground. It's like Mother Earth personally insulted them, and they decided the only solution was rhythmic revenge through aggressively powerful footwork. Breathing polluted air is like taking up smoking without the commitment. In some heavily polluted cities, just living there is equivalent to puffing a pack of cigarettes a day. So technically, some people are chain smokers without ever touching a cigarette, proving that secondhand pollution is a real thing. Competitive Irish dancers keep their upper bodies completely still while their feet move at lightning speed. This makes them look like they're possessed from the waist down, as if their legs have decided to rebel and start their own dance revolution, while the rest of their body is trapped in an invisible straitjacket. In the 18th century, French aristocrats took competitive foot dancing so seriously that some dancers insured their feet for absurd amounts of money. Imagine explaining to an insurance agent that your biggest asset is your ability to aggressively tap your way through a ballroom without spraining an ankle. If you want more bizarre historical gems like this, tap dance your way over to our YouTube channel. Hit like, drop a comment, and subscribe. No insurance required. The largest dust storm ever recorded on Mars was so big it covered the entire planet for weeks. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your whole world is now just one giant sandpaper nightmare. Meanwhile, NASA's rovers had to sit in timeout mode, waiting for Mars to stop throwing its intergalactic tantrum. Pens that taste like food were a real thing once. Some novelty pens are scented to smell like chocolate, strawberries, or even pizza. The problem? People instinctively put them in their mouths and get very disappointed. The good news is that it at least helps students stay awake in boring classes, constantly sniffing their own pens. In 1971, an astronaut on Apollo 15 almost died from a dropped hammer. While testing Galileo's theory by dropping a hammer and a feather on the moon, astronaut David Scott nearly lost control of his oxygen supply. The experiment was cool, but imagine making it all the way to the moon just to get taken out by basic gravity. The 1930s Dust Bowl was so intense that static electricity in the air could knock people unconscious. Farmers had to shake hands with metal objects before touching each other to avoid getting zapped into oblivion. Nothing says, "Nice to meet you," like a handshake that feels like a taser attack. Octopuses can edit their own genes. These squishy escape artists don't just outsmart predators, they rewrite their own RNA to adapt to different temperatures. Meanwhile, humans can barely decide what to wear when the weather changes. If octopuses ever figure out how to breathe on land, we're doomed. Crows remember faces and hold grudges like vengeful soap opera villains. If a human wrongs them, crows will not only remember that person's face, but they'll also pass down their grudge to future generations. Imagine your great-great-grandchild getting dive-bombed by a crow because you stole a French fry in 2024. That's next-level generational trauma. Lombard Street in San Francisco looks like a car's worst nightmare. With 8 hairpin turns packed into a single block, it was designed this way because early cars couldn't handle steep inclines. Now it's just a glorified amusement park ride for tourists who enjoy testing their brakes and their patience. Ebenezer Place in Scotland is so short it barely exists. At just over 6 feet long, it holds the world record for the shortest street. It's literally just the front door of a single building. Imagine getting directions to an address here. You'd probably walk right past it and not even notice. Parliament Street in England is so narrow, it's basically a hallway. At just 25 inches wide at its thinnest point, it's like a medieval alleyway designed exclusively for people who skipped lunch. If you've eaten too many fish and chips, you might have to find another route. Waitomo glowworm caves in New Zealand look magical until you realize they're full of larvae spit. The beautiful blue glow is actually bioluminescent mucus, secreted by hungry larvae to trap insects. So if you ever visit, just remember, you're admiring a ceiling covered in glowing bug drool. There's a cave in Vietnam so big, it has its own weather system. Hang Son Giong is so massive that clouds form inside it. It also has rivers, jungles, and probably enough space to house an entire lost civilization. Meanwhile, most people are still trying to find an apartment bigger than a shoebox. Yonge Street in Canada used to be the world's longest street until someone changed the definition. At one point, it stretched over 1,000 miles, but some grumpy cartographers decided a chunk of it was actually a highway. So now it's just a really long road with an identity crisis. Baldwin Street in New Zealand defies physics and common sense. It's the world's steepest street with an incline so intense that mail carriers had to switch to staircases because their vans kept rolling away. It's a perfect place to test your brakes or your ability to survive a downhill tumble. There's a cave in Venezuela that is permanently haunted by lightning. Cueva del Rayo, located near Catatumbo, experiences near-constant lightning storms. It's the only cave on Earth where you can get electrocuted just for sightseeing. Nature really went all out to make sure no one felt safe camping there. Some rooftops are so dangerous that even professional stunt performers avoid them. In Hong Kong, daredevil rooftopers risk their lives climbing skyscrapers without safety gear, all for the perfect Instagram shot. One slip and they're auditioning for a real-life gravity experiment. Spoiler alert, gravity always wins. Sparkling water was once considered a medical miracle. In the 18th century, people believed carbonated water could cure anything from scurvy to depression. If that were true, modern therapy would just be handing out bottles of fizzy water instead of actual advice. Sadly, all it really cures is thirst, with a side of aggressive burping. The first artificially carbonated water was a failed attempt at recreating a holy spring. In 1777, Joseph Priestley, the guy who discovered oxygen, accidentally invented soda water while trying to mimic naturally fizzy mineral springs. Instead of divine healing properties, he just made bubbles. And so humanity's obsession with paying extra for fancy water was born. There's an egg that can bounce like a rubber ball. The eggs of some amphibians, like the frog species, are so jelly-like that they can survive being dropped without breaking. Imagine cracking one open for breakfast and watching it bounce right off your pan like a rebellious pancake. Carbonated water can dissolve your teeth very, very slowly. The slight acidity from carbonation can wear down enamel, but you'd have to drink absurd amounts for it to matter. So unless you're chugging sparkling water like it's an Olympic sport, your teeth are safe. Meanwhile, soda is laughing in the corner, ready to do real damage. Some eggs are blue thanks to a virus. Certain chickens lay blue eggs because of a harmless ancient virus that messed with their DNA. So, the next time you see a fancy blue egg, just remember it's basically the result of a long-forgotten chicken flu that never went away. The world's largest egg came from an extinct bird that made ostriches look tiny. The elephant bird of Madagascar laid eggs that were over a foot long and could hold the same volume as 150 chicken eggs. If these birds still existed, breakfast omelets would be a week-long commitment. There's sparkling water so naturally carbonated it explodes. In Italy, there's a spring called Sorgente Vitas that produces water under so much pressure that it bursts out of the ground like a geyser. Locals literally have to bottle it carefully or risk getting hit by nature's most unnecessarily violent soft drink. And that's a wrap on these mind-bending facts. Which one shocked you the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more bizarre and fascinating content. Until next time, stay curious and maybe double check before standing near a radioactive lake.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Ever wondered how chainsaws, Play-Doh, and ancient Chinese emperors are connected? No? Well, you're about to find out anyway. From chainsaws designed for childbirth, yes, seriously, to professional fart sniffers hired by royalty, history is weirder than you think. So buckle up because we're diving into the strangest facts you never knew you needed. Let's get started. Some birds sing in actual musical scales. The hermit thrush naturally sings in harmonic structures that match human music theory, meaning nature itself figured out melodies before we did. So while humans spent centuries trying to invent music notation, birds were out there casually dropping perfect tunes without even trying. Venus spins the wrong way and takes longer to rotate on its axis than it does to orbit the sun. This means a day on Venus is longer than a year there. If you lived on Venus, you'd have to wait months just to see the sun rise again. Of course, if you manage to survive the toxic atmosphere and crushing pressure. The number 2 used to be feared in ancient times because it represented duality, good and evil, life and death. Some philosophers thought 2 was unstable and unnatural, preferring the perfection of 3. Meanwhile, today, 2 is just known for its sad existence as the thing that comes before a gold medal. The chainsaw was originally invented for childbirth. Yes, you read that right. Before C-sections became common, 18th century doctors used a hand-cranked chainsaw to cut through pelvic bone during difficult births. Imagine going into labor and seeing a guy walk in with a mini chainsaw. And people say modern hospitals are scary. AI influencers make more money than real humans. Virtual influencers, who aren't even real people, now sign brand deals, model clothing, and get sponsorships. Meanwhile, actual humans are struggling to pay rent. The modern world's priorities are so twisted that an animated Instagram model might have better health insurance than you. The Slinky was meant to stabilize naval equipment. A mechanical engineer accidentally knocked a tension spring off a shelf, and instead of fixing ships, it did a little dance down the floor. That was the moment humanity decided, forget engineering, let's sell this as a toy. And just like that, chaos became entertainment. Some crystals vibrate so precisely that they keep time in your watch. Quartz crystals inside watches oscillate at 32,768 times per second to maintain accuracy. Basically, every time you check the time, you're trusting a tiny rock to be more reliable than your own sense of reality. And guess what? It is. Hot dogs can legally contain mechanically separated meat. That's a fancy way of saying it's a meat smoothie squeezed into a tube. This process scrapes every last bit of edible tissue from bones using high-pressure water jets. It's like nature's leftovers repackaged into a snack, and we all just accept it without question. People now have emotional support water bottles. Forget therapy pets. Hydration is the new self-care. Trendy, emotional support water bottles are so big they double as personal weights, and people panic if they forget them at home. In the neo-modern world, dehydration is apparently more terrifying than an actual crisis. Zeno's paradox suggests you can never actually reach your destination. It argues that if you keep dividing the distance to your goal in half, you'll always have some distance left to cover. So technically, walking across a room is mathematically impossible. And yet, here we are, somehow ignoring math and still making it to the fridge. Idealism suggests that physical objects only exist because our minds perceive them. If no one is looking at a tree, it might not actually be there. So if you ever lose your phone, don't blame yourself. Blame reality for failing to keep it in existence when you weren't paying attention. Ancient Egyptians wore scented wax cones on their heads. Instead of deodorant, they placed cones of perfumed wax on their heads, which melted throughout the day, keeping them smelling fresh or just really waxy. Nothing says ancient hygiene like slowly being covered in a floral-scented puddle of head goo. The Greeks held the original roast sessions. Public insults weren't just entertainment, they were a sport. Philosophers and poets competed to see who could destroy their opponent with words the best. If Socrates were alive today, he'd probably be the undefeated champion of Twitter clapbacks. Nihilism says that nothing matters, so why even bother? According to nihilists, life has no inherent meaning, the universe doesn't care, and everything is ultimately pointless. But hey, at least that means you're free to do whatever you want. Because in the grand scheme of things, your embarrassing middle school phase doesn't matter either. Play-Doh was originally a wallpaper cleaner. In the 1930s, coal heating left soot stains everywhere, so this soft, squishy putty was used to scrub walls clean. When coal heating faded, the product almost disappeared until someone realized kids love playing with it. And just like that, the world got a toy instead of spotless walls. Certain crystals can literally grow inside your body. Kidney stones are basically rogue mineral formations that treat your insides like a cave. Unlike those pretty geodes, these personal crystals don't make good decorations. They just make you regret every salty snack and soda you ever consumed. People pay real money for virtual clothes. Digital fashion is now a thing. People buy designer outfits for their online avatars, even if they'd never spend that much on real clothes. In the neo-modern era, you can be wearing sweatpants in real life while flexing a Gucci suit in the metaverse. Chinese emperors had professional fart sniffers. Since bad smells were believed to indicate illness, emperors hired specialists to sniff their bodily odors, including gas, to detect diseases early. Imagine being born into a noble family only to be told your destiny is to sniff royal farts for a living. Some Arab perfumes were aged in animal guts. Traditional perfumers sometimes used ambergris, a rare waxy substance from a sperm whale's intestines, to make scents last longer. So, that luxurious oud fragrance? It might have spent years marinating inside a giant sea creature before ending up on your skin. Sea stars use their water vascular system to extend tiny tube feet, which act like an army of suction cups. These little feet can pry open clamshells with relentless patience. It's like nature gave them the most overpowered lock-picking ability, except instead of cracking safes, they're out here robbing mollusks blind. The world's oldest known bonsai, the Ficus retusa, is over 1,000 years old and sits in an Italian museum. It has seen more history than most countries, and yet all it does is sit there in a tiny pot, minding its own business. If trees could talk, this one would probably have a lot to say about humanity's poor life choices. Some hydraulic presses can generate over 50,000 tons of force, enough to squish a car like it's made of Play-Doh. If medieval knights had gotten their hands on one, jousting would have been a much shorter and much more terrifying sport. Ancient Romans used urine as mouthwash. Yes, you read that right. They believed the ammonia in urine whitened teeth, so people actually paid for bottled pee to swish around. Imagine waking up in the morning and gargling with last night's bathroom trip. Minty fresh was definitely not a thing back then. The Aztecs had a serious chocolate obsession, but no sugar. They drank a bitter, spiced version of hot chocolate made with chili and cornmeal. It was so valuable that cacao beans were used as currency. Imagine buying a taco with a handful of chocolate beans and then drinking your salary with a side of burning lips. Burning perfumes was once a social status flex. Instead of just wearing perfume, wealthy Arabs would burn expensive bukur, which are scented wood chips in their homes, their clothes, and even their beards. The richer you were, the smokier you smell. Basically, walking around like a human incense stick meant you had serious money. The simulation theory suggests we might all be living in a giant video game. According to some thinkers, our entire reality could be a super advanced simulation run by beings way smarter than us. If true, that means glitches, déjà vu, and weird coincidences might just be bugs in the system. Hopefully, whoever's controlling us doesn't rage quit. The ship of Theseus problem asks if something is still the same thing if you replace all its parts. If you swap out every board of a ship, is it still the original ship? Now apply that to people. Your body constantly replaces cells, so are you even the same person from 5 years ago? Or did you get fully replaced? No one knows the answers to these questions. Determinism argues that free will is just an illusion. Every choice you make was already determined by past events, meaning your decision to eat pizza last night wasn't really a decision. It was fate. So next time you make a bad choice, just blame determinism. It wasn't me, it was the universe forcing me to binge watch an entire TV series. Want to dive deeper into mind-bending ideas like this? Hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, and check out our latest videos. Because, let's be honest, it was already determined that you would. Some crystals take millions of years to form, but humans can grow fake ones in days. Nature spends millennia crafting perfect quartz, yet scientists can whip up synthetic gems in a lab faster than you can binge watch a TV series. Mother Earth must be furious that we're speedrunning her geological masterpiece. Some European countries forgot to decolonize certain places. France still technically owns islands in the Caribbean, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific, while Britain controls 14 overseas territories. So, colonialism never really ended. It just rebranded itself into a less obvious but equally awkward family reunion that never ends. The Belgians left the Congo so suddenly that they didn't bother training locals to run the government. In 1960, the entire country had just 16 university graduates. It's like firing all the teachers at a school and expecting the students to run the place, except with more coups and chaos. A city in Australia has a giant banana for no reason. The big banana in Coffs Harbour is a huge fiberglass fruit that serves as a tourist attraction because why not? It's a reminder that when people have too much time, they start throwing oversized food sculptures into the landscape for entertainment. There's a car on top of a tree in Seattle and nobody knows how it got there. A Volkswagen Beetle has been stuck in a tree in Seattle for decades, and no one can explain why or how it ended up there. Either an alien had a parking accident, or someone took tree hugging way too literally. The largest crystal cave in the world looks like Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Mexico's Nica mine holds massive selenite crystals over 30 feet long. The downside, it's so hot in there, around 136 degrees Fahrenheit, that you can only stay for 10 minutes before feeling like a melting candle. Beautiful, but also a death trap. Jupiter is basically a failed star. It's mostly made of hydrogen and helium, just like the sun, but it didn't gain enough mass to ignite nuclear fusion. So instead of shining bright, it settled for being the solar system's biggest gas giant, bullying smaller planets with its massive gravity and hoarding over 90 moons like a celestial hoarder. Saturn's rings are disappearing. Thanks to gravity and solar radiation, they're slowly raining down onto the planet in what scientists call ring rain. In another 100 million years, they might be gone completely. Enjoy Saturn's cosmic bling while you can. It's the universe's most extravagant limited edition accessory. The Amazonian giant centipede hunts birds, frogs, and even bats by climbing cave ceilings and snatching them mid-flight. That's right, this multi-legged nightmare doesn't just crawl, it ambushes flying creatures like a horror villain with too many legs. The fact that it exists proves nature loves chaos and has no concept of mercy. The first recorded music notes are over 3,400 years old. The oldest known song, written on a clay tablet, was found in Ugarit, modern Syria, and is basically a hymn about a goddess. If ancient musicians had SoundCloud, they'd be out here flexing that their track is older than civilization itself. A town in Canada has a giant nickel just sitting there. In Sudbury, Ontario, there's a 30-foot-tall replica of a 5-cent coin, randomly placed on a hill. It doesn't serve any real purpose, it's just there, existing, confusing tourists and making every other loose change collector feel like an underachiever. There's a house in Japan with a random boulder inside. Instead of removing a giant rock while building a home, an architect decided to just build around it. Now, the homeowners have a massive boulder chilling in their living room, like a very inconvenient coffee table that nature refused to move. The fungus Ophiocordyceps unilateralis infects ants and mind controls them, forcing them to climb to the perfect height before it explodes from their heads to release spores. Imagine waking up one day, realizing you're possessed, and the next thing you know, boom! Your brain is a mushroom farm. Nature's horror department really outdid itself with this one. In Mexico, sweeping a single woman's feet with a broom means she'll never get married. So if your abuela accidentally brushes your foot while cleaning, congratulations. You're now permanently single. Better invest in some steel-toe boots or learn to levitate whenever someone's tidying up. In Nigeria, hitting your foot against a stone is believed to be a sign of incoming misfortune. Some say it means a serious argument is on the way, while others think it signals a financial disaster. So, if you stub your toe on the way to work, just turn around and go back to bed. It's over for you. The decapitated head of a snake can still bite you. Even after being chopped off, a snake's head can remain active for hours and reflexively strike if touched. Imagine thinking you've won against a snake, only for its ghostly head to get in one last spiteful bite. That's pure villain energy. Angel's Landing in Utah is named ironically because no angel would land here willingly. It's a narrow, winding trail with chains bolted into the rock for support, but let's be honest, those chains are just there for psychological comfort. One wrong move and you'll be doing an impromptu skydiving session without a parachute. Research shows women often underestimate their intelligence, while men overestimate theirs. This explains why Chad confidently applies for CEO jobs with zero experience, while Sarah, who has 2 degrees and built a small empire, still wonders if she's qualified to send an email. The real unanswered question, who's actually the smarter one? A bizarre 18th century theory claimed women's brains would overheat if they studied too much, making them infertile. Because obviously, learning math was just too much for delicate lady brains. Meanwhile, men were out here wearing wigs, powdering their faces, and passing out in corsets, but sure, women were the fragile ones. Early printers were basically possessed typewriters on steroids. The first mechanical printers were so loud they sounded like a construction site in a hurricane. Offices using these machines had to deal with the constant noise as if they were working inside a malfunctioning robot factory. It's a miracle anyone got any work done without developing permanent hearing damage. Some snakes play dead so convincingly that they even let their tongues hang out and release a disgusting smell to sell the act. The hognose snake deserves an Oscar for its commitment. It doesn't just fake its death, it fakes it so well that even predators probably think, yeah, I'll pass on this one. The floss dance went from an obscure internet meme to a global sensation, proving that society will accept any movement as long as it looks ridiculous and is easy to copy. Schools even had to ban it because kids were flossing instead of paying attention in class. because obviously education can't compete with awkward arm swings. Japan has a dance called para, where everyone performs the same synchronized hand and arm movements while their feet barely move. It's like aerobics, but only for the upper body. If you ever want to feel like a malfunctioning robot in a crowded nightclub, this is the dance for you. There's an egg that can bounce like a rubber ball. The eggs of some amphibians, like the frog species Leptodactylus phalax, are so jelly-like that they can survive being dropped without breaking. Imagine cracking one open for breakfast and watching it bounce right off your pan like a rebellious pancake. Octopus mothers basically turn into zombies while protecting their eggs. Some species, like the deep-sea octopus Granellodon boreopacifica, guard their eggs for over 4 years without eating. By the time the eggs hatch, the mother looks like a deflated balloon and usually dies. Talk about extreme parenting. She literally starves herself for her kids. A house in Poland is upside down, just because no one set rules to build houses upright. In the village of Scheinbark, there's a house that was built completely upside down, including the furniture inside. Walking through it is so disorienting that visitors actually get dizzy. It's like someone designed a building purely to mess with gravity and human balance. Some Arabian perfumes could survive the apocalypse. Unlike Western alcohol-based scents that fade in hours, traditional Attar's oil-based perfumes can last for years. Some rare blends get stronger over time, meaning your perfume collection might outlive you and still smell amazing long after you're gone. Perfume merchants were the original chemists. Medieval Arab perfumers weren't just mixing scents. They were experimenting with alchemy, distillation, and even early chemistry. If things had gone differently, your favorite OUD blend might have accidentally turned into an explosive. Smelling good was literally a science experiment. In the 19th century, some scientists believed that because men had larger skulls, they were obviously more intelligent. By that logic, whales should be running the world right now. Meanwhile, women were out here solving complex problems, while also remembering where everyone left their socks. An intelligence feat that still baffles modern science. Some of the most valuable things on Earth are completely useless. Take antimatter, for example. It costs around 62 trillion per gram, making it the most expensive substance known to man. But what can you do with it? Mostly explode. Congratulations, you just bought the world's most overpriced doomsday button. Want more mind-blowing facts like this? Hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and let us know in the comments what absurdly expensive thing you'd buy if money weren't an issue. There's a rare fungus called matsutake mushroom that can sell for over $1,000 per pound, and it grows best in soil that's been disturbed by natural disasters. So basically, nature's way of saying, hey, sorry about the earthquake, here's a really expensive mushroom you probably won't enjoy eating anyway. The note B-flat is everywhere, even where it shouldn't be. Scientists found that black holes emit a sound 57 octaves below middle C, which is basically an extremely deep B-flat. So technically, the universe itself is humming a creepy, never-ending bass line. Somewhere out there, a cosmic DJ is dropping the slowest beat in history. Early musicians feared certain notes were cursed. In medieval times, the tritone, an interval between notes, was called the devil's interval because it sounded unsettling. Church leaders even banned it from sacred music. Imagine being so scared of a sound that you declare it illegal. Meanwhile, modern horror movie composers can't get enough of it. There's an ultra-rare blue diamond called the Hope Diamond, worth around $350 million, but it supposedly carries a curse that ruins the lives of its owners. So basically, you can be insanely rich, but at the cost of endless misfortune, because nothing screams extra valuable like a jewel that might ruin your life. People pay to be burrito wrapped in blankets. Wrap therapy involves rolling people up in heavy blankets like human burritos to reduce anxiety. It's supposed to mimic the feeling of being swaddled as a baby, but let's be real. Someone just wanted an excuse to be professionally tucked in like a giant emotional burrito. Some therapists make patients talk to empty chairs. Empty chair therapy makes people sit across from an invisible person, usually a lost loved one or their younger self, and have a conversation. It's all fun and therapeutic until you realize you're passionately arguing with a chair and hoping it forgives you. Absurdism says life has no meaning, but that's okay. It argues that the universe is chaotic and indifferent, and trying to find meaning in it is pointless. The solution? Laugh at the absurdity of existence and just keep going. Basically, existential crisis is unavoidable, but at least you can turn it into a comedy special. Ancient people thought crystals had actual magical powers. Greeks believed amethyst could prevent drunkenness, so they carved wine goblets from it. Turns out, drinking from a crystal cup doesn't stop you from getting drunk. It just makes your expensive cup the fanciest casualty of a night gone wrong. The stethoscope was invented because a doctor was too embarrassed to put his ear on a woman's chest. In 1816, a French doctor found it improper to listen to heartbeats the usual way, so he rolled up a piece of paper into a tube. And just like that, medical history changed forever. Social awkwardness saves lives. The number 666 has been scaring people for centuries. But did you know there's actual math horror behind it? If you add up all the numbers on a roulette wheel, you get 666. That means casinos are technically Satan's playground, which honestly makes sense given how quickly they drain your soul and wallet. Mercury experiences wild temperature swings, from a blistering 800 degrees Fahrenheit during the day to a bone-chilling minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit at night. The planet is basically an oven by day and a deep freezer by night, making it the worst Airbnb option in the solar system. No atmosphere, no middle ground, just extremes. The screwdriver was originally designed to help build armor. Medieval knights needed a way to fasten their plate armor, so they used early screwdrivers to tighten screws on their fancy metal suits. Fast forward a few centuries, and now we just use them to assemble cheap furniture while questioning our life choices. The cheese was probably invented by accident inside a stomach. The first cheese likely formed when ancient people stored milk in animal stomachs, and the natural enzymes turned it into curds. Imagine being the first person to taste that experiment. Hey, this used to be milk from a goat's stomach, smells weird. Let's eat it. Humanity has always been bold with food choices. Jelly beans get their shine from bug secretions. That glossy coating on your favorite jelly beans? It's shellac, a substance made from the excretions of the lac beetle. Yes, you're basically eating polished bug spit. And yet, we still happily pop them by the handful, like they aren't tiny, sugar-coated insect projects. Smart fridges can shame you for your diet choices. Some modern refrigerators have cameras inside that track what you eat. Imagine reaching for ice cream at midnight, only for your fridge to suggest a salad instead. One day, AI-powered fridges might start roasting people. Really? Another slice of cake? Didn't we talk about this? There's a therapy where you just lie down and do nothing. Non-sleep deep rest is a real thing where therapists guide people into a half-sleep state to reduce stress. It's basically a socially acceptable way to nap during a session while pretending to be emotionally productive. The neo-modern era gave us machines to make life easier, but postmodernism gave us machines that make life meaningless, like AI bots that write poetry, robots that play chess better than humans, and social media algorithms that control your mood. Congratulations! You live in a world where even your phone knows you better than you do. There's a bottle of Acqua di Cristallo Tributo a Modigliani, the world's most expensive bottled water, priced at $60,000 per bottle. It's literally just water in a fancy bottle. Imagine paying enough to buy a car, just to stay hydrated, because clearly regular water is for peasants. Vikings believed that warriors who died bravely in battle were taken to Valhalla, while those who died of old age or sickness had to spend eternity in a boring underworld. So, if you were a Viking and caught a cold, you might have considered picking a fight just to go out in style. Consumerism has convinced people that they need a separate gadget for everything. There's now a smart fork that vibrates if you eat too fast, because apparently, chewing at a normal speed is a lost art. Soon, we'll have a toaster that judges us for our bread choices and a fridge that shames us for midnight snacks. Thanks to consumerism, companies have mastered the art of making things worse on purpose. Ever notice how your phone battery mysteriously dies faster after an update? That's planned obsolescence, where products are designed to fail just in time for you to buy a new one. It's capitalism's way of saying, nice try, but you're never escaping this cycle. The Aztecs had a ritual where they flayed a person's skin and wore it like a coat to honor Totec, their god of renewal. Nothing says new beginnings like walking around in someone else's epidermis like a fashion-forward serial killer. The idea that humans only use 10% of their brains is a complete myth. If that were true, brain scans would look like a barely functioning light bulb. Neuroscience shows we use all of our brain. Just not all at once, because even the brain likes to take coffee breaks. The world's largest egg came from an extinct bird that made ostriches look tiny. The elephant bird of Madagascar laid eggs that were over a foot long and could hold the same volume as 150 chicken eggs. If these birds still existed, breakfast omelets would be a week-long commitment. Some eggs are blue thanks to a virus. Certain chickens lay blue eggs because of a harmless ancient virus that messed with their DNA. So, the next time you see a fancy blue egg, just remember it's basically the result of a long-forgotten chicken flu that never went away. In Italy, if you spill olive oil, congratulations, you just cursed yourself with bad luck. Since olive oil was once considered liquid gold, wasting it means you've angered the prosperity gods. Imagine making a salad and suddenly realizing you've doomed your entire week. You better start mopping and praying. The chicken dance was originally a Swiss folk song, but it somehow evolved into an international wedding tradition where adults willingly flap their arms like confused birds. It's the only time in life where making a fool of yourself in public is not just accepted, it's expected. The moonwalk wasn't actually invented by Michael Jackson. Variations of the movie existed in the 1930s. But let's be real, nobody made it look as cool. Before MJ, it was just a neat foot shuffle. After MJ, it became the gold standard for pretending to glide through space at family gatherings. In Japan, sticking chopsticks upright in a bowl of rice is a big no-no. It looks exactly like the incense sticks used at funerals, making it a symbol of death. So if you're casually eating sushi and park your chopsticks like that, don't be surprised if the entire restaurant gasps in horror. The steam engine was so revolutionary that some people thought it was powered by actual magic. Early skeptics believed trains moving at high speeds would crush people's lungs or cause mass insanity. Turns out the only real danger was people refusing to accept that the future had arrived at 30 miles per hour. Want to hear more absurd facts about history's greatest inventions? Hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single wild tale. Drop a comment if you would have been one of those skeptics freaking out over demon-powered trains. The most expensive perfume ingredients smell horrifying at first. Some luxury Arabic scents contain musk from deer glands, which smells like sweaty socks before processing. Yet, after months of aging, it turns into one of the most prized fragrance notes. So, next time you enjoy a fancy perfume, remember, it probably started as something revolting. Ancient Greek music notes were weird mathematical equations. Instead of simple symbols, Greek musicians used an entire system of letters and fractions to write music. If you wanted to play a song, you basically needed to be a mathematician first. No wonder Socrates stuck to philosophy. Tuning a lyre probably felt like solving a calculus problem. There's a lake in Africa that turns animals into statues. Lake Natron in Tanzania has such a high concentration of salt and minerals that any animal unlucky enough to fall in gets preserved like a creepy natural mummy. The result? Perfectly calcified birds and bats that look like they were turned to stone mid-flight. Nature is out here making real-life horror movie props. Some former colonies still have European royalty on their money, even though they kicked those monarchs out decades ago. Queen Elizabeth II's face was still on Canadian and Australian cash until very recently, because nothing says independence like keeping your old ruler's portrait in your wallet forever. Some people still believe that swallowed chewing gum stays in your stomach for 7 years. If that were true, every gum lover would be carrying a personal collection of sticky fossils in their gut. In reality, your body kicks it out like an unwanted guest, just not as quickly as other food. The textile industry exploded during the industrial era, but working conditions were a nightmare. Cotton mills were so filled with fiber dust that workers developed mill fever, a fancy way of saying their lungs were turning into fabric filters. Congratulations, you weren't just making clothes, you were breathing them too. Iraq's army just disappeared in thin air. After the US invaded in 2003, Saddam Hussein's massive army didn't really fight back. It mostly dissolved into thin air. Thousands of soldiers just went home, and some later joined insurgent groups. Imagine showing up for a war and realizing your opponent just left the battlefield like a bad breakup. In Turkey, casually whistling at night is basically asking for trouble. Many believe it attracts evil spirits, and some even think it can summon the devil himself. So if you're wandering the streets of Istanbul at night whistling your favorite tune, don't be surprised if the shadows start whispering back. In Rwanda, women are warned against eating goat meat because it's believed to cause them to grow beards. Apparently, taking a bite of goat will have you waking up looking like a wizard. No scientific proof backs this up, but hey, if it were true, barbershops would be making a fortune off curious risk-takers. The parasitoid wasp doesn't just kill its prey, it turns it into a zombie first. These wasps lay their eggs inside caterpillars, and when the larvae hatch, they hijack the caterpillar's brain, forcing it to guard them until they're ready to burst out like a horror movie chestburster. Nature didn't need to be this dramatic, but here we are. Solipsism is basically the ultimate narcissist philosophy. It argues that you can't prove anything exists outside your own mind. That means your friends, family, and even your annoying neighbor might just be figments of your imagination. So, if you ever feel lonely, just remember, you might be the only real person in the universe anyway. Hedonism takes treat yourself to the extreme. It's the belief that pleasure is the ultimate goal in life. If hedonists had a motto, it would probably be YOLO. Some ancient hedonists even suggested eating and partying nonstop because suffering is pointless. Imagine telling your boss you skipped work because philosophy told you to chase happiness. Some former colonies still pay compensation to their old colonizers. Haiti, for example, had to pay France billions of dollars for the privilege of not being enslaved anymore. That's like quitting your job and still being forced to pay your ex-boss for the money he's no longer stealing from you. Many countries got their independence, but their borders were drawn by clueless colonizers who didn't care about local cultures. That's why some nations look like they were mapped out by a blindfolded toddler with a crayon, leading to conflicts where people fight over land that was divided by people who never lived there. There's a myth that goldfish have 3-second memories. If that were true, they'd be rediscovering their tiny tank like an amnesiac in a time loop. In reality, goldfish can remember things for months and even recognize their owners. So next time you forget your keys, remember that a goldfish just outperformed you. Many people think cracking your knuckles will give you arthritis. If that were true, half the population would be walking around with claw hands. In reality, the sound comes from gas bubbles popping in your joints. So unless you plan on cracking them 24/7 like a human popcorn machine, you're probably fine. People hold funerals for their old phones. Some folks are so emotionally attached to their smartphones that they perform farewell rituals before upgrading. Candlelight vigils, eulogies, and even tiny phone coffins exist. In the neo-modern world, your phone isn't just a device, it's apparently a lifelong companion worthy of a dramatic send-off. In China, the number 4 is considered so unlucky that many buildings just skip the 4th floor entirely. It sounds like the word for death, so elevators often jump from the 3rd to the 5th floor, as if death itself is waiting on the 4th. Imagine explaining to a confused tourist why their hotel room number goes from 303 to 305. In Western countries, breaking a mirror is said to bring 7 years of bad luck. But in Serbia, if a baby sees its own reflection before its first birthday, it could bring disaster. Imagine trying to explain to a baby why they're not allowed to look at themselves. Good luck enforcing that rule. Screaming into the void is now an actual therapy. Some therapists recommend primal scream therapy, where people just let out blood-curdling screams to release stress. So if you hear random yelling in the woods, don't panic. It's probably just someone dealing with their midlife crisis in a socially acceptable way. People get therapy from llamas. Llama therapy exists, and these fluffy creatures are used to help with anxiety and depression. There's something oddly calming about staring into the eyes of a judgmental llama while reconsidering all your life choices. If therapy ever evolves further, we might just start confessing our problems to houseplants. In the early 1900s, psychologists tried proving men were smarter by making women take IQ tests after doing housework. Shockingly, exhausted women didn't score as high. If we flip this test today, men would have to assemble IKEA furniture first. Let's see how that affects their superior intelligence. Some people believe that waking sleepwalkers will send them into shock, or even kill them. If that were true, sleepwalkers would be an endangered species. In reality, it's totally fine to wake them up, though they might be confused and angry, kind of like anyone woken up from a deep nap. The start of the industrial era turned children into tiny factory workers. In the 1800s, kids as young as 5 were squeezing into dangerous machines to fix broken parts because their small hands could reach inside. Workplace safety? Never heard of it. If you could walk and had fingers, congratulations, you had a job. The first factories were so polluted that workers were basically marinated in soot. Cities like Manchester, England, were coated in a layer of industrial grime so thick that people joked about needing to wash their lungs. If you lived near a factory, you weren't just breathing air, you were inhaling your own personal cloud of coal dust. Before alarm clocks were common, factories hired knocker-uppers, people who banged on workers' windows with long sticks to wake them up for their shift. If you ignored them, they just kept knocking. Imagine getting harassed awake every morning by a stranger with a giant pole. Snooze buttons were for weaklings. Some people with brain injuries develop foreign accent syndrome, where they suddenly speak with an accent they've never learned. Imagine waking up from a head injury sounding like a perfect French aristocrat when you've never even left Ohio. Your brain just decided, congratulations, you're European now. A head injury can make you a math genius overnight. It's called acquired savant syndrome, where people suddenly gain extraordinary skills in music, art, or math after a brain injury. One guy hit his head in a pool and woke up seeing the world in complex mathematical patterns. Most people just get a headache. This guy got the Matrix. The number 0 wasn't always accepted. Some ancient civilizations refused to acknowledge its existence. Imagine trying to explain 0 to someone who believes numbers must have a tangible value. So this is a number that means nothing. Then why does it exist? Exactly. And that's how philosophers probably lost their minds arguing about 0. Snakes don't have eyelids, meaning they literally sleep with their eyes open. It's not just creepy, it's the ultimate power move. Imagine being so unbothered that you just sit there, unblinking, staring into the abyss while getting some rest. Snakes might be the only animals that can nap and intimidate at the same time. Want more bizarre animal facts? Subscribe to our YouTube channel and prepare to question everything you thought you knew about nature. Some snakes have 2 heads, and no, this isn't a myth. Occasionally, a genetic mutation causes snakes to develop 2 functioning heads, each with its own brain. The problem? The heads don't always get along and sometimes try to eat the same prey, or worse, each other. It's like having a built-in sibling rivalry with no way to escape. In South Korea, sleeping with a fan on in a closed room is believed to cause fan death. Some believe the fan sucks out oxygen or somehow makes you suffocate in your sleep. So, while the rest of the world enjoys a cool breeze at night, some Koreans are out here treating electric fans like serial killers. Neptune has the fastest winds in the solar system, reaching over 12,000 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound on Earth. If you ever stood on Neptune, which, by the way, would be impossible, you'd get deleted into oblivion by supersonic winds before you could even complain about the weather. The number 7 is considered lucky, but mathematically it's actually weird. It's the only single-digit number that doesn't fit into normal multiplication patterns. Ask a kid to recite the 7 times table and watch them suffer. It's like 7 just decided to be mysterious for the sake of keeping humans intrigued. In the early 20th century, the one-drop rule classified anyone with even a trace of black ancestry as black, reinforcing rigid racial divisions. This legal and social construct ignored the reality of biracial identity, essentially forcing people into a single category regardless of their cultural or personal background. The Guinness World Record for the most finger snaps in 1 minute is over 400. That's not a casual talent, that's a one-man drumline. If this person ever got into an argument, they could sass someone into another dimension with sheer snap power. Sharks have eggs that look like alien screw-shaped capsules. Some species, like the cat shark, lay eggs in spiral cases that latch onto rocks so they don't float away. If you ever find one washed up on the shore, congratulations, you've discovered nature's weirdest-looking bottle opener. Some snakes can glide through the air like nightmare noodles. The paradise tree snake launches itself off branches, flattening its body to create lift. Basically, evolution looked at snakes and thought, you know what's missing? Flight. Because nothing improves life like airborne reptiles silently judging you from above. In Russia, if you shake hands or pass something through a doorway, you're basically asking for misfortune. It's believed that doorways are mystical boundaries and any exchange over them invites bad luck. So, if you ever visit a Russian home, step inside before you hand over that loaf of bread, unless you want to anger the universe. Panpsychism suggests that everything, yes, everything, has a form of consciousness. That includes rocks, chairs, and your toaster. So next time you stub your toe on a table, remember, according to panpsychism, that table might have been holding a grudge. Better apologize before your furniture starts plotting revenge. Some brain injuries can delete your ability to recognize faces, even your own. People with prosopagnosia and face blindness have to rely on voices, hairstyles, or even clothing to tell people apart. Imagine not recognizing your best friend, as they always wear the same hoodie. One laundry day, and you're clueless. Electric eels weaponize water-like living tasers. These slippery assassins can zap their enemies with up to 600 volts, enough to knock out a horse. Even weirder? They sometimes leap out of the water to directly electrocute threats. If water ever starts fighting back, electric eels will be the reason. Japan once trained bomb-carrying balloons to attack the US. During World War II, Japan sent thousands of paper balloons carrying explosives across the Pacific. Most failed, but one actually killed 6 people in Oregon. It's history's strangest long-distance attack, proving that even warfare sometimes has an arts and crafts phase. The mantis shrimp can punch so fast it boils water. This tiny marine warrior throws punches at the speed of a bullet, creating shockwaves that briefly turn water into plasma. If mantis shrimp were human-sized, they'd be one-punch superheroes. Instead, they just go around smashing crab shells like living wrecking balls. Ottomans had a navy full of chained-together ships. During the siege of Constantinople in 1453, the Ottomans literally dragged their warships across land to bypass the massive defensive chain blocking the harbor. Because when the sea says no, you just make a new sea. Tunnels of doom were their specialty. Ottoman armies were known for digging tunnels under enemy walls and stuffing them with explosives. This medieval version of surprise demolition meant that even if you built the strongest walls, they might just vanish under your feet. Corn is basically a mutant. Modern corn looks nothing like its wild ancestor, teosinte, which was a tiny, hard-kerneled plant. Thanks to centuries of selective breeding, corn has evolved into the oversized, sugar-packed crop we know today. If aliens ever find the original version, they'd probably think we were playing God with plants. Bananas are doomed time travelers. Every banana you eat is genetically identical to the next one because they're all clones. This makes them vulnerable to diseases that can wipe them out completely, like the Gros Michel variety that disappeared in the 1950s. The banana apocalypse isn't a joke. It's just on a slow timer. Rice has been around longer than most civilizations. Humans have been growing rice for over 10,000 years, making it one of the oldest cultivated crops. If you ever eat a bowl of rice, just remember, it's been feeding humanity since before people figured out what a wheel was. Potatoes once caused mass hysteria. In 18th century France, people believed potatoes were poisonous and responsible for spreading leprosy. It took a man literally eating potatoes in front of crowds to prove they were edible. The real twist? The French later turned them into fries, and now people fight over who invented them. Wheat is secretly a conqueror. Wheat isn't just food, it's a colonizer. Wherever humans went, they brought wheat, wiping out native crops and taking over farmland. This one grain reshaped entire civilizations. If plants had an empire, wheat would be the emperor, forcing everyone to kneel before its golden stalks. The elite warriors of the Ottoman army were kidnapped children. The Janissaries, the Ottomans' deadliest soldiers, were originally Christian boys taken as tribute, converted to Islam, and trained from childhood. Raised with zero attachments to anything but the empire, they became an unstoppable, highly disciplined force, essentially medieval stormtroopers with better aim. Some people are obsessed with hoarding bars of soap, not using them, just stockpiling them. There are collectors who own thousands of bars, organized by brand, scent, and color. Their houses must smell like a combination of heaven and a public restroom. The Silk Road was the world's first black market for exotic pets. Traders didn't just move silk and spices. They also sold live animals like peacocks, cheetahs, and even rhinos. Imagine being a merchant just trying to buy some fabric, and the guy next to you is haggling over a live leopard. Marco Polo's travel stories from the Silk Road were so exaggerated that some Europeans thought China was full of sorcerers and giant birds that could lift elephants. People read his book and genuinely believed the East was basically a fantasy RPG, complete with magical potions and dragon-sized birds straight out of a fever dream. The Silk Road was also an ancient meme highway. Just like today's internet, ideas, jokes, and even fashion trends spread rapidly along the trade routes. If you wore certain clothes in Persia, chances were that Mongolian nobles were already rocking the same trend weeks later. Silk Road fashion was the original TikTok challenge. There's a guy who has spent 40 years collecting belly button lint. He stores it in jars, color coordinates it, and even weighs it. Somewhere in the world, this man wakes up every morning and checks his lint collection with pride. Humanity, we have officially peaked. A teen sold his kidney for an iPhone to play games. In 2011, a Chinese teenager illegally sold one of his kidneys just to afford an iPhone and an iPad for gaming. Fast forward a decade, and he's now suffering from kidney failure. Meanwhile, Apple keeps making new devices every year. Bad trade. Someone spent over $1 million on a mobile game. A man in California reportedly spent over $1 million on Game of War, a mobile game that barely anyone remembers. That's right, he could have bought a mansion, but instead he invested in virtual catapults. Hopefully his digital empire was worth it. A gamer didn't notice a dead body next to him. In 2012, Taiwanese gamer died in an internet cafe after playing for hours non-stop. The wildest part? Other gamers around him kept playing, completely unaware that he had passed away. This is peak video game obsession, when real-life NPCs stop registering real-life events. Want more mind-blowing stories like this? Hit that subscribe button and dive into the weirdest facts on our channel. Women's pockets are practically decorative. Ever wondered why women's clothing has tiny, useless pockets? That's because in the 1800s, designers thought giving women real pockets would make them too independent. Fast forward to today, and women are still carrying entire purses just to hold what men casually toss into their jeans. Men interrupt women so much. There's a word for it. Manterrupting is a real thing, and studies show that men interrupt women far more often than they interrupt other men. One experiment found that when a woman spoke in a meeting, she was cut off within 17 seconds. At this point, she'd have better luck getting through a sentence in Morse code. Women's products are more expensive for no reason. The pink tax is the ridiculous practice of charging more for products marketed to women, like razors, deodorant, and even pens. Yes, pens. Apparently, making something pink requires a financial sacrifice worthy of a medieval tribute. Ottomans had secret police before it was cool. The Ottomans used an extensive network of spies to root out traitors, keep an eye on their enemies, and ensure loyalty. If you ever thought about rebellion, chances were someone had already snitched before you finished your evil monologue. There's a man in Japan who has spent decades collecting women's mannequins. He dresses them up, talks to them, and even takes them out for strolls. Imagine walking down the street and seeing a guy on a casual date with a plastic lady. Nothing says romance like a companion who literally can't argue back. Ottomans weaponized water and also took it away. Instead of just attacking, the Ottomans were experts in water warfare. If they weren't poisoning enemy wells, they were redirecting rivers to flood towns or cutting off water supplies entirely. Hydration was optional. Winning was not. Car safety tests are based on male crash dummies. Most crash test dummies are modeled after the average male body, meaning cars are literally designed to keep men safer than women in accidents. Women are 47% more likely to be seriously injured in a car crash because apparently even safety regulations think one size fits all means one size fits men. In Japan, slurping is a compliment. In many cultures, loudly slurping your food is a one-way ticket to public embarrassment. But in Japan, it's actually polite. Slurping noodles enthusiastically shows appreciation to the chef. So, if you ever visit, go ahead. Make your spaghetti sound like a vacuum cleaner. In Scotland, grooms get covered in filth before marriage. If you think wedding stress is bad, try being a Scottish groom. In some parts of Scotland, grooms are captured by friends, tied up and covered in everything from rotten eggs to mud. Apparently, if you can survive humiliation, you can survive marriage. India has a festival where people throw cow dung. While other cultures celebrate with fireworks or parades, some Indian villages in Karnataka celebrate Gore Haba by hurling cow dung at each other. It's basically a manure-based snowball fight, except instead of getting cold, you just smell bad for days. Finland has a hobby called wife carrying. In Finland, men compete by carrying their wives through an obstacle course. If they win, the prize is their wife's weight in beer. Nothing says romance like treating your spouse like a sack of potatoes in exchange for free alcohol. Mongolians have a rock, paper, scissors wrestling sport. Traditional Mongolian wrestling matches begin with a ritual dance, but to decide who goes first, they play a game similar to rock, paper, scissors using different hand gestures. Just imagine if the World Cup was decided by a dramatic round of best 2 out of 3. The scorched earth strategy is basically rage-quitting war. Throughout history, armies have burned their own crops, homes, and even entire cities just to make sure their enemies inherited nothing but ashes. It's the ultimate, if I can't have it, nobody can move, proving that pettiness has been a military tactic for centuries. A man played World of Warcraft until his legs stopped working. One gamer in China was so obsessed with World of Warcraft that he spent days in an internet cafe without moving. When he finally tried to stand up, his legs had literally stopped functioning. Turns out, even your body has a rage quit button. A guy divorced his wife because she cheated on him. In a game, a Japanese man divorced his wife after discovering her Sims character was in a virtual affair. Imagine explaining to a judge that your marriage ended because of pixelated infidelity. Your Honor, she betrayed me. In a house she didn't even build herself. Office air can lower your brain power. White-collar workers might be breathing in their own downfall. Studies show that poorly ventilated offices with high carbon dioxide levels can reduce cognitive function. So, if your boss ever questions a bad decision, blame the air. It wasn't me, it was the oxygen shortage. The cubicle was invented to make people miserable. The original cubicle was actually designed to be spacious and promote productivity, but companies shrank the design to cram in more workers, turning them into tiny, soul-crushing boxes. Basically, cubicles went from creative workspace to modern hamster cages in record time. Meetings are scientifically proven to be pointless. Research suggests that most meetings could be emails, and yet, white-collar workers spend hours trapped in them. Some companies even have meetings about having too many meetings. It's the corporate version of running on a treadmill. Lots of motion, no progress. A town in Kentucky once experienced a meat shower in 1876. Mysterious chunks of raw meat rained from the sky for several minutes. Scientists later guessed it was probably vultures vomiting midair, but let's be honest, no theory is truly satisfying when the meat falls from the sky unannounced. The Fresno nightcrawlers are strange, ghostly creatures caught on security cameras in California. They look like walking pairs of pants with no torso. Just 2 legs casually strutting around like they own the place. Some believe they're cryptids, others think they're aliens, but one thing's for sure, they've got the best leg game in the universe. In 2011, a man in Norway reported seeing a floating city in the sky. The eerie mirage had towers, buildings, and streets, all hovering above the clouds. Scientists say it was a rare atmospheric illusion, but it's way more fun to believe Norway has a parallel dimension that occasionally glitches into view. Ryanair, the budget airline known for its extreme cost cutting, once considered removing armrests, charging for bathrooms, and even offering standing room tickets. If they had their way, you'd be duct taped to the wall for a $5 discount. Southwest Airlines once pranked customers by announcing Love Class seating, where couples could share extra wide seats with a champagne service. Some passengers were so excited they didn't realize it was April Fool's Day. Imagine showing up ready for romance, only to be told you're back in an economy with a crying baby. Early maps were pure artistic guesses. Before satellites, cartographers basically made up parts of the world. If they didn't know what was beyond a certain point, they'd just throw in a sea monster or label it, "Here be dragons." Because if you don't have facts, go for terrifying fiction. The oldest known world map is wildly inaccurate. Babylonian Imago Mundi from 600 BCE is considered the oldest surviving world map. It features a tiny, flat world surrounded by water with mysterious islands labeled "Where the Sun Never Shines." It's basically ancient flat earther propaganda on a clay tablet. When the Ottoman Empire blocked the Silk Road, some merchants refused to accept reality and tried sneaky alternatives, like using smugglers, disguising caravans, or straight up bribing border guards. Imagine getting caught and having to explain to a furious sultan that your 50 camels weren't loaded with silk, but were just really fancy tent fabric. The closure of the Silk Road made Europe's economy super awkward. Cities built around trade hubs collapsed, while others near the new sea routes boomed. This was like watching an ancient version of a small business losing everything because a massive online retailer just took over. Sorry, inland caravan towns? The Silk Age is over. T-shirts were originally considered underwear, yes, the thing you proudly wear with flashy logos. In the early 1900s, the U.S. Navy gave sailors T-shirts to wear under their uniforms, but soon people realized they were too comfy to keep covered. Fashion rebellion starts with laziness. Want more weird fashion history? Hit that subscribe button and check out our latest video. You won't look at your wardrobe the same way again. The world's most expensive t-shirt was sold for a whopping $40,000. It was made of organic cotton, featured a rare design, and had diamonds woven into it. Apparently, nothing says casual wear like turning yourself into a walking jewelry display. The Guinness World Record for the most t-shirts worn at once is 260, achieved by a guy who spent hours layering them on. At that point, it's less about fashion and more about turning yourself into a fabric onion. Soviet maps lied to their own people. During the Cold War, the USSR deliberately made their maps inaccurate to confuse enemies and their citizens. Important cities were misplaced, roads didn't lead where they should, and some towns were completely erased. Basically, getting lost was a government-mandated experience. Ties serve no practical purpose. The necktie is the ultimate symbol of white-collar life, yet it does absolutely nothing except slowly choke the wearer. Some historians believe ties became popular just because they looked fancy, proving that business fashion is just expensive strangulation for style points. Typing speed matters more than you think. In the early days of white-collar jobs, typing tests determined who got hired. Some workers are trained like Olympic athletes to reach ridiculous speeds. If you couldn't hammer out 100 words per minute, you might as well have been illiterate in the corporate world. Light can't decide if it wants to be a wave or a particle, so it just does both. Imagine showing up to work as two people at once, one who slacks off and another who actually does the job. That's light. Forever stuck in a quantum identity crisis, baffling scientists for centuries. The famous double-slit experiment proved light's dual nature, but only when it wasn't being watched. If scientists observed it, light behaved like a particle. When unobserved, it spreads like a wave. Basically, light throws a cosmic tantrum when it knows it's being watched, kind of like a toddler refusing to perform on cue. Cotard's delusion is a rare brain disorder where people believe they are literally dead. They walk around convinced they have no organs, no blood, or that they're a walking corpse. A guy with this condition once asked to be taken to the morgue because he was so sure he didn't exist anymore. Brain injuries can turn you into an uncontrollable pun machine. Witzelsucht is a condition that makes people compulsively crack terrible jokes and puns, even at completely inappropriate times. Imagine being at a funeral and your brain decides, hey, let's drop a knock-knock joke right now. No social filter, just pure dad joke energy. Porcupines invented the medieval spike defense long before human. These walking pincushions have over 30,000 quills, and if one gets stuck in a predator, it keeps working its way deeper like nature's cruelest splinter. Some predators just give up and walk around with quills stuck in them like regrettable life choices. Women's pain isn't taken seriously by doctors. Studies show that women are far more likely to have their pain dismissed by doctors, with many being told they're just stressed or emotional. Meanwhile, if a man stubs his toe, medical professionals practically roll out the red carpet for emergency treatment. In Japan, missing a phone bill can result in your number being recycled immediately. One day you're texting your friends, and the next, a total stranger is using your number to make business deals. Imagine explaining to your boss why you suddenly started selling used cars in Osaka overnight. Some places bill you for water based on an ancient system that assumes everyone uses the same amount. In some areas of the UK, water bills are calculated based on your home's 1970s property value, as if ghosts from the past determine your water usage. Hope they at least include spectral discounts. California was once an island on maps. For over 200 years, European maps showed California as a floating island. This wasn't just a small mistake, it was widely accepted. Even official Spanish maps treated it as fact, which probably made for some very confused explorers. Wait, why is the land still attached? The US once created a fake town for copyright reasons. In the 1930s, the General Drafting Company invented the town of Aglow, New York, to catch plagiarists. Years later, people saw it on maps and actually built a small settlement there. It started as a copyright trap and ended up in a real place. The first hands-free device was literally just a stick. In ancient times, people tied their primitive communication devices, like scrolls or slates, to their heads with string or wooden frames. Basically, the first hands-free experience looked less like modern Bluetooth and more like someone losing a battle with office supplies. The first Bluetooth headsets in the late 1990s were so large that users looked like they were wearing alien antennae. People thought they were talking to themselves in public, which wasn't considered normal yet. Early Bluetooth users had to choose between convenience and looking like they had an imaginary friend in their ear. China went from being an open marketplace to slamming the door on visitors. The Ming Dynasty decided that foreigners were more trouble than they were worth, and cut off most outside contact. So, after centuries of trading ideas, China went full do not disturb mode while Europe scrambled to figure out how to get their luxury goods another way. Some people are so obsessed with eating glass that doctors had to name the condition hyalophagia. Yes, some humans willingly chomp on light bulbs like they're potato chips. The worst part? Some of them even insist it's crunchy and satisfying, as if dentists weren't already stressed enough. Some people are obsessed with turning themselves into real-life dolls. They undergo extreme surgeries, wear cartoonish outfits, and even practice doll-like movements. Imagine waking up one day and deciding, you know what? Being human is overrated. Time to live life as an anime character instead. There was a bizarre wave of creepy clown sightings in 2016, where people dressed as terrifying clowns popped up in random places just to freak others out. Some even chased pedestrians at night, proving once and for all that clowns belong in nightmares, not neighborhoods. Some amusement parks have had to remove clowns entirely their attractions because too many guests were freaking out. Imagine paying for a fun day out, only to find yourself sprinting in terror because a giant grinning nightmare on stilts walked by. And that's a wrap on some of the weirdest facts you'll ever hear. From the mysterious number 7 to sharks laying eggs that look like alien artifacts, the world is full of bizarre surprises. What fact blew your mind the most? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because you never know what strange fact is coming next.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Imagine this. You're 25, single, and living your best life when, bam! A cinnamon storm hits you like you're the main ingredient in a Danish spice rack. Or maybe you're one of those lucky folks who gets invited to a wedding in Scotland, where they'll turn you into a walking cake before the ceremony. Because why not make public humiliation a part of your happily ever after? And let's not forget the Korowai tribe in Papua New Guinea, who are literally living above it all. Because why deal with evil spirits on the ground when you can just build a treehouse 140 feet up? Curious about how weird traditions and bizarre survival skills shaped the world? Hit subscribe and dive into this wild journey where history, culture, and a whole lot of cinnamon collide in the most hilarious ways possible.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Free VPNs can be more dangerous than not using one at all. Many free VPNs sell user data, bombard users with ads, or even contain malware. It's like using a free parachute that might work, or might just be a sack of spaghetti. If privacy is the goal, paying for a reputable service is a better option. Argentina has a law where if a bill arrives late, you get extra days to pay it, but only if you notice the delay. So if you're too trusting, congratulations. You just paid a bill on time that wasn't even due. Their system basically rewards paranoia, which is a first for any government service. Koalas sound like they chain smoke cigars and yell at the TV. Their mating call is a deep, guttural bellow that sounds like a motorcycle struggling to start. Imagine a tiny, fluffy animal looking adorable, but suddenly growling like an ancient beast. Nature decided that cuteness and horror should coexist. Cheetahs can't roar, so they meow like house cats. That's right. The fastest land predator sounds like it's asking for treats instead of hunting prey. If cheetahs had a theme song, it would be a high-pitched mew instead of an epic jungle growl. Nature really fumbled the intimidation factor here. Brittle stars are the rebellious cousins of sea stars. Instead of using their water vascular system to move gently like their relatives, they whip their arms around like panicked spaghetti noodles to scurry across the ocean floor. It's less majestic marine creature and more five-legged horror sprinting straight out of a nightmare. Hydraulic presses are mechanical bullies capable of crushing almost anything with thousands of pounds of force. Scientists and YouTubers have used them to obliterate everything from bowling balls to smartphones, proving that nothing, except maybe a well-placed tax loophole, is truly indestructible. The word describing fear of long words is itself one of the longest to exist. Yes, someone out there thought it would be hilarious to give this phobia the longest, most ridiculous name possible. Imagine being terrified of long words and then having to tell people your problem in a ridiculously long tongue twister. That's just adding insult to injury. Unlike most animals, llamas don't just spit when angry. They calculate their spit attacks. They aim directly for the eyes or mouth, ensuring maximum disgust and humiliation. It's less of a reflex and more of a targeted biological insult. Scientists should honestly study them for future self-defense tactics. In South America, llamas have been used as therapy animals, proving that even a creature known for projectile mucus can still have a heartwarming side. Nothing says calm and healing like a big, fluffy animal staring into your soul while secretly deciding whether or not to spit at you. Llamas can carry up to 100 pounds, but if they decide you're asking too much, they'll straight up sit down and refuse to move. No amount of bribery, pushing, or begging will work. It's like trying to convince a stubborn toddler to eat their vegetables. Pure, unmovable defiance. McDonald's refused to open in Iraq, but KFC made it. While American fast food chains are usually the first signs of U.S. influence in a country, McDonald's avoided Iraq due to security risks. KFC, however, found a way, opening branches even in war-torn areas. Because apparently, when chaos is everywhere, people still crave fried chicken. Some rooftops are so dangerous that even professional stunt performers avoid them. In Hong Kong, daredevil rooftopers risk their lives climbing skyscrapers without safety gear, all for the perfect Instagram shot. One slip, and they're auditioning for a real-life gravity experiment. Spoiler alert, gravity always wins. Many biracial figures in history had to pass as one race for social acceptance. For instance, some light-skinned black Americans in the 19th and 20th centuries passed as white to escape discrimination, while others had to emphasize their black identity to be accepted by their communities. This highlights the social pressures placed on mixed-race individuals. Biracial identity can lead to unique cultural conflicts, as some people face exclusion from both sides of their heritage. Many biracial Americans report feeling not enough for either racial group, illustrating how racial identity in the U.S. is often shaped by external perceptions rather than personal experience. The most dangerous Silk Road travelers weren't bandits, but yaks. These massive, unpredictable animals carried goods over the roughest mountain passes, and if they decided they didn't like you, they could yeet you straight off a cliff. Merchants lived in fear of yaks, suddenly deciding that today was not a trading day. The Silk Road was a major plague delivery service. The Black Death spread across Europe thanks to infected fleas, hitching rides on merchant caravans. One day, you're just a Mongolian trader delivering some fine silk. The next, half of your customers are dead because your shipment came with a free bonus disease. The closing of the Silk Road didn't just stop trade, it threw spice addicts into crisis. European nobles used to drowning their food in Eastern spices suddenly had to suffer through bland meals. This led to a desperate search for new routes, which basically forced explorers like Columbus to accidentally bump into entire continents while looking for better seasoning. Pirates became the new Silk Road bandits. With land routes blocked, merchants had to rely on ships, which meant the ocean turned into a highway for thieves. Sea routes were basically the Wild West, except instead of horses and revolvers, people had cannons and scurvy. In 1973, dozens of people in Pascagoula, Mississippi, claimed they saw aliens with lobster-like claws abduct two fishermen. The supposed extraterrestrials didn't bother with communication, just grabbed them and took them for a ride. Either it was a real alien encounter, or the universe is running out of original horror movie ideas. In 2009, hundreds of people in Texas reported seeing a flying humanoid. Some described it as a witch, others as a demon. Turns out, it was just a man testing a jet-powered wingsuit. Imagine the confusion. One guy is breaking aviation records while the entire town thinks they're about to be cursed forever. In 1985, a pilot for Japan Airlines reported seeing a UFO larger than a battleship while flying over Alaska. The airline didn't want the bad press, so they reassigned him to a desk job. Apparently, discovering extraterrestrials is fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with customer service. In the 1950s, United Airlines used to hire stewardess charm schools to train flight attendants on smiling techniques, posture, and how to serve meals while looking graceful in turbulence. Because who cares if the plane is shaking like a blender as long as the flight attendants look glamorous while handing out peanuts? Alaska Airlines once flew an entire passenger plane covered in Star Wars-themed paint. It was all fun and games until one nervous flyer asked if the cockpit had a jump to hyperspace button. Sorry, sir, but if this plane hits light speed, we've got more significant problems than delays. Some countries still bill you for services you didn't use, just in case you might have used them. In parts of Germany, TV and radio fees apply even if you don't own a TV or radio. Basically, they charge you for the idea of watching TV, like a subscription to guilt. The lyrebird is the world's best impressionist. It can mimic camera shutters, chainsaws, car alarms, and even human speech. Imagine walking through the forest and hearing a perfect imitation of your ringtone. Either you've lost your phone or a bird is out there scamming people with fake calls. Some frogs scream instead of croaking. The desert rain frog, for example, makes a noise that sounds like a squeaky toy having an existential crisis. Instead of scaring predators away, it just confuses them into thinking they accidentally stepped on a tiny, screaming rubber duck. Giraffes were once thought to be silent, but they actually hum to each other at night. Scientists believe this is their version of bedtime stories or gossip sessions. Picture a group of giraffes humming in the dark like a weirdly tall barbershop quartet. Sweet dreams, but make it awkward. In Switzerland, it's illegal to own just one guinea pig. Why? Because guinea pigs are social animals. Keeping one alone is considered animal abuse. Yes, even rodents have better friendship rights than most humans at family gatherings. There's a lake in Australia called Lake Hillier that's bright pink, like bubblegum pink. No, it's not Photoshop. Scientists think it's due to weird salt-loving bacteria. It's basically a giant strawberry milkshake that would absolutely kill you if you tried to drink it. In ancient Rome, people used crushed mouse brains as toothpaste. Apparently, nothing says fresh breath like the flavor of rodent brains smeared on your teeth at sunrise. Mint flavor? Never heard of her. If you love weird history like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and leave a comment telling me the weirdest fact you've ever heard. I'm ready to be horrified. In Japan, there's a hotel staffed entirely by robots, including a robot dinosaur that checks you in at reception. Nothing says rest and relaxation like being greeted by a prehistoric lizard asking for your credit card. In 1978, a man in Minnesota was fined for having a live bear in the passenger seat of his car. He claimed it was his emotional support bear. Emotional support pets are one thing, but a 500-pound wild animal in traffic? Eek America. In Japan, there's a festival called Hanamara Matsuri, also known as the Festival of the Steel Phallus. Yes, you read that right. This event is entirely dedicated to celebrating giant metal sculptures shaped like male body parts. Originally a Shinto fertility ritual, it now attracts tourists from around the world who want to awkwardly pose with statues they probably won't show their grandma. In Denmark, it's a tradition to throw cinnamon on people who reach the age of 25 without getting married. That's right. If you're single and unlucky enough to have Danish friends with access to spices, expect to get blasted with enough cinnamon to smell like a human bakery for a week. Honestly, it's like being roasted and seasoned by your entire town. There's a remote tribe in Papua New Guinea called the Korowai, famous for building tree houses as high as 140 feet above the ground. And they're not doing this for the view. They build them this high to avoid evil spirits. Nothing like fighting supernatural horror with advanced carpentry skills while casually living in the sky. In Scotland, there's a tradition of blackening the bride or groom before a wedding. Friends and family cover them in treacle, soot, feathers, and flour, turning them into a walking nightmare version of a cake. The logic? If you can survive public humiliation while sticky and disgusting, marriage will be a piece of cake, literally. There's a town in Norway called Hell, and yes, it freezes over every winter. So the next time someone says, when hell freezes over, just tell them to check the weather forecast in Norway. Bonus points. They even have a train station named Hell Station. Satan's probably out there shoveling snow in a parka. In Japan, there's a theme park where you can pay to be buried alive in a coffin for fun. It's supposed to give you a life-changing experience. Personally, I think I'll pass. I get stressed just being wrapped in a blanket too tightly. In England, there's an annual event called the Cheese Rolling Festival where people literally chase a giant wheel of cheese down a steep hill. And yes, people break bones for it. Imagine explaining to your boss that you can't come to work because you lost a fight with a cheese wheel. In Thailand, there's a monkey buffet festival where thousands of monkeys are treated to a giant feast of fruits, vegetables, and snacks. Basically, it's a luxury brunch, but for hyperactive monkeys who probably have better diets than most college students living on instant noodles. Some rural areas believe that if you sweep the house after sunset, you're sweeping away your luck and wealth. So if you drop crumbs on the floor after dinner, congratulations. They now live there rent-free until morning. Cockroaches must love this ancient superstition. Some people make a living out of playing music to snakes. In remote villages of Sin, snake charmers are called in not just for entertainment, but for pest control. Got a snake problem? Don't call animal control. Call a guy with a flute who'll stare a cobra down like it's his ex. After the Twilight Saga hit the big screen, a group of teenagers in the US took their love for vampires to extreme lengths. Some reportedly tried to live as vampires, wearing dark clothes and refusing to go out in the daylight. One even had fang implants to complete the look. Apparently, the allure of sparkling vampires is strong enough to make people temporarily forget they're human. Ancient Roman schools were brutal. Teachers called ludi magister would beat students for mistakes using a rod. If you thought modern homework was painful, imagine reciting Latin verbs while staring down a guy holding a stick, ready to turn your grammar errors into bruises. In many villages around Pakistan, mirrors are placed outside homes to reflect bad energy or evil spirits. It's like ghost repellent, but make it fashion. If the ghost gets offended by its own reflection, problem solved. Dracula wouldn't last a second there. Some people in rural Pakistan still believe that eating burnt bread or charred rice can cure sore throats. Medicine? No thanks. Pass me that accidentally burnt naan. Apparently, Grandma says it's a medical marvel. There's an influencer in the US who gained millions of followers for simply doing nothing. Their entire feed was just them posting photos of their face with absolutely no context or explanation. Sometimes, the more you say nothing, the more people want to watch. The mystery of it all just drew in a curious followers. Guess silence really is golden, or at least viral. After the release of Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, a man in the UK tried to recreate the famous car chase scene. He drove through a parking lot at high speeds, hoping to channel Uma Thurman's character's epic fight. Instead of being a graceful fight scene, it ended with a collision and the man being arrested for reckless driving. Guess some people take their movie-inspired car stunts a little too seriously. In Greenland, there's a tradition called Hafamik, which is basically a party where the host serves endless coffee and cake. Guests are expected to visit multiple houses in one day and drink coffee at every stop. If you're not vibrating from caffeine by the end, you didn't Hafamik hard enough. At the University of Oxford, there is a rule that students sitting for exams while wearing a sword are allowed to demand free beer. It's a medieval rule that technically still exists. Imagine stressing over calculus, then remembering you forgot your sword and missed out on free booze. In the Louvre, there's an ancient Greek statue known as the Venus de Milo. It's famous not just for its beauty, but for its lack of arms. No one knows how it lost its limbs, and despite being one of the most famous sculptures in history, she's still out there, confidently armless, wondering why no one ever asked her to pick something up. The Hope Diamond is not just a jewel, it's cursed. Legends say it brings bad luck to its owners, and those who've owned it have experienced a series of misfortunes. But hey, if you're into cursed luxury, you can catch it at the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, where it sits safely behind a glass case, waiting to strike. Women's intestines are slightly longer than men's. This is actually a weird evolutionary feature, one that could be blamed for some of the extra time women spend in the bathroom. It's like their bodies are saying, enjoy the extra time in there, you're gonna need it. In Japan, there's an island called Tashirojima, also known as Cat Island, where cats outnumber humans. Locals believe cats bring good luck and prosperity, so they feed and protect them like tiny furry royalty. If you're allergic to cats, this island is your worst nightmare dressed as a tourist attraction. The full moon is thought to incite chaos in human brains. Some studies suggest that there might be a slight uptick in bizarre behavior during a full moon. Whether it's more emergency room visits or just people getting a bit extra weird, it's as if the moon has a special power to amplify everyone's drama levels. Full moons, the natural amplifier for chaos. In the early 2000s, after The Matrix became a global phenomenon, there was a bizarre trend of people trying to unplug from The Matrix. Some took the movie's philosophical undertones so seriously that they believed they were trapped in a simulation. One individual reportedly tried to hack the system by jumping off a building, convinced they could fly like Neo. Thankfully, they survived, but the incident was a reminder of how deeply movies can affect one's perception of reality. In India, there's a temple where rats are considered sacred and roam freely. The Karni Mata temple houses thousands of rats, and devotees feed them milk and sweets. Eating food nibbled by these rats is seen as a blessing. For germaphobes, this place is basically a horror movie with religious approval. The thumbs up emoji has caused international controversy. In some cultures, a thumbs up is a gesture of positivity, but in others, it's considered rude or offensive. So next time you give someone a thumbs up, you might just be unknowingly giving them the international signal for, I'm not happy with this. Bouldering routes, also called problems, often have ridiculous names that are more about creativity than difficulty. You might find yourself scaling a rock called the Lumpy Yeti or Grumpy Monkey while silently questioning your life choices. It's like someone decided climbing was funnier than it really should be, as if bouldering were not difficult on its own. In some bouldering gyms, there are flash challenges where climbers have to solve a bouldering problem blindfolded, using only their sense of touch to find holds. Imagine getting halfway through and realizing you've been grabbing a completely different set of rocks than everyone else. You'll either look like a genius or a complete disaster. If you enjoyed this bizarre fact, make sure to hit that like button, drop a comment with the weirdest challenge you've ever seen, and don't forget to subscribe for more strange and hilarious facts from around the world. In the early days of bouldering, climbers would use things like tree branches, logs, or even piles of dirt to simulate holds, because actual rock climbing holds were considered too expensive. So for a while, like, bouldering was basically just throwing yourself at a tree and hoping you don't break anything. The term bouldering comes from the word boulders, but not the kind you might expect. In fact, it originally referred to the act of climbing small rocks, or boulders without ropes, except in the UK, where it was once considered a strange hobby for eccentric people who'd rather climb rocks than, do actual work. In ancient Greece, that students had to memorize everything because writing things down was seen as lazy. Socrates even criticized writing, saying it would ruin memory skills. Imagine failing your philosophy test because you dared to jot down notes like a weak-minded mortal. The earliest known carts were used around 3500 BCE in Mesopotamia. They were essentially wooden platforms with wheels that were pulled by donkeys or oxen. However, these carts were so rudimentary that they probably felt more like dragging a wooden box through the mud than smoothly rolling down the road. Thank goodness for cart upgrades. There's a whole emoji dedicated to a smiling poop. Not just any poop, but a happy, content little turd. Why does this exist? No one knows, but it's now one of the most universally used emojis. So, the next time you're feeling particularly proud of a bathroom break, you can send a poop emoji to share the love. The face with tears of joy emoji is officially the most popular emoji in the world. But did you know it was almost replaced by an emoji depicting laughter with tears? Thankfully it stayed, and now it's used to express everything from genuine laughter to passive-aggressive reactions when someone says something questionable. The mantis shrimp has the most ridiculous vision system known to science. While humans have 3 color receptors, red, green, and blue, these marine lunatics have 16. They can see colors that don't even exist for us. To them, the world probably looks like a psychedelic oil spill wrapped in a rainbow smoothie. Meanwhile, humans are stuck in plain old 4K color mode. At the University of Copenhagen, Denmark, there is an annual naked run called the Friday Bar Naked Run. Students sprint around the university courtyard wearing absolutely nothing, except maybe shoes. The prize? A crate of beer and eternal bragging rights. Nothing says academic pride like being chased by your own dignity. At the University of Toronto, Canada, students have an official anti-calendar, a brutally honest review of every course and professor, created entirely by students. It's like Yelp, but for academia. Some reviews are so savage that even the professors probably cry while reading them. In the 18th century, England had a very creative way of executing people called hanging, drawing, and quartering. A condemned person was first hanged until they were nearly dead, then disemboweled, and finally their body was cut into 4 pieces. This gruesome spectacle was reserved for high treason, as if treason wasn't horrifying enough on its own. Trench rats were no ordinary pests. These monsters grew fat on corpses and leftover food, often reaching the size of small cats. Some soldiers even gave them names or used them for gambling fights. Imagine fighting for your life while a rat named Big Tony watches you from the corner, like he owns the place. The trenches were a cocktail of dead bodies, sweat, urine, rotting food, and chemical weapons. The stench was so powerful it could knock a man down. Some soldiers stuffed tobacco or mint up their noses just to survive the smell without passing out like cartoon characters. Trench periscopes were made from literally anything. To avoid getting sniped, soldiers would build makeshift periscopes using broken mirrors, tin cans, or even biscuit tins. Some of them looked like terrible DIY projects, but hey, when sticking your head up could get it blown off, any reflective garbage became high-tech survival gear. In ancient China, there was a particularly gruesome method of execution called death by 1,000 cuts. The condemned person would be slowly mutilated by having small cuts made all over their body until they eventually died. It's like a terrible art form, but with way more blood and a lot less creativity. Men tend to have a larger liver, which sounds great until you realize that means they also have a higher risk of liver-related issues. So while they're getting that extra storage space, it's like their body handed them more room for trouble. Maybe that's why they can outdrink everyone until they can't. Psychopaths don't yawn when others yawn. Yes, that weird, contagious yawn thing most humans do. Psychopaths often skip it because they lack empathy. So if you're in a room full of yawning people and that one guy is staring at you like a robot from a horror movie, you might want to leave. Pythagoras, the famous Greek mathematician, ran a secretive cult school where students had to stay silent for years before being allowed to speak in class. Silence was seen as a test of discipline. Imagine sitting on mind-blowing math knowledge and not being allowed to say hypotenuse for 5 years. At the University of Chicago, there's a tradition called the scav hunt, the world's largest scavenger hunt. Challenges include things like building a nuclear reactor, not a joke, or stealing bizarre objects. It's the Olympics of weirdness, where being a nerdy genius with too much free time is a survival skill. In 2017, a guy named Daniel Strickland went viral by showing off his influencer lifestyle, spending hours taking selfies while pretending to lead an extravagant life that didn't actually exist. It turns out that he was just posing in public spaces and scamming his followers with luxury appearances, proving that even the most superficial influencer could be a work of fiction. After the release of Jaws in 1975, beachgoers were so terrified of sharks that beach tourism in some areas plummeted. People refused to swim in the ocean for fear of a shark attack, despite the fact that the movie's events were pure fiction. For a while, it seemed like the movie's terror might have caused a nationwide fear of water that had nothing to do with reality. Paracelsus believed you could create life from a human corpse with horse poop. This 16th century alchemist thought he could create a tiny human called a homunculus by burying human sperm in horse manure for 40 days. No lab equipment, just some medieval faith and a whole lot of animal waste. Who even comes up with this? In Nazi Germany, the government banned extravagant fashion, but rebellious youth known as swing kids wore flashy, oversized coats and wild hairstyles to mock the strict regime. Fashion became an actual silent protest. Hard to think that dictators feared messy hair and loose fits. Studies have shown that regular physical activity actually helps you sleep better, but only if you don't exercise right before bed. Otherwise, your body thinks it's still at war with gravity and refuses to shut down for the night. Ancient humans were basically walking cardio machines. Our ancestors ran long distances, not because they loved fitness, but because dinner had legs and ran away. So technically, jogging is just humanity's ancient hunting instinct trying to come back without the spear. In Zimbabwe during the late 2000s, inflation got so out of control that the government printed a $100 trillion note. You could barely buy a loaf of bread with it. People carried wheelbarrows full of cash to buy groceries. That's not economics, that's a comedy sketch gone wrong. In medieval England, King Edward III banned the wearing of fancy clothes by poor people because it confused the social order. If you were broke but stylish, you could literally get fined for looking rich. Fashion police? Number are actual police forcing people to wear ugly outfits? Absolutely. In Bhutan, students taking exams are sometimes required to write answers in verse or poetry form. Imagine explaining a math problem while rhyming like Shakespeare with a headache. 2 trains depart at noon, so their meeting is soon. Trenchfoot was basically nature eating your feet alive. Soldiers in World War I. Trenches would stand for days in waterlogged mud, leading to trenchfoot. This horrifying condition caused their skin to rot, toes to turn black, and in severe cases, feet would literally fall off like overboiled potatoes. It wasn't a battle injury. It was a swamp monster growing inside their boots. Sign languages have their own grammar rules, and it's not just waving hands around randomly. Word order, facial expressions, and even the speed of movement can completely change a sentence. One wrong eyebrow raise and you might accidentally sign angry cat instead of beautiful day. Some ancient tribes in Siberia hunted mammoths by digging massive pits and covering them with branches and snow. Mammoths, in their peaceful cluelessness, would just plop right in. Imagine falling into a hole because someone disguised it with IKEA-level effort. Ancient trolling at its finest. Want more mind-blowing survival tactics from history that prove humans have always been a little extra? Hit that subscribe button and watch our full video. You won't believe what else they came up with. There's a fruit called jabuticaba that looks like grapes, but here's the weird part. It grows directly on the trunk of the tree like pimples on a teenager's face. It's like the tree just gave up on branches and thought, let's grow fruit right here where everyone can trip over it. In 1978, a man in Belgium tried to fly like Superman, inspired by the movie Superman. He jumped off his roof thinking that he could glide using a homemade cape. Needless to say, he didn't fly. He fell. Movies truly have a way of making people believe they can do the impossible. Thankfully, he only suffered minor injuries, but it's a reminder to maybe skip the cape and stay on solid ground. Influencers can turn mundane objects into global trends. Take the Squishmallow plush toy, for example. What started as a simple toy ballooned into a multi-million-dollar craze, all because influencers started sharing their cute collections online. The true power of an influencer, turning a pillow into an overnight sensation with a single post. In ancient Greece, it was believed that the moon could literally drive people insane. They thought the full moon had this magical ability to mess with your mind and behavior. It's like they just sat there waiting for an excuse to call someone crazy after they acted out. There's an influencer in Japan who made a career out of posting photos of their feet. Yes, you read that right. By showing off their feet in various artistic poses, they built an online empire. In an age where everyone wants to be a millionaire, the lesson here is if you've got feet, you've got a business plan. In medieval Europe, the breaking wheel was a favorite method of execution. The condemned person would be strapped to a large wheel, then rolled in front of a crowd before being bludgeoned to death. The idea was to break their bones and leave them hanging in a way that showed just how powerful the state's authority was. Definitely an effective way to crush any hope you had for a second chance. Studies show that many psychopaths can fake emotions with creepy accuracy. They watch others like predators studying prey, copying smiles, laughs, and even crying on command. It's emotional cosplay, but with the energy of a malfunctioning serial killer trying to win an Oscar. At the University of Bologna in Italy, the oldest university in the world, students once paid their professors directly. If the lectures were bad, students could withhold payment. Imagine sitting in class watching your professor struggle through boring slides while you slowly pull your wallet back into your pocket. Harsh but fair. In 1974, the UK put a strict limit on the power of vacuum cleaners. Yes, for real. There was an energy crisis, and instead of cutting down on big factories, the government decided people's carpets were just too clean. The result? A black market for powerful vacuums. The vacuum mafia became a thing. Nikola Tesla fell in love with a pigeon, not a woman, not a machine. A pigeon. Tesla claimed a specific white pigeon visited him regularly and that he loved it as a man loves a woman. He even said the pigeon died in his arms while emitting a mysterious light from its eyes. This wasn't science. This was hardcore Shakespearean tragedy with bird drama. Tycho Brahe had a pet moose that got drunk and fell down the stairs. This famous astronomer kept a pet moose at his castle. He would feed it beer at fancy dinner parties because apparently moose etiquette demands alcohol. Tragically, the poor thing got drunk one night, stumbled down some stairs, and died. Science is wild, but medieval scientists were on a whole other level. The miracle berry sounds like a prank in fruit form. It doesn't taste sweet itself, but after eating it, anything sour, lemons, vinegar, pickles, will taste sugary sweet for about an hour. It's basically nature's way of turning your taste buds into a confused science experiment. Isaac Newton once stared at the sun until he went temporarily blind. Yes, the same genius who gave us gravity thought it would be a cool experiment to stare directly at the sun just to see what happens. The result? Surprise, surprise. Eye damage? He spent days locked in a dark room recovering like some dramatic Victorian vampire, regretting his life choices. In ancient China, the imperial examination was so hard that some students literally died in the exam halls from stress or exhaustion. The tests lasted for days, inside tiny rooms with no distractions. No water breaks, no bathroom breaks. Just you, your ink brush, and your will to survive. The Buddha's hand fruit looks like yellow, creepy fingers reaching out to grab you while you sleep. It's actually used for its fragrance more than eating. Because let's face it, nobody trusts a fruit that looks like it wants to strangle them in their sleep. Your brain literally works better after exercise. Not because it's magically smarter, but because working out forces more blood and oxygen to your brain. So technically, running away from your problems is good for your mental health, as long as you're wearing sneakers. Some sign languages have regional accents. Yes, you read that right. Just like spoken languages, signs can vary based on region, slang, and local culture. So a person from one city might be signing coffee, while someone from another area thinks they just proposed marriage. Regular physical activity makes your bones stronger, but not in the way lifting a rock would make a rock stronger. Instead, bones respond to impact and weight-bearing exercise by growing denser, like some weird living concrete that refuses to snap under pressure. There's a mountain in Australia called Mount Disappointment. Why? Early explorers climbed it, hoping for a great view, but got blocked by trees, so they named it after their crushed dreams. It's the ultimate passive-aggressive landmark. The Matterhorn in the Alps is so photogenic that Toblerone chocolate bars were designed in its shape. Yes, your favorite triangular snack is basically edible mountain fan art. Imagine a mountain being so iconic that people said, let's bite it. Mount Everest grows taller every year, but not because it hits the gym. Thanks to tectonic plate movement, Everest gains about 4 millimeters annually. Mother Earth is basically flexing very slowly like a grandma doing yoga, but still managing to break records. In China's Tang Dynasty, wealthy women wore false eyebrows made of mouse fur glued to their faces. Yes, their eyebrow game was literally borrowed from tiny rodents. Beauty is pain, but in this case, it's also slightly terrifying. In 1983, a baseball game in Chicago was delayed because of a giant inflatable beer bottle that broke loose and rolled across the field like it was possessed. Fans cheered louder for the rogue beer balloon than the actual players. The beer bottle got more applause than any home run. The Vikings wore clothes dyed with urine. They used fermented urine rich in ammonia to bleach and dye wool. So technically, Vikings invented hardcore DIY fashion, just with a horrifying smell as part of the aesthetic. When temperatures drop too low, iguanas in Florida freeze up and literally fall from trees. It rains iguanas like it's a scaly apocalypse. Floridians know it's winter when their yard looks like a reptile-themed horror movie set. Male iguanas go full rockstar during mating season. Their color changes to bright orange to attract females. It's nature's version of wearing neon clothing to say, look at me, I'm emotionally unavailable but very colorful. and maybe we could be friends with benefits. In 1974, a football match in the Congo was stopped because players believed the opposing team was using witchcraft. The goalkeeper swore the ball was disappearing midair. Instead of calling VAR, they called the local shaman. The result? The match descended into a supernatural meltdown. Finland once had a bizarre tradition where high school students took a mandatory swimming test before graduation. The logic? If you could swim across a freezing lake, you could probably survive university too. In Japan, some universities hold entrance exams where part of the test is literally about folding origami or answering questions based on anime plot twists. That's right, pass the test not with formulas, but with paper cranes and cartoon knowledge. In 1998, during a marathon in Mexico, a runner named German Silva took a wrong turn just before the finish line, ran an extra kilometer, and still won. Meanwhile, the audience collectively lost its mind watching him take the scenic route to victory. Ever wondered what happens when your GPS completely fails mid-race? Well, German Silva made it work. If you want to see more jaw-dropping moments from the world of sports that will make you question reality, hit subscribe and watch the full video, because sometimes the journey is the victory, even if it's not the shortest. The Sand people of southern Africa practiced persistence hunting, where they would literally chase animals for hours, sometimes days, until the poor creature collapsed from exhaustion. It was less hunting and more like cardio warfare powered by stubbornness. Some ancient hunters wore animal disguises, like dressing as deer or wolves, to sneak up on prey. Sounds smart until you realize they sometimes get mistaken for actual animals by other hunters. Nothing says awkward like being accidentally speared by your own teammate because your elk costume was too convincing. Physical activity triggers the release of endorphins, chemicals that make you feel happy. But here's the bizarre part. Your body releases the same chemicals during intense laughter or after eating spicy food. So yes, exercising is basically just laughing aggressively with your muscles. North Korea once issued a currency revaluation that wiped out savings overnight. People's life savings turned into pocket change within hours. Imagine working for 30 years and waking up to find your money could only buy a cabbage. That's not fiscal policy. That's villain origin story material. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers made jewelry out of bullets, shrapnel, and coins. Known as trench art, these handmade accessories were swapped, gifted, or kept as good luck charms. Imagine rolling up to a party flexing your grenade fragment necklace like it's a designer piece. Horned melon, also called kuwano, looks like an orange cactus and tastes like cucumber mixed with banana and lime. In other words, like a fruit that couldn't decide what it wanted to be when it grew up. It's basically the awkward teenager of the fruit world. Dogs live in a muted Instagram filter. While dogs are famously colorblind, it's not completely black and white. They see mostly blues and yellows, kind of like a badly aged photo filter that forgot what red and green look like. So that bright red ball you throw, it's basically a weird gray-green orb to them. And yet they still love fetching it like it's gold. The brains of psychopaths literally light up differently when they hurt people. Neuroimaging shows that some psychopaths get pleasure or feel calm when causing pain. While a normal brain screams, "Bad idea," theirs whispers, "More, please." It's like their moral compass was replaced with a gremlin holding a party horn. Puni Puni Poemi features a girl who transforms into an anime superhero who uses the power of obscene humor and random absurdity to fight bad guys. If you ever wanted an anime that doesn't make sense in any language, this one is the key. It's like they threw all logic out the window and let chaos reign. The Mummy of the Unknown Man at the British Museum has baffled historians for years. This ancient Egyptian mummy was wrapped in royal linen, yet no one knows who he is. Some believe he might have been a high-ranking official or even a prince, or maybe just a very unlucky person who never got a name tag. Influencers have been linked to FOMO, fear of missing out, on a psychological level, and studies show that it leads to higher levels of anxiety and depression in their followers. If seeing a beach vacation you'll never afford or a perfectly arranged meal makes you feel terrible, blame the influencer marketing machine. It's basically like watching a very glamorous, very expensive commercial every day. That vintage green glass bowl your grandma has might just be uranium glass. In fact, uranium glass was often used in the production of household items like bowls, cups, and even ashtrays. Your family heirlooms could be emitting tiny radioactive traces. Nothing says vintage like radioactive glow. In South Korea, during their infamous Sunyoung college entrance exam, planes are literally banned from flying over exam halls to avoid distracting students. The whole country goes silent. Even stock markets open late. One exam to rule them all, and absolute silence to fuel the terror. While the 2011 earthquake in Japan was catastrophic, it was the tsunami that followed that triggered the Fukushima disaster. The tsunami overwhelmed the power systems of the nuclear plant, shutting down cooling systems and causing the reactors to overheat. It's like a series of unfortunate events where the natural world teamed up to wreak havoc. When the Fukushima disaster struck, a group of 50 workers volunteered to stay behind, and manually manage the cooling systems at the plant, risking their lives to prevent a full meltdown. They became known as the Fukushima 50, and their bravery is often hailed as a heroic stand against the odds. They essentially became human shields for an entire nation's safety. Mount Etna in Italy has its own volcano deity that was thought to throw tantrums in the form of lava spitting. Locals used to believe a giant monster named Typhon was trapped under it. Every eruption, Typhon is having a meltdown like a mythical Karen who didn't get her way. Scientists discovered that certain strains of bacteria living near the Fukushima plant could actually break down radioactive materials. These tiny organisms might hold the key to cleaning up some of the mess left by the disaster, potentially turning the tables on the destructive forces of nature with nature itself. Go figure. Nature creating nature's cleanup crew. Some iguanas can survive underwater for up to 30 minutes. Marine iguanas of the Galapagos Islands even dive into the ocean like professional swimmers to feed on algae. Basically, they're sea dragons with a salad addiction. The classic Cobb salad, popular in the United States, was reportedly invented in 1937 by Robert Cobb, the owner of the Brown Derby restaurant in Hollywood. One night, he was hungry and decided to throw together leftover ingredients, including chicken, bacon, avocado, and blue cheese. It became an accidental masterpiece. Who knew hunger could lead to a salad that's now a menu staple? In Finland, there's a dish called silly salad, a rather odd name for a salad, but it's not just the name that's strange. The salad is made with smoked fish, raw onions, and mashed potatoes, then doused in cream or mayonnaise. It's the ultimate blend of hearty and creamy, and doesn't quite match what most of the world would think of as a salad. In Japan, Mount Fuji is considered spiritually female, and ancient women weren't allowed to climb it because they might anger the goddess of the mountain. Because apparently nothing scares ancient men like a woman conquering nature and patriarchy at the same time. In ancient Rome, crucifixion wasn't just for Jesus. Sometimes it was used to execute slaves, criminals, and even entire villages. The Romans would hang people on crosses for days, sometimes letting them starve or be attacked by animals, making it one of the most drawn-out and terrifying ways to die. Talk about overkill. It may sound like something out of a cartoon, but laughing too hard has actually caused a few people to die. It's a condition known as lacrimatory syncope, a combination of excessive laughter and a sudden drop in blood pressure, which can lead to fainting or even heart failure. So, the next time you laugh too hard, maybe consider dialing it back just a little. A particularly bizarre injury occurred in the UK when a man was struck by a falling pigeon. While this might sound like something straight out of a slapstick comedy, the man actually suffered a broken nose. Apparently, the pigeon flew into his face with such force that he lost balance and fell, leading to a rather peculiar and painful injury. In 1952, the Italian car company Fiat made an actual car, Fiat 500, but with an unusual twist. The body was made from wood, not metal. The company wanted to test how wood could be used as a lightweight material for car design. Unfortunately, this wooden marvel didn't last long on the roads and was eventually shelved for more durable options. In 1889, a French inventor, Count Albert de Dion, designed a car that had 3 wheels and was powered by a steam engine. The de Dion Bouton had 1 wheel in the front and 2 at the back, making it look more like a tricycle for grown-ups than a car. It's the automotive equivalent of trying to ride a bicycle on a caffeine binge. Philosophical theology has a long-standing debate over whether everything that happens is preordained by God, theological determinism, or if humans have free will to make choices. This gives rise to the paradox of human responsibility. If everything is predetermined by God, can humans truly be held accountable for their actions? Some theologians argue that we're stuck in a divine game of chess with each of our moves determined, but somehow still giving us the illusion of control. It's like playing a game where the instructions keep changing. Frustrating, but a lot to think about. The ontological argument proposed by philosopher Anselm of Canterbury suggests that God's existence can be proven purely through logic. The argument states that if we can conceive of a perfect being in our minds, then that being must exist in reality, because a perfect being, by definition, cannot be imperfect, which would include not existing. So, in essence, this argument tries to convince us that God's existence is self-evident, just because we can imagine it. Talk about a cosmic brain teaser. In 2012, a Picasso painting was found behind a mirror in a house that was being renovated. The artwork was hidden for decades, unnoticed and tucked away behind a reflective surface. How did it get there? It seems that a former owner had hidden the valuable painting during World War II to avoid it being stolen. It was like the art world's version of hiding in plain sight, but with a twist of mystery and intrigue. While not an outbreak in the traditional sense, in 1932, Australia found itself in a bizarre conflict known as the Great Emu War. After World War I, farmers in Western Australia struggled with emus raiding their crops. The Australian military was called in to battle the birds, but the emus proved incredibly elusive and resilient, and despite the use of machine guns, the military was forced to retreat. This remains one of the oddest and most absurd absurd conflicts in history. Want to see how a bunch of giant birds took down an entire army? Hit subscribe and check out our full video on the Great Emu War, because sometimes it's not the humans who win the battle. In the 1950s, an entire village in Alaska became sick with a mysterious illness that had symptoms similar to the flu but led to death in a large number of cases. The outbreak was eventually traced to the consumption of spoiled whale blubber, which had been contaminated by bacteria. The bizarre thing? The illness seemed to disappear as quickly as it had arrived, with no further outbreaks in the region. In 2004, a couple was shocked to discover their lost wedding ring, which had been missing for over 50 years encased in the trunk of a tree. It was found when the tree was being chopped down, and the ring was perfectly preserved inside a knot in the wood. Perhaps this tree was just holding on to their love for half a century. One might even call it true love, grown into nature. In 2007, treasure hunters uncovered a pirate's chest in the Caribbean, but amid the gold and jewels was something much stranger: a fossilized T-Rex tooth. How did this fossil end up with pirates? Theories are wild, but one suggestion is that it could have been part of a collection of exotic items or a strange, misplaced souvenir from a long-forgotten expedition. A very Jurassic Pirates kind of situation. The microscope was invented in the 17th century by Dutch scientist Antonia van Leeuwenhoek, who used a simple lens to look at the invisible world. Imagine the first time he peered into a drop of water and thought, "Oh, look at all these tiny creatures, I'm going to need a bigger petri dish." Talk about microscopic pets. In medieval Europe, falconry wasn't just a hobby, it was a fashion statement. Nobles would parade around with fancy birds on their arms like they were carrying expensive handbags with wings. The rarer the bird, the more flex-worthy your status. In medieval China, the imperial examination for government jobs lasted 3 whole days, and candidates were locked in small cells with nothing but paper, ink, and their nightmares. Some students brought their own food, some starved, and some, well, didn't make it out alive. In the Arctic tundra, reindeer have evolved to see UV light so they can detect things humans can't, like urine trails from other animals or moss glowing on snow. Basically, reindeer are living in a high-contrast UV spy movie while we're fumbling with sunglasses wondering where the trail went. Aspirin has been around for centuries, originally made from willow bark, which ancient people chewed to relieve pain. Imagine the first person who decided to chew on bark and thought, "This tastes awful, but hey, my headache's gone." Fast forward to today and we've turned that bark into a magic pill. The placebo effect is when you feel better just because you think you've taken medicine, even if it's just a sugar pill. It's like your brain saying, "Oh, you gave me something. Guess I'll start feeling better now," even though nothing's changed. Your brain is basically a really convincing actor. Insulin helps regulate your blood sugar, but here's the kicker. It's not a sugar buster, it's a sugar usher. It helps sugar, aka glucose, move from your blood into your cells where it can be used for energy. Basically, insulin is like a bouncer at a club, making sure only the right sugars get in while keeping the riffraff out. Your immune system cannibalizes itself. Ever had a moment when you feel like your body is out of control? Well, your immune system sometimes eats its own cells in a process called autophagy. It's like your body going on a weird internal diet, eating the bad bits. If only it would skip dessert and go for the junk DNA instead. Stress makes your immune system take a sick day. Stress doesn't just ruin your mood, it can literally mess with your immune system. High stress can reduce your white blood cells, leaving you wide open for infections. So next time you're stressed, just remember, your immune system is throwing in the towel while you're running on fumes. For colorblind people, red-green perception is often the tricky part. But here's the weird twist. They often see the world in a way that's way more vibrant, with some people claiming to see a whole new color combo. It's like your brain pulling a fast one on you, creating new color variations that aren't even on the regular rainbow list. Hemp is the fabric that's been underestimated for centuries. Hemp has been around for thousands of years as a source of fabric, but only recently has it started getting its due attention. It's like the quiet, nerdy kid in school who eventually became the CEO. Hemp is super durable, eco-friendly, and was even used to make sails for ships. Who knew? Bamboo, that plant you're probably more familiar with as a snack for pandas, is also a source. It's like bamboo took a detour from its role as the panda's personal chef and decided to enter the fashion world. Not only is it eco-friendly, but it's soft, breathable, and naturally antibacterial. Basically, the superhero of fabrics. Cotton is grown from plants that have fluffy white fibers, making it feel like you're picking clouds straight from the ground. But don't get too excited. Those clouds are the result of some seriously sneaky plants, tricking you into thinking you're picking soft pillows when it's really going to need a lot of time and effort to turn into fabric. Forget fancy SPF lotions. Ancient Egyptians would slather mud on their skin to protect themselves from the sun. It's like they invented earthy SPF long before any dermatologist could get a patent. Who needs sunscreen when you can rock the mud facial look? In 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen Falcon accidentally discovered X-rays while playing around with cathode rays in his lab. He didn't even know what he had found at first. He was just tinkering with stuff. So, no, it wasn't some grand scientific eureka moment. It was more like, hey, what's this glowing box? Let's see what happens if I put my hand in it. When historians finally acknowledged that Vikings likely reached North America long before Columbus, it was an epic oops moment. It's like finding out your childhood myth was true, but now you're the last one to know. Sorry, Christopher Columbus. Vikings beat you to the punch by about 500 years. Antibiotics work by attacking bacteria, but they don't actually kill bacteria in the traditional sense. They just stop bacteria from multiplying. It's like sending in an army of super nerds to stop the bad guys from multiplying while leaving them alive and possibly frustrated. Humans can only see a tiny portion of the light spectrum, known as the visible spectrum, which makes up about a tiny fraction of all light. So there are colors out there in the infrared and ultraviolet realms that your eyes literally can't detect. It's like missing a whole rainbow, but nature's just showing off its secret palette. In 2015, archaeologists discovered a mummified body in a pyramid that had been lost for centuries. The shocking part? The mummy was found inside a sealed, secret chamber in Egypt's Saqqara pyramid, a place believed to be void of human remains. So this ancient royal burial ground held its biggest surprise millennia after the fact, almost as if the past was playing an eternal game of hide-and-seek. In tech, many gadgets like the famous Oculus Rift were initially designed for men's heads. This resulted in women getting motion sickness or discomfort when using them. It wasn't until women complained about this that companies started designing more inclusive versions. So guess what? Women were just an afterthought in the next-gen tech race. While historians were translating ancient cuneiform texts, they were shocked to discover love letters tucked among administrative documents. Turns out, ancient Assyrian scribes were as prone to writing heartfelt and occasionally awkward love notes as we are today. Who knew that history had a romantic side? Petri dishes were invented in 1887 by German bacteriologist Julius Richard Petri. He didn't just want a regular plate, though. He needed something flat, shallow, and transparent to culture bacteria. So he made the Petri dish and basically gave bacteria their personal restaurant. Bon appetit, tiny microbes. In the 1950s, the Chrysler Corporation introduced a concept car called the Chrysler Norseman that had a glass roof that was literally floating. The car's roof was supported by pillars that were built into the door frame, creating the illusion of a roof suspended in midair. Sure, it's futuristic, but I wonder how many heads would have hit that floating glass. Some psychologists argue that procrastination is actually linked to our primitive instincts for survival. It's like your brain is trying to avoid the stress of doing things by convincing you that delaying is a good idea, because who doesn't love ignoring responsibilities like a caveman avoiding a saber-toothed tiger? When crash test dummies were first created, they were modeled after the average male body. This meant that the car safety systems were designed for men, ignoring how women's bodies might respond in crashes. So, women were literally crash tested with worse odds, all because car designers thought, just make it for the dudes. Sharks have a natural defense against the sun. They produce oils in their skin that act like a natural sunscreen. Imagine being so cool that you don't even need SPF 30. Sharks basically invented the "I woke up like this" defense against the sun. While we love eating them, bananas might just be hiding a secret. The peels contain compounds that, when crushed and applied, can help block UV rays. So next time you snack on one, don't toss that peel. Rub it on your skin like an all-natural sunblock. Curious about more weird food facts that could actually change your life? Hit subscribe and watch our full video on how everyday snacks might be hiding superpowers. You'll never look at your fruit bowl the same way again. Historians once thought that the Egyptian pyramids were simply giant tombs until they realized they were basically elaborate, oversized storage units for royal belongings, not just final resting places. So the grand monuments might have been glorified storage sheds. What a plot twist. Oddly enough, procrastination can sometimes be beneficial for creativity. When you delay a task, your brain is working in the background, solving problems in a more abstract way. So when you finally get around to doing something, you might come up with a wildly creative solution. It's like your brain throws a little creative party while you're binge watching your favorite show. It's scientifically proven that women, on average, can distinguish between more shades of color than men. Maybe that's why your mom's always able to pick out 37 different shades of beige in paint stores while you're still stuck trying to figure out the difference between seafoam and mint. It's a superpower, really. The longest train station in the world is in Japan, with the station stretching over 1.5 kilometers. It's so long that you might need a snack and a nap just to walk from one end to the other. Forget waiting for your train. You'll need a good pair of shoes just to get to the platform. Historians once argued about whether hot dogs should be classified as sandwiches. Some debated whether the bun and the sausage counted as a sandwich, while others were busy making hot dogs a legitimate subject for historical research. Could you imagine the serious face-off between history nerds on this one? Allergies are when your immune system goes a bit overboard, deciding that harmless things like pollen or peanuts are evil invaders. It's like calling in the SWAT team to stop a paper cut. Your immune system's reaction is so dramatic, could win an Oscar for best performance in an allergic meltdown. In 2018, workers discovered a message from the 19th century stuffed inside a bottle of whiskey during a routine check on an old barrel in a distillery in Scotland. The letter, written in the 19th century, was apparently tucked away by a former worker. It's the kind of secret that for over a century sat there aging like the whiskey itself, until curiosity and time finally uncorked it. In Russia, there are train stations that no longer exist but still appear on maps. These phantom stations are left over from the Soviet era. It's like the ghost of trains past showing up on your GPS for no reason. Get on the wrong platform, you might just find yourself in a station that's, well, not really there. If you stare at a color for long enough, you'll start seeing an afterimage of its complementary color. For example, staring at a red object for a while and then looking at a white background might make you see green. It's like your brain's way of trying to pull a fast one on you, like, oh, you like red? How about a surprise green? 2004, a man in the US was struck by a meteorite while standing outside. He was hit on the shoulder by a rock from space, specifically a meteorite that had fallen to Earth. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, but he did become part of an incredibly rare club of people who've been directly hit by a meteorite. In 2015, a woman in the UK was hospitalized after suffering severe injuries from a vampire bite. No, not from an actual vampire, but from a giant hickey given by her partner. The suction of the hickey caused blood vessels to burst, leading to a hematoma on her neck. Be careful where you put your lips. Sometimes they can do more harm than good. Believe it or not, it's possible to fracture a rib just by coughing too hard. People with conditions like chronic bronchitis or emphysema are especially susceptible to this injury. So next time you have a rough cough, maybe take a little extra care. Not all broken ribs come from boxing matches. Ancient Egyptians used trained cheetahs for hunting. Yes, these people basically invented the original sports car end, but with fur and claws. They would blindfold the cheetah, release it like a furry missile toward prey, and then casually collect dinner while the big cat did all the work. In 1990, during a cricket match between England and India, a swarm of bees attacked the field. Players dropped to the ground instantly like it was a tactical military operation. Turns out cricket strategy books forgot to mention bee invasion as a possible game interruption. Paracetamol, or acetaminophen, is one of the most commonly used painkillers, but scientists still aren't totally sure how it works. It's like the medicine equivalent of a magician's trick. No one knows exactly how it does its thing, but it's still a crowd favorite. It just makes pain disappear, and we're all like, thanks, magic pill. In Bolivia, there's a train station made entirely of salt. It's part of the salt flats, and trains don't even stop there anymore. It's like the ultimate salt bay station, except instead of seasoning your food, it just leaves you wondering how much salt you can handle in one place. In Japan, there's a train station submerged underwater. The station is located beneath a body of water and is only accessible by diving through it. It's a bit like a train to the underworld experience. They're just waiting for a sequel to the Titanic, but with more trains. Ever heard of the 5-minute rule? It's a procrastinator's sneaky trick to get started. Just commit to a task for 5 minutes. But once you start, you often get so absorbed you end up working for hours. It's basically your brain's way of tricking you into actually doing something without feeling like you're committing to a marathon. A standard deck of 52 cards has more possible combinations than there are atoms in the known universe. So next time you lose a card game, just tell yourself it's statistically improbable that you could have won anyway. Poker is older than you think. While poker's been popularized in recent years, its roots go all the way back to the 16th century in Europe. The game evolved from a French game called poker, which, you guessed it, was a lot of bluffing and pretending to be cooler than you actually were. Even back then, poker faces were vital. Guess we've all been pretending since the 1500s. A man in Florida went to the hospital after he accidentally pierced his tongue on a lemon seed. He was enjoying a citrusy drink when a seed lodged in his tongue, causing him to swallow it. It caused an internal injury that required medical attention. Before it became a solo game beloved by bored office workers worldwide, solitaire was originally a card game played in groups. In fact, some historians believe it was invented as a way for royal families to teach patience and strategy. Today, we mostly use it to procrastinate during work hours. Want more bizarre history and tech fails mixed with hilarious facts? Hit subscribe and check out the full video where we break down how the past and present collided in the weirdest ways.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Potatoes went to space before some countries got color TV. In 1995, NASA grew potatoes on the Space Shuttle Columbia to test space farming. So, technically, potatoes are more intergalactic travelers than most of us. Somewhere in space, there's probably a lonely potato floating around wondering why nobody added butter. The old South Pittsburgh Hospital in Tennessee, which was turned into a train station, is known for being one of the most haunted places in the U.S. Imagine waiting for your train while ghostly apparitions and creepy sounds surround you. Maybe the only thing scarier than missing your train is being stuck with a ghost as your seatmate. Designers who make clothing unisex often forget to actually accommodate the differing body types of men and women. Unisex clothing often fits men better because it's designed with broader shoulders, and women's figures get the short end of the stick. It's like the concept of one size fits all really just means one size fits the male body. In some sign languages, there are signs specifically for swearing, and they're so creative it makes spoken insults look lazy. Imagine flipping someone off with 3 fingers, a head tilt, and an eyebrow raise. It's practically performance art. Some psychopaths have a reduced startle response, meaning they don't flinch at loud noises or scary things like normal people. While most of us would jump at a sudden bang, psychopaths might just sit there blinking slowly like a glitchy NPC waiting to ruin someone's life. In today's digital age, it's not uncommon for people to suffer from a condition called texting thumb, which is essentially repetitive stress injury from typing too much on their phones. This can cause pain, swelling, and even tendonitis in your thumb, making texting feel more like a workout than communication. People who procrastinate are often perfectionists. They'll delay tasks because they fear they won't do them perfectly. So instead of starting a project, they sit around and worry about making it flawless. That's like avoiding a party because you're afraid your dancing won't be flawless. And then not dancing at all. Saregama was once sung to animals. In ancient Indian villages, farmers literally sang saregama notes to their cows and buffaloes. The belief? It made them give more milk. Imagine a cow standing there judging your vocal range like a grumpy talent show judge. Moo, flat note, 0 milk today. In Japanese folklore, if you mistreat your umbrella, yes, the thing that saves you from rain might turn into a one-eyed, hopping ghost with a giant tongue. Imagine being late for work, and your umbrella starts chasing you down the street like, "Forgot me again, huh?" Broccoli is basically a lab-created mutant. Broccoli didn't naturally grow in the wild. Humans bred it from a wild mustard plant. In fact, broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, kale, and Brussels sprouts are all the same species, just different versions created by selective breeding. It's like the vegetable version of a bizarre reality show spin-off, where everyone looks related, but insists they're totally different. Chihuahuas are the living proof of humans wanting chaos in their pockets. They are descendants of the ancient Tachichi dog from Mexico, but human breeders shrank them down into jittery, ankle-biting gremlins that could fit inside a teacup. The result? A 3-pound dog with the confidence of a lion and the nervous energy of a caffeine-addicted squirrel. Saregama notes were linked to planets. Ancient musicians believed that each note corresponded to a planet in the solar system. So technically, singing badly wasn't just embarrassing, it was messing with cosmic energies. Forget karaoke, these people thought missing a note might cause a solar eclipse. Folk songs were actually secret gossip channels. In many Indian villages, women used folk songs to throw shade at in-laws or complain about their husbands, but in code. These spicy lyrics sounded innocent until you realized they were calling someone lazy, bald, or stingy, all while clapping along in rhythm. Tomatoes were once displayed like exotic jewelry. In Renaissance Italy, tomatoes were so rare and suspicious that people didn't eat them. They placed them as fancy decorations in their homes. Yes, some people used to decorate tables with what we now squish into ketchup packets. History really had weird interior design goals. Sardinia, Italy, has one of the highest concentrations of centenarians, people who are more than 100 years old. The secret? Goat cheese, wine, and climbing hills like it's a gym membership. Their version of cardio is chasing goats uphill at age 102. Have you ever considered being electrocuted by a fruit? The electric fruit, or buzz button, Acmella oleracea, doesn't technically fizz, but when you chew it, your mouth feels like it licked a battery. It's like your taste buds are being electrocuted at a disco party. Numbness, tingling, and a tiny mouthquake included. In 1806, a chicken in Leeds, England, allegedly laid eggs with "Christ is coming" written on them. People freaked out, thinking the end was near. Turns out the owner was writing on the eggs and shoving them back inside the poor bird like a poultry prank gone demonic. The Great Disappointment of 1844 is exactly what it sounds like. Preacher William Miller convinced thousands that the world would end on October 22nd, 1844. Spoiler, nothing happened. People sold everything. then awkwardly realized they still had rent due and no apocalypse to blame it on. In 1902, many believed that Halley's Comet would poison Earth's atmosphere with toxic gases. People bought comet pills to survive. Yes, humanity literally trusted a random guy selling fake space medicine more than actual science. The comet left, people stayed, broke and breathing fine. For years, historians have argued about Napoleon Bonaparte's height. Some claimed he was short, others argued he was of average height for his time. Turns out the confusion stemmed from differing French and British measurements, so history was basically built on Napoleon's height being a political weapon. Talk about petty. In 2007, a man in the UK reportedly broke his neck from looking at his phone. The phenomenon, known as text neck, happens when people lean their heads down at an angle for prolonged periods, like while scrolling through social media or texting. It's like your phone's trying to break your neck while you're trying to stay connected. It turns out that many smartphones are designed to fit comfortably in male hands. The average woman's hands are smaller, so they often has a harder time using phones with big screens, especially when trying to reach across the whole display. So basically, it's like the phone was built to fit a giant, not your hand. The Bunsen burner, that iconic lab tool, was invented in 1855 by Robert Bunsen. Before that, scientists used candles or just plain fire to heat things. Imagine trying to conduct delicate experiments with a candle flickering in your face. So Bunsen thought, let's make fire more consistent, and gave us the glorious, predictable flame. Your immune system is as unique as your fingerprint, except it doesn't need a fancy business card. Its DNA markers are your personal security detail. No one else has the exact same immune system. So while your friends might get the flu, you've got the VIP disease-free pass. Wild bananas were a nightmare, full of giant, rock-hard seeds that could break your teeth faster than a bad fall. So humans bred them into the soft, seedless versions we know today. The catch? Modern bananas are sterile clones. Every banana is basically a copy-pasted fruit living a weird monoculture existence. Early animators used live cockroaches to trace movement for bug characters. Yep, before motion capture, some studios just let roaches loose on paper and trace their scampering for authentic insect movement. Imagine getting paid to chase cockroaches for art. Disney's Steamboat Willie sound effects? Half were made using rubber gloves, pots, and literal farm animals. Legend says the squeaky sounds came from real mice accidentally present in the sound room. The mice were unpaid interns, obviously. The ancient Romans had a wild fashion rule. Purple dye was so rare and expensive that it was only allowed for emperors or high-ranking officials. The dye came from crushing thousands of tiny sea snails. Imagine wearing a royal toga and casually knowing your clothes were basically made from oceanic bug juice. In camel wrestling, yes, it exists. Camels are encouraged to wrestle each other during mating season to show dominance. The twist? Spectators gamble on the camels while dodging spit attacks and grumpy beasts charging into the crowd. Romantic? Nope. Wild. Absolutely. Early Japanese anime in the early 20th century was drawn on rice paper, delicate, easy to rip, and hilariously disastrous for action scenes. Imagine spending days animating a samurai fight only to sneeze and destroy half your work. One accidental cough and poof, there goes your epic showdown. Want more chaotic behind-the-scenes moments from animation history? Smash that subscribe button and watch our full video, because nothing says dedication like battling dust particles while drawing sword fights on snack paper. Some desert cactus fruits have a tiny fizzy sensation when eaten fresh due to trapped moisture and their odd internal chemistry. It's like nature wanted desert survival to feel like sipping flat soda while dodging thorns and heat stroke. South African legend says the tokoloshi is an evil little goblin that bites your toes while you sleep. This is why many people used to raise their beds off the ground. Not for style, but because nobody wants their feet chewed at 2 a.m. by a grumpy goblin. Tug of war was once an Olympic sport. And here's the kicker. Teams could be made of policemen. Yes, actual cops competed, swinging batons before matches and looking like they were about to break up a riot, not win a gold medal by yanking people across mud. In chess boxing, players alternate between chess rounds and boxing rounds. That's right. 1 minute, you're strategizing with pawns. The next, you're getting punched in the face. It's the only sport where you can win by checkmate or knockout. Nerds and jocks finally joined forces, violently. Trenches had a latrine zone that was basically a muddy horror story. There were specific parts of the trenches for relieving yourself, but since they were often overfilled or destroyed by shelling, soldiers would sometimes just go wherever they could. It wasn't uncommon to sleep beside a puddle of sewage while being shelled. Hygiene was a myth at that point. In 2011, Harold Camping predicted the rapture would happen on May 21st. Billboard screamed warnings worldwide. When May 21st passed peacefully, he pushed it to October. When October passed too, well, let's just say Harold became the king of, wait, I can explain. The human brain is weirdly wired. When procrastinators avoid important tasks, they don't just sit idly. They often end up doing totally random things. It's like you set out to write an essay, but somehow you end up reorganizing your entire bookshelf by color and size and the number of times you've actually read the books. Weirdly productive, right? In medieval times, people thought the moon controlled everything from mental illness to tides, and even the menstrual cycle. It was as if the moon was this ancient force, gently or not so gently pulling on humans like a puppet master, making sure everyone acted a little stranger when it was around. In ancient Indian universities like Nalanda, monks and scholars debated for hours in public courts, often over the tiniest details of philosophy or science. Some debates lasted days, and yes, if you lost, it was considered social humiliation. It wasn't just about knowledge, it was about absolutely roasting your opponent with facts. In 2018, an influencer reportedly made $1 million by simply posting an ad for a luxury brand on Instagram. The catch? The influencer had no followers. Yes, zero. The company was just so enamored with the idea of influencer marketing that they went ahead and paid the influencer a hefty sum anyway. Moral of the story: sometimes it's not the followers, but the name and the idea that can create the hype. Bees see ultraviolet disco lights. Bees aren't just buzzing around aimlessly. They can see ultraviolet light, which makes flowers look like neon dance floors to them. What looks like a boring yellow daisy to us might look like a glowing Target sign saying, "Free nectar here," to a bee. Nature basically installed UV party lights just for insects. Sign language includes signs for abstract and ridiculous concepts too, like procrastination, awkward, or even alien invasion. Sign languages aren't just about basics. They have the sass, sarcasm, and bizarre humor baked right in without making a single sound. Humans would go to any length to water their food, even if it meant using their own secreted nitrogen. In parts of the world, people dilute human urine to use as a nitrogen-rich watering method. It's the golden elixir for plants, quite literally. Your tomatoes might taste fresh, but just don't ask about their hydration history. People used to believe bathing was dangerous. In a shocking twist of hygiene horror, many thought water could open your pores and let diseases sneak in like burglars. So instead of showers, they just layered perfume on top of filth. The Renaissance was where paintings flourished, but soap died a lonely death. Michelangelo hated painting the Sistine Chapel. He was a sculptor, not a painter, and spent 4 years grumbling upside down on scaffolding. He even wrote poems about his aching neck and paint-filled nostrils. So next time you stare in awe at that ceiling, remember it was brought to you by sheer rage and back pain. A London skyscraper nicknamed the Walkie-Talkie reflected sunlight so intensely that it melted parts of nearby cars. Park there too long and your bumper becomes soup. The solution: sunglasses for the building. Seriously, they gave it shades. Falling coconuts kill around 150 people worldwide each year. That's more than shark attacks. On tropical islands, lying under a palm tree might seem romantic, until one of nature's bowling balls takes you out like a beachside assassin. Kazakhstan has a navy for a sea that's disappearing. The Aral Sea has been drying up for decades, but the country still has a naval fleet. It's like organizing a water polo team in a kiddie pool. The ships are basically parked in what's now just a salty sandbox of broken dreams and fish ghosts. The octopuses are bullying teens of the ocean. In 2017, a diver in California reported being ambushed by a giant Pacific octopus that wrapped its tentacles around his head and tried to yank off his mask. The diver escaped, but not before the octopus stole his GoPro. That's right, the sea creature pulled off a literal underwater mugging. There was a goat that hated politics. In 2016, a Kenyan politician had to cancel a rally because an angry goat kept headbutting the podium and trying to climb onto the stage. The goat apparently had very strong opinions and no tolerance for campaign speeches. Democracy was defeated by a four-legged anarchist. Snake Island exists and humans aren't welcome. Off the coast of Brazil is Ilha da Queimada Grande, better known as Snake Island. It's home to thousands of deadly golden lancehead vipers. It's so dangerous, the Brazilian government banned humans from setting foot there. Basically, it's nature's version of a restraining order. Eat raw or undercooked meat, and you might score yourself a tapeworm that sets up camp in your intestines rent-free. These freeloaders can grow up to 30 feet long, turning your digestive system into a luxury worm condo. Imagine explaining to your doctor that your stomach ache is because you ate sushi and birthed a linguine-sized invader. Texting was a full-body workout. Sending a single LOL took approximately 37 thumb jabs, thanks to T9 predictive text. Typing a love letter? That was a marathon. You had to press 7 4 times just to get an S. By the end, your thumbs were jacked like they were training for a secret Olympic event. Phones were basically indestructible tanks. Drop a keypad phone from a second story? It wouldn't even flinch. It would bounce once, land perfectly upright, and casually ask if you wanted to play Snake. These things could survive a meteor strike, and your grandma probably still has one that works better than your new smartphone. Artificial seeds can be injected into the ground like vaccines. Yep, farmers don't even need to bury these fancy nuggets. Some artificial seeds can be jabbed into the ground with syringes or seed guns, like giving Mother Nature a flu shot. That sprouts into spinach. In some rare conditions, fermentation due to heat or overripeness, watermelons can build up carbon dioxide and fizz when cut open, basically turning into a fruity landmine that explodes sweet, carbonated sadness everywhere. In Irish folktales, the Irish puka is a shape-shifting trickster that sometimes appears as a black horse or rabbit. It either gives you a wild, unwanted midnight ride or whispers doom in your ear. Basically, it's folklore's version of getting stuck in an Uber with the world's worst driver. Pugs are man-made snort machines. Ancient breeders thought it was adorable to squash a dog's face until it wheezed like an old accordion. Pugs' flat faces and huge eyes are the result of intense human meddling. They're cute, sure, but most of them struggle to breathe, sleep, or even eat without sounding like a tiny, exhausted tractor. There's a floating bamboo drip system in India. Some northeastern tribes rig bamboo pipes across mountains, using gravity to move water from streams to fields in slow, rhythmic drips. It's like nature's leaky plumbing system, but intentionally designed. Plumbing has never felt so majestic or mossy. Chickens run entire islands. On the Hawaiian island of Kauai, wild chickens roam freely like they own the place. After hurricanes destroyed coops in the 80s and 90s, the birds went rogue and multiplied like feathery anarchists. Now they strut around beaches, crow at 3 a.m., and challenge cars with zero fear. Want to see what happens when chickens go full rebel mode? Hit subscribe and watch our full video, because nothing says paradise like being ruled by a gang of clucking winged delinquents with zero respect for traffic laws. Some islands have their own languages. On the island of Silbo Gomero, part of the Canary Islands, people use a whistled language to communicate across deep ravines. That's right. People literally whistle entire conversations. So if you ever hear high-pitched tunes on a hike, they might not be birds gossiping. It's probably just island tea. A high-tech airport in Berlin spent billions, only to discover its fire evacuation doors opened inward. Yes, in a panic, people would be running into doors they had to pull toward them. Fire hazard meets reverse psychology. Some artificial seeds don't need pollination. These are the introverts of the plant kingdom. No bees, no romance, no awkward cross-pollination Tinder dates. Just pure cloned perfection from lab-grown embryos. Mother Nature's social life. Bypassed. In ancient China, pigs were raised under toilets so their poop could fall directly into a composting system below that fed crops. Yes, it was nature's very own poop-to-plate delivery system. Efficient? Yes. Hygienic? Let's just say food safety inspectors would have fainted. There's an entire academic field studying icon design. Yes, iconography in user interface design is a legit scholarly topic. Experts spend years analyzing whether a tiny gear or a 3-line hamburger best represents settings. It's basically emoji psychology with more existential crises. The bridge that wobbled itself into fame. London's Millennium Bridge opened in 2000 and immediately started wobbling like a drunken tightrope walker. Pedestrians walked in sync, unintentionally, creating a terrifying, human-powered earthquake. It had to be closed 2 days after opening. Moral: never underestimate the power of confused tourists. The non-functional escalator to nowhere. In a shopping mall in China, someone installed an escalator that went up to a wall. No doors, no hallway, just concrete. A beautiful example of build first, think later architecture. At least your journey ends with a firm metaphor for life. In Japan, an apartment building was built on one side of its foundation, literally not centered, and started leaning like a sleepy toddler. Turns out they didn't drill all the foundation supports. It was less engineering and more Jenga on hard mode. E. coli is a microscopic menace with bathroom consequences. This bacterium loves to hang out in undercooked beef and can turn a calm day into a toilet-based thriller. It causes explosive problems so intense they should come with a warning label. May cause you to rethink your entire dietary existence. Queen Elizabeth I basically wore her wealth. She was so obsessed with showing off that her gowns were covered in pearls, jewels, and embroidery thick enough to stop a blade. Her closet was less wardrobe and more bank vault with sleeves. Fashion was war, and Elizabeth came dressed to conquer. Napoleon's coronation robe had more gold than a pirate's fantasy. The guy didn't just want to rule France. He wanted to look like he swallowed Versailles. His robe had gold bees stitched all over it because bees symbolized immortality. Clearly, he wanted to sting his enemies with style. Peeing is a strategic sport in freezing landscapes. Holding in your pee at night actually makes you colder. Your body uses energy to keep that liquid warm. Solution? Brave the freezing night or use a designated pee bottle. Just don't mix it up with your Gatorade. Ever. Snow campers often dig pits inside their tents to trap cold air and create a warm air pocket for sleeping. But when 5 people breathe in a sealed tent, it turns into a human terrarium, and the place becomes a tiny sauna, complete with fogged-up walls and a vibe of group suffering. Being sad is part of the aesthetic. In the goth world, emotional breakdowns are practically fashion accessories. Crying under a full moon? Chic. Writing tragic poems with a raven nearby? Peak goth. Happiness is suspicious. Sadness is couture. Snow blindness is betrayal by sparkles. The sun reflecting off white snow can fry your eyeballs like laser beams. It's like being attacked by glitter from every direction. Forget your sunglasses and you'll stumble around camp, looking like a confused vampire at a rave. Some islands change citizenship like socks. The island of Merkit in the Baltic Sea has a border so messy it's like someone doodled on a map. This tiny rock has switched hands between Sweden and Finland due to a lighthouse that was built in the wrong place. Locals joke that your nationality might change during your lunch break. Some landlocked countries have navies. Yes, you read that right. Bolivia lost its coastline in a war back in the 1800s, but it still has a navy. Why? To patrol Lake Titicaca. Nothing screams revenge fantasy like training sailors to one day get the ocean back. It's like owning swim trunks in the Sahara, just in case. Liechtenstein once accidentally invaded itself. This teeny-tiny, landlocked by landlocked countries has no military, but once its neighbor, Switzerland, accidentally invaded it during a training exercise. Instead of starting a war, the citizens reportedly offered the invaders drinks. It was the most polite invasion in history, no shots, just schnapps. The snake addiction was real. People would risk missing buses, failing exams, and burning dinner just to get a higher snake score. It was the OG mobile gaming addiction, and you had to master 90-degree turns like a digital contortionist. If your snake hit a wall, it wasn't just a game over. It was heartbreak. Ringtones were coded symphonies. Before MP3 tones, you had to compose ringtones manually using numeric sequences like some kind of tech Mozart. Your phone sang Beethoven in beeps, and if you got it wrong, it sounded like a robot crying underwater. And yes, we thought that was peak customization. Phone charms were a fashion statement of the past. Dangling trinkets from your phone was the 2004 equivalent of wearing a designer bag. Some were bigger than the phone itself. Your text message tone might be awful, but at least you had a glittery Pikachu swinging from your antenna like it was a fashion runway. Goth food is mostly beige, ironically. You'd think it's all black licorice and bat stew, but no. Most goths survive on coffee, toast, and existential dread. Some do dye their food black with squid ink or activated charcoal, though, just to remind their pancakes that life is pain. The language that whistles. In a mountain village in Turkey, people literally whistle their conversations across cliffs like chatty birds on espresso. Called kush dili, this whistled Turkish is so detailed that villagers can gossip from half a mile away without a single breath wasted on actual words. Eavesdropping is an Olympic sport there. Piraha doesn't do past tense. This Amazonian language has no concept of time, numbers, or even specific words for colors. Ask someone in Piraha what they did yesterday and they'll respond like, "What is this yesterday you speak of?" It's like speaking to a time-traveling minimalist philosopher. Taya is basically human beatboxing. Ta, a language from Botswana, and has over 100 click sounds. Speaking, it sounds like someone trying to beatbox while chewing bubble wrap. Honestly, if you don't spit halfway through a sentence, are you even speaking Ta? Ancient Chinese emperors wore dragon robes with weather-controlling powers. Well, they thought so. These robes had specific dragon patterns and cosmic meanings that supposedly kept the universe in balance. So basically, the emperor was walking around in a royal weather app made of silk. King Louis XIV wore heels to look fabulous and intimidating. The Sun King made high heels fashionable because why should royalty touch the earth like peasants? His heels were red, his tights were tight, and his wigs could house pigeons. If you thought modern fashion was dramatic, Louis was the original runway menace. Medieval kings had underwear made of ermine fur. Yes, literal butt luxury, because what's the point of ruling half of Europe if your rear doesn't feel like it's being hugged by the fur of tiny snow weasels? Royalty didn't just dress to impress, they dressed to caress every inch, including the most royal cheeks. The squirrel terror of Brooklyn was a real danger. In 2020, a neighborhood in Brooklyn was under siege by one hyper-aggressive squirrel. Residents reported surprise ambushes where it leapt at people's necks, scratched their faces, and chased them down the street. No one knew why it snapped. Maybe it was just tired of being cute. A jogger in Germany was minding his business when a deer suddenly sprinted out of the woods, drop-kicked him with its front legs, and vanished. No warning, no motive, just a swift hoof to the chest. Forest justice is swift and deeply confusing. Want more wildlife moments that feel like they were scripted by a chaotic sitcom writer? Hit subscribe and check out our full video. Because sometimes nature doesn't hug, it throws hands or hooves. Boiling snow is a scam. You can't just toss snow into a pot and expect a magical full bottle of water. Snow is mostly air, so to get 1 liter of water, you'll need to collect a snowman's worth of flakes. It's like squeezing juice from a cotton ball. Frustrating, slow, and makes you question life choices. Ducks and fish can exist harmoniously in one backyard. In some parts of Asia, farmers practice rice fish duck farming. They flood rice fields, release fish to eat pests, and add ducks who eat weeds and poop nutrients. It's like hosting a chaotic animal house party that magically grows rice. Tomatoes above, tilapia below is a more beneficial combination than you think. In vertical double farming, people grow vegetables on floating rafts over fish tanks. The fish poop feeds the plants, and the plants clean the water. It's a poop-powered salad bar that recycles itself. Somewhere, an eco-warrior is weeping tears of joy. Elephants walk on their tiptoes like 6-ton ballerinas. Beneath that chunky foot lies a secret. Elephants walk on the tips of their toes with a big spongy cushion under their heels. It's like they're wearing orthopedic Crocs made of jelly, silently moonwalking through the jungle without a sound. Elegant giants, but with orthopedic flair. Sloths have feet that scream, "I quit." Sloths' feet aren't made for walking at all. They can barely walk on the ground and just flop around like a fallen yoga student. Their long, curved claws are strictly climbing tools, so touching grass is an Olympic event for them, complete with slow-motion drama. Ducks have built-in anti-freeze feet. Ducks waddle around icy ponds like it's nothing, and that's because their feet have a clever heat exchange system. Warm blood from their body heats the cold blood returning from their feet. It's like their veins are tiny radiator pipes. Webbed feet, but make it science fiction. In Ethiopia, bees and crops share the same plot. Farmers plant flowers and food together, letting bees pollinate while also producing honey. It's double-duty farming with buzzing productivity. You grow corn and get free sweetener too. Just don't anger the staff. Early icons were only 16 pixels, and that's right. Those adorable little images were basically cave paintings made of digital dust. Now, artists had to cram entire concepts like recycle bin or my computer into a space smaller than a sesame seed. Talk about pressure. The trash can icon started as a physical desk bin. In early Apple systems, the trash can was modeled after a real bin found in the designer's office. So yes, your deleted files go into a pixel version of someone's actual garbage receptacle. Very personal. Very weird. Clippy from Microsoft Office was technically an icon with anxiety. Clippy wasn't just an assistant, he was an animated icon trapped in your document like a hyperactive paperclip ghost who desperately wanted to help, but usually just ruined everything. Basically, the office poltergeist. Banana trees and coffee plants are grown side by side in some tropical areas because banana trees throw shade, literally. They protect coffee plants from sunburn, and coffee thanks them by not dying. It's a farming bromance stronger than most human friendships. People once used animal bladders to water plants. Yes, medieval farmers occasionally used dried animal organs as water storage devices. Imagine squeezing a pig bladder like a gross Capri Sun just to hydrate your carrots. It's hydration, but with horror movie props. In ancient Sri Lanka, kings built tanks the size of lakes, but these weren't for warfare. They were massive artificial reservoirs with stone-cut channels, engineered thousands of years ago, that irrigated fields better than some modern systems. Who needs sprinklers when you've got royal water bunkers? Some desert farmers use buried clay pots called koalas to guide the roots downwards. Fill them with water, bury them near the roots, and let the soil suck moisture out slowly like a thirsty vampire. It's eco-friendly and creepy efficient. Also imagine tripping over one and thinking you just unearthed an ancient urn. Artificial seeds can contain baby plants in gel armor. These seeds are basically plant embryos, also known as somatic embryos, wrapped in jelly-like goo made of alginate. It's like if plants had their own wombs made of seaweed. You're not just planting a seed, you're launching a botanical space pod into soil. Parrotfish poop out whole beaches out. That soft white sand you love sinking your toes into in tropical places? Yeah, that's fish poop. Parrotfish chomp on coral, digest the tasty algae, and excrete the rest as fine sand. One fish can poop out hundreds of pounds of beach per year. Fish are literally crapping vacation vibes. Some fish climb trees. The mangrove rivulis is a fish that jumps out of water, wiggles across land, and hides in trees like a soggy ninja. It can breathe through its skin and survive out of water for days. Basically, it's a fish that decided swimming is so last season. The UK tried to leave colonies with style and debt. When Britain decolonized, it often left behind unstable governments and bizarre borders. In one case, they left Guyana with a constitution so confusing it triggered a civil crisis. It's like handing someone a car and removing the steering wheel for fun. Portugal clung to its colonies like an expired coupon. Portugal held onto African colonies until the 1970s, long after most other empires had let go. Their stubbornness led to years of brutal wars in Angola and Mozambique. It's the geopolitical version of refusing to leave a party you weren't invited to in the first place. The blobfish looks like depression with fins. Out of water, this deep-sea creature looks like a melted grandpa face and has become the poster child of I give up energy. But in its natural habitat, it's just a normal-looking fish. So it's not ugly, it's just a victim of air pressure and bad PR. Shrimp that punch louder than a gunshot. The mantis shrimp doesn't just punch. Its claw moves so fast it creates a shockwave louder than 200 decibels underwater, enough to shatter aquarium glass and stun prey. Basically, it's a tiny crustacean with the energy of a grenade and zero chill. Loud music can make cheese taste different. In one weird Swiss experiment, cheese was exposed to different genres of music. The hip-hop cheese reportedly tasted stronger than the Mozart cheese. So next time your cheddar sounds off-key, maybe it just needs better playlists. Exploding lungs at loud frequencies. If sound waves are loud and low enough, like over 180 decibels, they can cause actual lung rupture. In theory, a loud enough noise could literally turn your lungs into popcorn bags. So yes, there is such a thing as too much bass. Whales suffer from sonic confusion. Naval sonar tests have caused mass whale strandings because the intense underwater noise disorients their navigation. Imagine trying to walk straight while someone's blasting foghorns through your brain. It's like the ocean version of getting lost in a rave with no exit. Sonic booms can break windows and laws. Supersonic jets breaking the sound barrier have been known to shatter glass and startle cows into stampedes. Some places had to ban sonic booms because entire towns got jump scared out of their sleep, and one guy blamed it for spilling his soup mid-lunch. In 2000, people thought Y2K would destroy all technology. Computers were supposed to go berserk, planes were going to fall, and toasters were probably going to rebel. The clock struck midnight. Nothing happened, except for a record-breaking sale of bottled water and canned beans. Beethoven tried to cure deafness with ocean water and bark. As if losing his hearing wasn't tragic enough, Beethoven tried to heal it by pouring weird concoctions like hot oil, crushed bark, and even ocean water into his ears. Spoiler, it didn't work, but hey, he composed masterpieces while half marinating his head. Prince had a vault full of unreleased music, like actual treasure chest vibes. After his death, it was revealed that Prince had a secret vault in his Paisley Park home, stuffed with thousands of unreleased songs. Basically, he had enough material for albums until 3027, but decided the world wasn't ready for that much funky wisdom. Mozart wrote a whole song about butts. Known for his genius, Mozart also had the humor of a 12-year-old boy. One of his lesser-known pieces is literally titled Leck mich im Arsch, translation, Lick Me in the Butt. And yes, it was a real composition. Amadeus said high art can still be cheeky. Elvis had a pet chimpanzee that wore clothes and bit guests. His name was Scatter, and he dressed in snazzy outfits while causing complete chaos at Graceland. Guests feared him, the staff avoided him, and Elvis found it hilarious. The King of Rock basically had a tiny ape bodyguard with a temper. Want more celebrity pet stories that sound like rejected sitcom plots? Smash that subscribe button and watch the full video, because nothing says rock and roll like a chimp in a tux chasing your guests off the lawn. Dolly Parton once entered a Dolly Parton look-alike contest and lost. She secretly joined the contest just for fun. Turns out people thought she looked too fake to be the real thing. Imagine losing a contest for being too much yourself. Only Dolly could out-Dolly herself and still smile about it. Some colonies were sold like used cars. In 1867, Russia casually sold Alaska to the U.S. for just $7.2 million. During decolonization, this vibe continued. For instance, Denmark sold the Virgin Islands to the U.S. in 1917 for $25 million. Apparently, some countries didn't decolonize. They just ran yard sales on entire populations. Paraguay has a secret shipping obsession. Despite having no coast, Paraguay has one of the largest barge fleets in South America. They treat their rivers like express highways to the ocean. It's like building a luxury cruise terminal in your bathtub and insisting it'll make it to Miami someday. Dream big, Paraguay. Dream big. Trichinosis is meat's sneaky revenge. Caused by a charming little parasite in undercooked pork, this disease can make your muscles ache, your face swell, and your stomach launch a rebellion. Basically, the pork you didn't cook well enough decides it wants to fight you from the inside like a gladiator in a protein-powered coliseum. Goths invented the art of sweating in style. Black velvet trench coats in July? No problem. Goths will risk heat stroke just to look like a Victorian vampire with a poetry degree. If you see someone melting like a wax candle while still looking majestic, that's goth dedication. Lojban was made by logic nerds. This constructed language was created to eliminate ambiguity. It's so logical that even arguments sound like math problems. Imagine saying, I love you in Lojban, and needing a calculator to explain your emotional algorithms. Chirping dolphins have competition. Silbo Gomero, a language spoken in the Canary Islands, is all whistles. Not kind of whistles. Full-on dolphin cosplay. If you're hiking and someone calls you in Silbo, you're not sure if they're saying hello or summoning you to a secret mermaid meeting. Artificial seeds are so synthetic that they can be made in a coffee mug. Okay, not literally, but the process of making them is surprisingly low-tech. Mix some growth hormones, swirl them in calcium chloride, and boom. You've got jelly baby seeds sitting in your kitchen next to the oatmeal. Some landlocked countries brag about their beaches. Hungary, for example, proudly markets Lake Balaton as the Hungarian Sea. Locals flock to this freshwater lake like it's the Mediterranean, complete with sunbathing, water sports, and the illusion that they aren't hundreds of kilometers from the nearest coastline. Imagination is powerful, folks. The world witnessed a smoking supercentenarian. An Indonesian man, Mbah Gotho, claimed to be 146 years old and smoked like a chimney till his last breath. Doctors were probably confused whether to warn him or just give him a Lifetime Achievement Award in stubbornness. Turkey vultures sniff out death like creepy wine connoisseurs. Most birds rely on eyesight, but not these guys. Turkey vultures have an acute sense of smell so sharp that they can detect the gas of rotting meat from miles away. Picture a bird swirling a glass of eau de décomposition and declaring, "Ah yes, aged 3 days. Delightful." For that smooth, youthful complexion, Roman elites reportedly slathered on face masks made from crocodile poop. Apparently, nothing tightens pores quite like reptilian feces. Imagine telling your spa esthetician, "Yes, I'd like the Deluxe Dung treatment, please, with extra croc." In today's world of luxury skincare, people are now rubbing snail mucus on their faces in the hopes of achieving eternal youth. Yes, snails, slime, on your face. Dermatologists swear by it, but let's be honest, at some point we just collectively gave up and said, throw the whole garden on my skin. The fizzing miracle berry. Miracle berries can make sour things taste sweet. Even lemons taste like candy. If there was ever a fruit that gaslit your tongue into eating a vinegar shot like lemonade, this is it. It fizzes in betrayal. Psychopaths often prefer bitter taste, like black coffee, tonic water, or extra dark chocolate. Scientists think this is because bitterness is linked to danger or poison, and psychopaths tend to enjoy things most people instinctively avoid. Basically, their taste buds are thrill seekers too. The USB pet rock existed. Yes, someone actually turned the original 1970s pet rock into a USB gadget that did absolutely nothing. It didn't light up, didn't store data, didn't even warm your coffee. It was just a rock with a USB cord. Proof that tech doesn't always mean progress. Sometimes it means, I dare you to buy this. Toothbrush with a built-in MP3 player was a sensation in the past. This contraption played music through your teeth using bone conduction. The idea was you'd enjoy tunes while brushing. In reality, it felt like your molars were hosting a rave and your gums didn't get the invite. Dental hygiene? More like a dental disco. Baby mop was an actual thing. Someone decided to solve parenting and cleaning in one go by turning baby onesies into floor mops. As your baby crawled around, they cleaned the floor with their tiny limbs. And it's either genius multitasking or mild child labor. Either way, your infant is now part of the janitorial staff. In multiple U.S. states, people have been arrested for driving under the influence. Not in cars, but on lawnmowers. One man in Florida even tried to outrun the police on his ride-on mower after his license was revoked. Apparently, he thought mowing and fleeing were compatible sports. Spoiler, they are not. Inspired by J.R.R. Tolkien's beloved hobbit holes, some people in New Zealand have actually built homes designed to look like the cozy underground abodes from The Lord of the Rings. These homes are often built into hillsides with round doors and windows, creating an actual fantasy world for anyone who wants to live out their hobbit dreams. No dragons allowed, though. Clocky, the runaway alarm clock, played hide-and-seek with you. This adorable yet sadistic alarm clock rolls off your nightstand and hides when it rings. Want to hit snooze? Too bad. You now have to chase it across the room. Nothing like a game of hide and seek at 6 a.m. to make you question your life choices. Want your face on a slice of toast? Of course you do! This selfie toaster lets you upload your selfie and then burns it onto your bread. Because nothing says start your day with self-love like chomping down on your own face. Breakfast just got narcissistic. Some people ship live bees in boxes, and surprisingly, they've done it for centuries. The packaging is incredibly important. Without air holes or the right temperature, the bees could become agitated and aggressive. Imagine getting a package of angry bees instead of your Amazon order. Sorry, sir, your iPhone is delayed because the bees are in a mood. In one European town, a row of sandbags was set up to keep floodwater out, but the crew accidentally completed the circle and trapped the water inside. It became a medieval-style moat around a bakery. The owners had to row their croissants to safety. In 1925, someone actually tried to ship a miniature replica of the Eiffel Tower from France to the US. The scale model was so big that it required a special ship and a custom-built wooden crate. Let's just say shipping giant landmarks wasn't exactly a logistics dream, and it took more effort than actually just flying to Paris and getting one yourself. In the town of Derinku, there's an entire underground city, and people still live in cave homes. These homes are carved into the soft volcanic rock, and the entire town could once house around 20,000 people. It's like living in a historical setting but with Wi-Fi. Talk about living the ultimate under-the-radar lifestyle. Every year in Jukkasjärvi, Sweden, they build an entire hotel out of ice and snow. From the walls to the furniture, it's all frozen solid. This place is so icy that even the beds are made of ice blocks. But don't worry, they provide thermal sleeping bags to keep you from freezing into a human popsicle. How's that for chilling out? The Filipino manananggal is a horrifying folklore creature. She is a beautiful woman by day, but rips her upper body from her legs at night, sprouts bat wings, and flies around drinking blood through a long tongue. Moral of the story? Always check if your new neighbor leaves half her body behind before renting next door. Apparently, shipping human bones for research purposes is a thing. In some places, bones are legally shipped across borders, but it's a nightmare for customs. Not only do you have to pack them well to avoid breakage, but the paperwork alone could make your head spin, especially when they ask what's inside the box. And you can't say human skull with a straight face. In Germany, a sweet-looking grandma was caught smuggling stolen luxury cookies under her coat in a high-end department store. Not just any cookies, gold leaf-dusted cookies. When asked why she did it, she simply said, "Because I wanted to feel dangerous again." Move over, Ocean's 11. Granny's got a sweet tooth and a dark side. Want more wild stories where grandmas go full rogue mode? Hit subscribe and watch the full video because cookie crimes and sassy seniors make for the most unexpectedly legendary heists. A team in the US once installed a stormwater drainage system upside down. So instead of carrying water away, it dumped floodwater straight into the streets like a reverse water slide. Local residents called it the city's biggest puddle party. It cost millions and solved absolutely nothing. These oversized pumpkins, sometimes weighing over 1,000 pounds, require special shipping. They're too fragile to be tossed around like regular produce, and packing them is like prepping an object for a trip to the moon. A broken pumpkin could be a mess of epic proportions, and if you thought shipping fruit was easy, think again. Yes, shipping volcanic ash is a legitimate thing, but it's not just a matter of scooping some ash into a bag. The risk of cross-contaminating ecosystems, not to mention its fine, powdery nature, makes shipping volcanic ash a logistical nightmare. Packages like these are treated with such delicate care you'd think they were carrying the last dinosaur egg. In Israel, a man successfully robbed 2 banks using an avocado. He painted it black, claimed it was a grenade, and threatened staff. Twice. He got away with thousands before being caught. Proof that if life gives you avocados, some people make guacamole and others start a crime spree. Yes, this is real. In 2012, thieves in Quebec stole over 3,000 tons of maple syrup worth around $18 million. They siphoned it from barrels like it was oil. For months, it was the stickiest investigation in history. Imagine having syrup trafficker as your criminal title. It's both delicious and disgraceful. Campylobacter is the ninja of food poisoning. It sneaks into your system from undercooked chicken and silently wrecks your intestines. It's like the stealth assassin of the meat world. No noise, no warning, just pure digestive sabotage. And if you're really unlucky, it can trigger Guillain-Barré syndrome, where your immune system gets so confused it starts attacking your nerves like it's playing dodgeball with your spinal cord. Bearded vultures dye their feathers red on purpose. Unlike regular vultures who settle for corpse chic, bearded vultures bathe in iron-rich mud. to stain themselves bright orange. Scientists aren't sure why, but guesses include intimidation or weird bird fashion. It's basically the goth teenager of the scavenger world, but with a commitment to aesthetics. Condors puke as a defense weapon. When startled or threatened, condors literally projectile vomit their stomach contents. Not just because they're scared, but because the smell is so wretched it sends predators running. Imagine being so gross that your defense mechanism is targeted barfing. It's effective and utterly revolting. In one Malaysian village, a flood-resistant floating house was proudly unveiled as a marvel of innovation. But when the floods came, it promptly sank like a brick wearing lead boots. Turns out they forgot to calculate buoyancy. The house didn't float. It just pouted underwater like a depressed submarine. In parts of the Philippines, villagers built houses on stilts to prevent future floods. But one proud homeowner accidentally built his house so high that it got struck by lightning instead. Now, every time the flood rises, he just mutters, "Choose your fighter, water, or electricity." Grape soda plant, Monarda, smells exactly like grape soda. Native Americans used it for medicinal tea, but imagine biting into a leaf expecting Sprite-level fizz and getting grass-flavored betrayal instead. Start up for lifelong trust issues. Parrots can speak better than some toddlers. Some parrots, like the African gray, don't just mimic sounds, they understand context. One famous parrot named Alex could identify colors, count, and even express frustration. That's right. While some humans struggle with basic grammar, this bird was out here correcting people like a feathery grammar snob. They dance to music, with rhythm. Unlike most animals, parrots can actually move in sync with a beat. Scientists played music for a cockatoo named Snowball, and it started headbanging like a 2000 emo kid at a My Chemical Romance concert. The bird even switched dance moves mid-song. Someone get this bird a dance crew. The thief who left his name at the scene in 2013, a burglar in Georgia broke into a house, stole a few electronics, then logged into Facebook on the victim's computer, and forgot to log out. The police didn't even need a search warrant. They just clicked, "About me." Congrats, genius. You robbed someone and tagged yourself. A man once got arrested for assault with ketchup. In Florida, of course, he squirted a bottle of ketchup all over his sleeping girlfriend out of jealousy. The charge? Condiment battery. That's right, this man weaponized fast food toppings. We're just one mustard duel away from condimental warfare. The donut disguise disaster. In Massachusetts, a man tried to rob a convenience store by wearing a donut box on his head as a mask. Problem? There were eye holes. But he forgot to cover the rest of his face. Security footage caught everything. He basically said, "I'm here to rob you, and also promote pastries." The goat heist. In Kenya, a man was arrested for allegedly stealing a goat and then trying to marry it. The village elders forced him to pay a dowry to the goat's owner. It made headlines as one of the most awkward criminal settlements in history. Imagine explaining that to your future kids. The lawnmower getaway. A Texas man attempted to flee the scene of a robbery on a stolen riding lawnmower. Top speed? About 5 miles per hour. Police didn't even run. They walked next to him and arrested him. Honestly, the slowest chase in history probably felt more like an awkward jog with a confused uncle. In Zimbabwe, an Australian backpacker decided to swim across the Zambezi River for fun, fully aware that crocodiles live there. He got bitten, but survived. His reason? You only live once. True, but that logic nearly made sure he didn't even live to tell it. Parrots can hold grudges. If a parrot doesn't like you, it won't just squawk. It will remember and plot. Some owners report parrots side-eyeing them for days after a vet visit, like feathery mob bosses plotting revenge. One parrot reportedly shouted, "I hate you," every time its owner passed. Passive-aggressive much? They can live longer than your mortgage. Certain parrot species, like macaws, can live over 80 years. So adopting a parrot isn't a pet. It's a generational commitment. Imagine being 90 and arguing with a bird that still mimics your ex's voice. That's not a pet. That's a sassy ghost with feathers. Some parrots get addicted to swearing. In a UK wildlife park, 5 parrots had to be separated because they kept encouraging each other to swear at visitors. The staff feared a profanity pandemic. Imagine walking through a lovely bird exhibit and being told off by a tiny feathered sailor with attitude. A man in England woke up after a wild night with YOLO inked across his forehead, all because his friend dared him, and he wanted to live in the moment. Plot twist. He had a job interview the next day. He did not get the job, but hey, YOLO. In Canada, a man tried to hug a wild moose for a selfie, whispering YOLO as he approached it. Spoiler alert, the moose chased him down. He wasn't injured, but the park fined him for disturbing wildlife. YOLO almost became "you obviously love obstacles." Hungary once had the worst inflation ever. Prices doubled every 15 hours. In 1946, post-war Hungary invented financial chaos by letting its currency, the pengo, spiral into madness. They printed quadrillion pengo banknotes. That's a 1 with 15 zeros. Eventually, they gave up and just started counting in mil pengos, millions of pengos, because math gave up too. One cult thought the world would end because of laundry detergent, the Japanese cult. Pano Wave Laboratory believed electromagnetic waves from washing machines and cell towers were destroying Earth. So they dressed entirely in white, wrapped everything, including cars and trees, in white cloth, and tried to warn the world. Unfortunately, the world was too busy doing laundry. There's a cult that believes their leader is the reincarnation of Jesus and Elvis. Somewhere in the American South, a small group follows a man who claims he's the divine fusion of rock and roll and resurrection. They celebrate Holy Communions with peanut butter and banana sandwiches, and Sunday services may or may not include karaoke. A cult tried to outlaw the color orange. The anti-orange movement was led by a group in Thailand who believed the color orange signified chaos and doom. They avoided orange food, clothing, and even sunsets. Somewhere, a carrot cried. Meanwhile, the cult's leader wore only neutral shades, as if beige could save the universe. Germany once had kids play with stacks of money instead of toys. During the Weimar Republic, hyperinflation in the 1920s, banknotes were so worthless that people made kites, wallpaper, and even used them as firewood. Children literally played with wheelbarrows full of cash. Parents would rather give them 10 million marks to build a fort than buy a toy. There was a cult that worshipped a flying spaghetti monster. Yes, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster is real. Started as a satirical protest against teaching intelligent design in schools, it somehow got legally recognized in several countries. Members wear colanders on their heads and believe heaven has a beer volcano and a stripper factory. Honestly, sounds better than some actual religions. Craving more bizarre belief systems that sound like they were cooked up during a late-night pasta binge? Hit subscribe and watch the full video, because nothing says divine enlightenment like carbs, chaos, and colanders. In Venezuela, inflation turned fried chicken into a luxury meal. By 2018, buying a rotisserie chicken in Venezuela could cost you millions of bolivars. Chicken shops posted guards because the value of a crispy drumstick was more than a month's salary. That's not lunch. It's high-stakes poultry. In Yugoslavia, salaries were paid twice a day. Hyperinflation in the 1990s was so bad that workers rushed out in their lunch breaks to spend their morning pay before it became worthless by evening. If you waited too long, your salary could buy you a pack of gum instead of groceries. Productivity, optional, urgency, mandatory. Sneezes can trigger other sneezes like a sneeze domino. Ever notice that if someone sneezes, suddenly everyone nearby does too? That's not a coincidence. That's photic sneeze reflex and group psychology teaming up. It's a sneeze chain reaction. And if you start it in a lecture hall, congrats, you've just gone viral in the most nasal way possible. There's a country inside a country inside a country. In Rome, Italy, lies Vatican City, an independent country. Inside Vatican City is a building that's part of Italy. It's like geographical Russian dolls, but with more politics, incense, and awkward border crossings for a bathroom break. Octopuses have 3 hearts, and they stop beating when they swim. Imagine going for a jog and your heart just yeets out of responsibility. Octopuses are like, I'll swim, but not without drama. 2 hearts pump blood to the gills, and the third to the body. But when swimming, that one just checks out. There's a perpetual fire burning in Turkmenistan called the Door to Hell. Scientists set a gas crater on fire in 1971, thinking it would burn off in a few weeks. Joke's on them. It's still burning. It's like the earth itself had indigestion and lit a fart that never went out. You can get a camel kiss whether you want it or not. Some camels express affection by swinging their giant heads and nuzzling, or accidentally headbutting the rider. If you've ever wanted a face massage from a sand-scented wrecking ball, you're in luck. Salmonella is the foodborne drama queen. Found in raw meat and poultry, this little bacterial diva can cause vomiting, diarrhea, fever, and the realization that you're never eating steak tartare again. It's like your gut decided to host a chaotic dinner party without asking your permission. Goth clubs are just spooky hugs with music. You walk in expecting a vampire ritual, but it's mostly polite people sipping dark cocktails and complimenting each other's boots. The spookier they look, the more likely they are to say, "Oh my God, your eyeliner is flawless." A German town made wooden money during a cash shortage. During a post-World War I currency crisis, the town of Tenningen literally made money out of wood called Notgeld. It worked until termites got involved. Turns out when your wallet doubles as a termite buffet, the economy becomes an all-you-can-eat disaster. Sneezes were once thought to expel evil spirits. In ancient times, people believed sneezes kicked out demons trying to possess you. That's why everyone kept shouting, "Bless you." They thought you just narrowly avoided becoming the next horror movie protagonist. which honestly makes a triple sneeze way more intense than it needs to be. The 1995 Jumanji movie used actual real animals on set, briefly. For some scenes, they used real elephants and monkeys before switching to CGI, but things got so unpredictable that Wranglers probably aged 10 years in 1 week. Imagine trying to direct a monkey not to upstage Robin Williams. It's a losing battle. The cursed board game actually exists, kind of. After the film's popularity, a real Jumanji board game was made. Thankfully, it doesn't summon floods or carnivorous vines. But still, the dice move a little too easily. If your grandma disappears mid-turn, don't say we didn't warn you. Winter wolves can smell you from 1.75 miles away through snow. That's right. These fluffy snow ninjas have noses so powerful they could probably find your lost socks buried under a snowdrift and judge your hygiene habits while they're at it. Hiding from one? Good luck. They already know you skipped breakfast. The paws of winter wolves grow winter boots. Wolves don't buy Uggs when it snows. Their paws develop a thicker, coarser pad fur during winter, essentially turning them into silent, murdery snowshoes. Meanwhile, humans are out here slipping on icy sidewalks like malfunctioning giraffes. Jockeys can legally weigh less than a large Thanksgiving turkey. Professional jockeys often weigh around 108 pounds, which is less than a fully dressed holiday bird. This leads to absurd practices like sweating in saunas for hours and eating cotton balls to feel full, because nothing screams peak athleticism like pretending food is a ghost. In Mongolia, toddlers ride horses before they can walk properly. Mongolian kids don't wait for training wheels. They're tossed onto horses as early as 2 years old, because why crawl when you can gallop into adulthood? Meanwhile, toddlers elsewhere are still figuring out how spoons work. In Antarctica, scientists have to schedule grocery runs months in advance. By plane, forgot to buy eggs? Tough luck, you'll get some in spring. Errands at the South Pole involve planning, cargo flights, and praying the penguins haven't stolen your supply drop. It's less running to the store and more surviving the plot of a low-budget Arctic thriller. In Tokyo, there's a guy who runs errands for people, but only emotionally awkward ones. He literally gets paid to show up as a stranger to accompany you through situations like breakups, therapy, or buying embarrassing products. Yes, if you need emotional support to buy adult diapers at 2 a.m., he's your man. In rural Mongolia, herders ride camels for mobile banking errands. That's right, instead of standing in line at a bank, they ride across frozen steppes on giant, groaning fluff beasts just to pay bills. ATMS, internet banking? Nah. Real banking is when your ride has humps and spits. During the Prague Spring in 1968, when Soviet tanks rolled in, Czech and Slovak citizens didn't just throw rocks. They tried to fight off tanks with broadcasting equipment. They hijacked TV and radio stations to broadcast anti-occupation messages, outsmarting a literal military invasion with microphones and sarcastic commentary. Punk rock before punk rock existed. There was once a law in Czechoslovakia banning excessive whistling. Yes, because apparently someone was so aggressively cheerful or annoying that it became a legal issue. The government didn't want people whistling patriotic or mocking tunes in protest, so they cracked down on happy noises. Talk about dictatorship meets cartoon sound effects. And there you have it. Goats getting married, lawnmower getaways, crocodile daredevils, and parrots with the emotional range of a soap opera villain. From Kenyan dowry disasters to parrots that hold grudges longer than your in-laws. We've officially hit peak weirdness. If today's video didn't make you question humanity and fear birds just a little, were you even paying attention? So, before a parrot curses you out in 3 languages or a goat shows up in a wedding dress demanding alimony, smash that like button, subscribe for more bizarre brilliance, and ring the bell. Because here, reality is optional and weird is the main course. Catch you next time on Why Is This Even Real?
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
And here's the first one. Greece once paid people to retire in their 30s. For years, Greece handed out government pensions to people as young as 30 for arduous jobs like hairdressing. Wielding scissors near scalps was considered hazardous labor. Add some tax dodging and free spending, and their economy crashed like a drunk goat on a skateboard. In Venezuela, chickens were more stable than currency. During hyperinflation, Venezuelans began using chickens, eggs, and even bags of rice as money. At least poultry didn't lose value daily. One cluck from a healthy bird was worth more than 1 million believers and came with a free breakfast. Winter wolves don't just howl randomly. They form howling choirs with perfect timing. They create harmonized howling concerts, spacing out their pitches to sound like a bigger pack than they really are. Basically, they're outsmarting enemies and hitting falsetto like furry opera singers. While we're layering up in thermal blankets and cursing the wind, winter wolves happily curl up in a snow pit, using their tails as scarves. They sleep in snow like it's a memory foam mattress. If snow were sentient, it would probably file a restraining order on wolves for inappropriate levels of comfort. Camel saddles can be elaborate torture devices. Some traditional saddles are wooden, spiky, and offer as much padding as a medieval bench. Now imagine riding that while your camel jogs like it's late for a date. Goodbye, spine. Hello, scoliosis. Camels can throw a tantrum mid-ride. If a camel decides it's not in the mood, congratulations. You're now on a 1,500-pound drama queen with the emotional range of a caffeinated toddler. They'll kneel suddenly, grunt like an old tractor, or just flat out refuse to move until you bribe them with snacks. Desert divas. North Korea once devalued its currency overnight and blamed math. In 2009, North Korea lopped off 2 zeros from its currency. Citizens were only allowed to exchange a small amount of old money, and the rest became worthless overnight. The regime said this would simplify calculations. Meanwhile, people starved, and rice cost more than logic. They use snowdrifts as trampolines. Winter wolves are known to leap high and dive into deep snow to catch prey underneath, like foxes and rodents. It's essentially a murder cannonball. Imagine peacefully sleeping under a snow blanket, and suddenly a 90-pound wolf faceplants you from above. Nature's version of surprise homework. Sneezes can trigger other sneezes like a sneeze domino. Ever notice that if someone sneezes, suddenly everyone nearby does too? That's not a coincidence. That's photic sneeze reflex and group psychology teaming up. It's a sneeze chain reaction, and if you start it in a lecture hall, congrats, you've just gone viral in the most nasal way possible. Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle was supposed to be a sequel, not a reboot. The newer films weren't intended to overwrite the original, but to honor it. They even left subtle tributes to Robin Williams' character. But now, instead of jungle creatures in your house, you're stuck inside a video game with The Rock. Slight upgrade. There's competitive camel beauty pageantry with riding involved. In some Middle Eastern countries, camel beauty contests are huge, with prize camels worth millions. Riders must present them with regal poise and posture. One wrong bump and you've turned a catwalk into a camel rodeo. The original working title was Jungle Game Mayhem. Before settling on Jumanji, producers toyed with painfully literal names that sounded like rejected Nickelodeon shows. Jungle Game Mayhem sounds more like a tropical-themed obstacle course show hosted by a guy in a banana suit yelling "Extreme" every 5 seconds. They spit strategically. Camels don't just randomly spit, they aim. And yes, it's their stomach goo, not just saliva. So if you offend a camel mid-ride, say, by calling it a horse with humps, it might respond by launching a projectile loogie that smells like ancient curry and vengeance. Medieval knights needed cranes to get on their horses. Their armor was so heavy, up to 60 pounds or more, that mounting a horse looked more like a construction project. Forget dramatic battlefield entrances. Some of them probably needed a winch, a prayer, and a lot of groaning just to get upright. An ex-boyfriend showed up dressed as Batman to win her back. During a wedding in the UK, a man in a full Batman costume burst into the ceremony, yelling dramatic lines like, "Stop this madness." The bride reportedly told him even Gotham wouldn't want you before security escorted him out. Joker was probably more emotionally stable. Horses can sense your heartbeat from 4 feet away. That means your horse knows you're terrified before you do. It's like trying to play poker with a mind-reading lie detector strapped to a rocket. If you're nervous, the horse gets nervous too. Great. Now you're both panicking at 30 miles per hour. Victorian women rode side saddle in full gowns during fox hunts. Yes, they hunted wild animals while sitting sideways on a galloping horse, dressed like they were headed to a royal tea party. Temples in India are the Amazon prime of human hair. Devotees at temples like Tirupati shave their heads as religious offerings. But guess what happens next? That holy hair is collected, cleaned, and exported globally for wigs and extensions. It's a divine donation turned billion-dollar business. There's a clock that runs for 10,000 years. The Long Now Foundation built a clock inside a mountain that's designed to tick once a year and chime once a century. Because apparently someone looked at normal clocks and said, "Cool, but make it immortal." In 2008, a man was arrested for attacking a clock tower. In Italy, a guy threw a tantrum and climbed a clock tower, smashing it because he was sick of being ruled by time. Honestly, relatable. If you've ever hit snooze for the 5th time, you've probably fantasized about declaring war on your alarm clock too. A bear crashed a wedding in Colorado and stole the cupcakes. Imagine exchanging vows with a majestic mountain view, and then watching a 400-pound grizzly become your uninvited dessert reviewer. The bear ignored the main course and went straight for the sweets like Winnie the Pooh on a sugar bender. A skydiver in Florida accidentally landed in a wedding aisle. Mid-ceremony, a rogue skydiver missed his landing zone and plopped right into the flower path, scattering petals like a wind-powered flower girl on Red Bull. The couple paused, laughed, and the skydiver asked if he could stay for cake. Cuckoo clocks once featured inappropriate birds. Early German cuckoo clocks were sometimes modified by prankster artisans to make the bird do questionable gestures instead of just popping out and chirping. Imagine innocently checking the time and getting mooned by a mechanical bird with attitude. Japan used to have clocks that told time weirdly. In the Edo period, Japanese clocks divided the day into 6 segments for daylight and 6 for night. But since day and night changed with the seasons, the hours weren't consistent. So your 2 p.m. could be longer in summer and shorter in winter. It's like time was on a mood swing. There's a black market for celebrity hair. Obsessed fans have paid ridiculous amounts for even a single strand of famous hair. Elvis Presley's hair once sold for over $100,000. Beeswax is basically bee spit mixed with bee sweat. Yes, that lovely golden stuff you rub on your lips once oozed out of bee bellies. Bees have special wax glands that ooze wax flakes, which they chew with their mouths to soften. So next time you light a beeswax candle, know it's basically a scented spitball. It takes 8 pounds of honey to make 1 pound of beeswax. Bees are not running an efficient factory here. It's like trading 8 tubs of ice cream to make 1 napkin. Honestly, these insects need a financial advisor. Beeswax is so luxurious because bees run their production line like an overdramatic artisanal co-op. Beeswax was once used to preserve corpses. In the olden days, some mummies were sealed in beeswax to prevent them from smelling like ancient gym socks. Ancient Romans used beeswax as earplugs during sea battles. Because if you're going deaf from the sound of clanging swords and catapults, the obvious solution is shoving bug goo into your ears. Apparently death was fine, but tinnitus? Absolutely not. Imagine getting mugged, and the only thing the thief wants is your split ends. Hair mafias. Yep, they're real. And they're out here making high-stakes heists with nothing but scissors and nerve. Who knew your hair could be worth more than your phone? In Italy, a group of tourists joined a wedding thinking it was a parade. A loud Italian wedding in Rome, complete with music and confetti, was mistaken for a local street party. A dozen clueless tourists danced their way into the reception, took selfies with the couple, and even clapped during the toasts. Nobody questioned it because Italians love a good party crash. A goat walked in and headbutted the groom. At a rural wedding in India, a local village goat wandered in and, perhaps out of protest or pure goatish spite, headbutted the groom mid-photo. The bride laughed so hard she almost dropped her bouquet, and the goat became an instant legend. In Japan, tea ceremonies are so serious they can last 4 hours, and yes, you're supposed to sit still the whole time. One misplaced slurp, and you're basically socially exiled. Some ceremonies are performed in silence, with intricate steps that make assembling IKEA furniture look simple. Bonus, your legs fall asleep halfway through and you get a spiritual awakening. Or a cramp. There's a world's largest tea party record, held by over 32,000 people in India. In 2008, the city of Indore brewed up the world's largest tea party, complete with music, speeches, and a tea supply that could drown a mid-sized elephant. In a German festival, someone flew a 3D flying cow that terrified children. Among beautiful dragons and phoenix kites, one genius brought a disturbingly realistic inflatable cow into the sky. It mooed in the wind and rotated ominously, causing kids to scream. And one elderly woman to mutter, "The cow gods are watching." It was oddly majestic and utterly uncalled for. In Australia, a man attached sausages to a kite to feed the sky. Believing that the wind spirits were hungry or maybe just too into barbecue, one man tied grilled sausages to a giant delta kite and flew it over a beach. When one fell mid-flight and hit a sunbather, it sparked a debate. Is that assault or a divine snack drop from the heavens? One man ate Big Macs every day for over 40 years and called it love. Don Gorski from Wisconsin has consumed over 30,000 Big Macs since 1972, and even has receipts and diaries to prove it. He skipped only a handful of days, including once when a McDonald's was closed for a snowstorm. He says the sandwich keeps him healthy. Somewhere, lettuce is crying. A truck full of bull semen exploded. In Australia, a transport truck carrying canisters of bull semen caught fire. When the heat hit the pressurized containers, they exploded one by one, hurling bull love juice across the highway. Emergency responders said the scene was hot, smoky, and awkwardly sticky. A man in China was lifted 30 feet into the air by a giant kite. A volunteer helping with a massive kite launch didn't let go in time and was carried into the air like Mary Poppins' reckless cousin. In Thailand, people have kite fights that sound like musical duels. Traditional chula and pakpao kites have been used in Sky Wars for centuries, where competitors try to pull each other down. But these kites also make loud whistling noises when they fly, so it's less like a battle and more like aggressive wind flutes insulting each other in aerial opera. The guy who stalked a statue. In Russia, a man became so enamored with a bronze statue of a medieval queen that he visited daily, brought flowers, sang to it, and even proposed marriage in front of tourists. When authorities moved the statue for maintenance, he launched a Find My Queen campaign and filed a missing persons report for a statue. Bird poop face wash was once luxury skincare. In Japan, geishas used a cleanser made from nightingale droppings to whiten and brighten their skin. The poop is dried, ground, and sterilized because apparently someone said, "Let's take the one thing birds aim at cars and rub it directly on our cheeks for that porcelain glow." Charcoal cleansers made people think they were dying. Activated charcoal and facial cleansers and toothpaste became trendy, but users weren't warned it might turn everything black. Several people panicked when their teeth, gums, or even sinks turned pitch black, mistaking their bathroom mirror for a horror movie scene mid-cleanse. Fire cleansers. Because why not? In China, there's a fire facial where therapists light a cloth soaked in alcohol on your face, on purpose, then quickly extinguish it. The idea is to stimulate skin and rejuvenate cells. The idea is also, apparently, to flirt with third-degree burns for the sake of glowing cheekbones. A toilet made of Ming Dynasty porcelain almost fooled everyone. A man once bought a cracked garden ornament for 10 yuan at a flea market, only to find out it was a Ming Dynasty chamber pot worth over 100,000 yuan. Imagine discovering your dog's favorite pee spot is actually a royal urinal from 500 years ago. A teacup once bankrupted a baron. In the 18th century, a single Meissen teacup with hand-painted cherubs and gold trim caused a German baron to sell part of his land just to own it. Because, obviously, sipping lukewarm tea from anything less than a gold-kissed baby-themed cup was just peasant behavior. Pickle obsession led to a full-blown fashion line. In some parts of the southern U.S., the love for pickles became so intense that people began wearing pickle-themed clothing, from dill with its socks to pickle-flavored lip balm. One woman even carried a pickle in her purse for snacking emergencies. Her logic: you never know when you'll need the crunch. There's a Portland cement time capsule underwater. In 1938, engineers sealed a cement-filled time capsule in the Hoover Dam, buried so deep and hoped that it would take an apocalypse or a really angry mole to get it out. The Boston Tea Party wasn't about bad tea, it was about taxes and rage. Colonists dressed up as Mohawk warriors because historical accuracy was not invited, and dumped chests of tea into Boston Harbor in 1733. It was the sassiest no thank you to taxation ever recorded. Britain responded with angry letters. America responded with a revolution. Tea spilled, literally. Some people are addicted to eating toilet paper, soap, and chalk. Thanks to a condition called pica, certain individuals have developed a passionate, life-altering obsession with munching on inedible things. One woman claims she preferred the taste of toilet paper over popcorn during movie nights. Who needs butter when you've got 2-ply? In Death Note, Light's glasses glare with such villainous drama that animators gave it a dedicated lighting effect. The sparkle was timed to match his inner monologue, making sure you could literally see the evil intensify with each diabolical thought. There's a subculture obsessed with eating raw potatoes like apples. Some folks swear by the crisp, watery crunch of raw spuds as the ultimate snack. One man said it helps him connect with the earth. Most people say it helps connect you to food poisoning. But hey, who needs flavor when you've got starch and regret? A guy sent 65,000 texts after one date. A woman in Arizona went on a single date with a man she met online. What followed was a biblical flood of text messages, some declaring eternal love, others predicting spiritual unions and murder. He even broke into her house to bathe in her bathtub. Romance? Nope. This was Google Maps for red flags. A truck spilled live bees onto a highway. In 2015, a truck in Washington carrying millions of bees overturned, unleashing a biblical swarm onto traffic. Drivers were stuck in an accidental apocalyptic horror movie where the final boss was nature's tiniest flying chainsaw. Police had to call beekeepers as backup, not SWAT beekeepers. A celebrity stalker lived on the ceiling. Japanese pop star Ina Matsuoka had a fan so obsessed, he figured out where she lived by analyzing reflections in her eyes from selfies. He zoomed in, spotted train stations, and tracked her down, then waited in her building, hiding in a stairwell, and eventually attacked her. Sherlock Holmes would be horrified. Mayonnaise addiction has reached scream-worthy levels. In 2019, a woman on a reality show confessed to eating up to 2 jars of mayo a week with a spoon. She dipped everything from cookies to fruit into it. Her love was so strong that she described mayo as the friend that never disappoints. The audience gagged, and the mayo industry quietly cheered. In rural England, a man stole dozens of socks from women's laundry lines, only to return them days later with handwritten love poems stuffed inside. One note read, "Your sock warmed more than your feet. It warmed my soul." Police dubbed him the Cotton Casanova. Some potteries are guarded like nuclear codes. The formula for true bone china was once so closely guarded in England that workers had to sign oaths and work in secrecy. One guy even smuggled the formula out sewn into his clothes. Not weapons, not treasure, just a secret recipe for fancy clay bowls. Hound dogs were once trained to hunt humans. In strange chapters of history, especially in times of war or slavery, hounds were trained to chase people. Today, they chase squirrels and tennis balls, but their ancestors were basically 4-legged bounty hunters with floppy ears and no moral compass. Japan once served a squid ink pizza topped with mayo and octopus, because nothing says comfort food like an inky, tentacle-strewn monstrosity that looks like it crawled off the deck of a haunted pirate ship and onto your dinner plate. Bonus, it makes your teeth look like you've been eating coal. Sweden loves bananas on pizza with curry powder. Yes, someone looked at a pizza, then a fruit basket, and thought, you know what this needs? A tropical curry nightmare. It's basically a fruit salad that got lost in the oven and came out questioning every life choice made in Stockholm. Some people use jukeboxes to propose. Nothing screams romance like slipping a coin into a machine and praying it doesn't skip. A few brave or confused souls have proposed programming a jukebox to play love songs before popping the question. A pizza in Cambodia was topped with tarantulas. This isn't metaphorical, real, crunchy, spiders. It's like ordering a large pepperoni and getting a horror movie instead. A baby fell out of a window twice and the same man caught him both times. In 1937, a baby in Detroit fell out of a window and was caught by a man named Joseph Figlock. A year later, the same baby fell out of the same window and guess who caught him again? Figlock, the human trampoline. Either the baby was cursed or Joseph was the universe's personal save button. 2 identical twins were separated at birth and lived eerily identical lives. They were adopted by separate families, both named James. They both became police officers, married women named Linda, divorced, and then remarried women named Betty. They each named their dogs Toy and even smoked the same brand of cigarettes. A professional violinist once underwent brain surgery while playing her instrument to ensure surgeons didn't damage parts of her brain controlling movement. Imagine slicing into someone's skull while they casually shred Vivaldi like it's just another Tuesday. Russia once tried fish, pickles, and mustard sauce on pizza. It's as if someone spilled their entire fridge onto the dough and said, "Not yet. This is art." A true Cold War of flavors where each bite is a diplomatic conflict between fishy sadness and tangy regret. Bloodhounds can follow a scent trail more than 300 hours old. That's over 12 days of sniffing ancient gossip off the ground, like a canine detective with Sherlock Holmes-level obsession. You could leave your sock in a forest, and 2 weeks later, a bloodhound could still shame you with it. Goose pulling in Spain once involved tug-of-war dead geese midair. In certain Spanish villages, people used to ride horses and try to rip a hanging goose's head off while galloping. Yes, that was the game. While the goose is thankfully fake now, the tradition survives. Nothing screams village bonding like airborne poultry decapitation contests. The Mud Festival in Boryong, South Korea was created to sell cosmetics. Yes, an entire town hosts a giant muddy rave just to market skincare products. Basset hounds have ears so long they trip over them. Their floppy, floor-sweeping ears aren't just stylish. They help waft smells to their nose like little scent shovels. But evolution didn't think about stairs, so these pups often trip over their own luxurious earlobes while trying to catch criminals. Dignity? Optional. In Brazil, peas are a popular topping. Yes, peas. Those innocent green dots that usually suffer in school lunches are somehow front and center on Brazilian pizzas. The crust, cheese, and sauce are just a red carpet for these starchy little party crashers. Every slice looks like a veggie uprising. Some hounds are used to detect diseases like cancer and diabetes. Yes, while some humans forget their own birthday, hounds are out here sniffing your breath and diagnosing chronic illness. Imagine your dog judging your life choices and your pancreas at the same time. The pharaoh hound blushes when excited. This ancient Egyptian dog literally turns pink when happy or hyped. It's the only dog that behaves like an awkward teen with a crush. Imagine petting your dog and watching it go full tomato just because you said, "Who's a good boy?" There's a glow-in-the-dark pasta made with bioluminescent jellyfish extract. Yes, someone looked at pasta and thought, you know what this needs? The ability to light up like a rave in a bowl. Internet Explorer once got sued for being too free. Microsoft bundled Internet Explorer with Windows for free, which somehow enraged Netscape and triggered a massive antitrust lawsuit. Early browsers couldn't handle images at all. The first browser didn't even support images. If you wanted to view a cat photo, you'd have to download it separately and open it in a different program. Basically, every meme in 1991 required a college degree and a floppy disk. In the 17th century, there was a pasta shaped like little babies. Called gnocchi di latte, these horrifying dough babies were molded to resemble chubby infants. In 2016, a Canadian woman was kept alive for 12 days without lungs. Doctors completely removed both lungs due to infection and used a Frankenstein-level machine to oxygenate her blood. She was literally lungless, breathing with tech magic and raw Canadian stubbornness. The Hoover Dam claimed the lives of its first and last workers on the same date, 13 years apart. The first man to die during the construction of the Hoover Dam was George Tierney, who drowned on December 20th, 1922. The last fatality? His own son, Patrick Tierney, also died on December 20th. Coincidence? Or is the dam haunted by a dramatic calendar? Someone invented chocolate spaghetti meant to be served with whipped cream. Because nothing screams, "I'm confused," like having dessert and dinner wrestle on your plate. One moment it's a meal, the next it's a dessert meltdown. There's a fly that decapitates ants for fun. The phorid fly doesn't just sting ants. It lays eggs in their heads, and the larvae eats the brain from the inside like it's sipping a smoothie. After about 2 weeks, the ant's head just falls off like a party trick gone wrong. A surgeon cut himself open for a surgery in Antarctica. Soviet doctor Leonid Rogozov performed an appendectomy on himself in 1961 because he was the only doctor on the station during a blizzard. With a mirror, some vodka, and absolute steel guts literally, he cut himself open, removed his appendix, and then stitched himself up, like a one-man episode of ER on ice. The Vodoma tribe of Zimbabwe is known for having feet that look like bird claws, thanks to a genetic mutation called ectrodactyly. While it's great for climbing trees, buying shoes becomes a nightmare. Want more bizarre facts that'll make you say, "Wait, what?" Hit that subscribe button and let us know what freaky fact you want to hear next. Inbred rats forget how to rat. Scientists once bred rats in closed loops for generations, and the results were horrifyingly hilarious. Some forgot how to groom, others panicked when seeing food, and a few tried mating with furniture. It's like evolution hit the reverse gear and floored it. A 12-fingered Egyptian pharaoh couldn't grip reality either. King Tutankhamun was so inbred his parents were full siblings. He had clubbed feet, malformed bones, epilepsy. Finland's exercise lottery for commuters. Finland got so desperate to get people walking, they created a lottery system where pedestrians could win cash just by using crosswalks. Somewhere in Helsinki, someone probably hit the jackpot for jaywalking with purpose and a Fitbit. Americans spent more on diet books than on vegetables. In one absurd year, Americans spent more money on diet books and supplements than they did on actual vegetables. That's right. More people were willing to read about kale than actually eat it. Salad is scary, but Chapter 6 on celery spirituality? The bat fly is basically a vampire's parasite. Some flies have evolved to live exclusively on bats, clinging to their armpits like cursed living earrings. These little creeps are blind, wingless, and flattened like pancakes. Virgin hair is worth more than gold. It means hair that's never been dyed, permed, or chemically treated. This stuff can sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. In some cases, people have funded weddings, surgeries, or even down payments by lopping off a gloriously untreated ponytail. Portland cement wasn't made in Portland. Despite its name, it wasn't invented in Portland, Oregon, or even Portland, Maine. It was invented in England by a guy named Joseph Aspdin in 1824, who named it after the Isle of Portland, because the cement looked like the island's fancy stone. Yes, this whole global industry is named after a vibe. People used to think cement was alive. In early construction days, workers noticed that cement set faster in some weather. Instead of understanding chemistry, they assumed cement had moods or spirits. Some even whispered thanks to the cement gods after a good pour. Victorian tea parties had so many rules you'd need a law degree to host one. From how to fold your napkin to which direction to stir, clockwise only, you heathen. Tea parties in the 1800s were so rule-heavy that guests often faked illnesses to avoid them. One lady reportedly got kicked out for lifting her pinky too high. It was the Olympics of passive aggression. The sandwich note stalker. A guy was obsessed with his coworkers' sandwich choices. Every time she brought lunch, he left anonymous, poetic notes about her turkey decisions and graceful mustard application. One day, he left a full diagram of her chewing habits under her lunchbox. HR did not find his mayonnaise haikus charming. Opera was once available on the Nintendo DS. Yes, that tiny handheld gaming console had a browser powered by Opera. You could surf the web using a stylus and a screen the size of a Post-it note. It was like trying to browse Amazon through a keyhole while wearing ski gloves. But hey, it worked. Barely. Japan has a waistline law. In Japan, it's literally illegal to be too fat if you're aged between 40 to 74. The Metabo law requires companies to measure employees' waists annually, and if they exceed the limit, they get enrolled in health counseling. Imagine your country being so fit-obsessed that your boss knows your waistline before your birthday. Mariah Carey's voice can shatter glass. Allegedly, her 5-octave vocal range is so extreme that it's been rumored her whistle notes can actually break glass. While scientists haven't confirmed this with a champagne flute sacrifice, people still duck when she hits those dolphin frequencies. Basically, she's a singing superpower with built-in sonar. Freddie Mercury's vocal cords didn't behave like normal humans. Studies show he may have vibrated his vocal cords in a way no one else did, and his growls and vibrato defied vocal physics. Björk once sang live with a full choir of robots. Known for her ethereal voice and bizarre performances, Björk took melodious weirdness to new heights by performing with robot backup singers. People auction broken pots for 6 figures, a cracked Korean moon jar, literally a pot held together by hope and glue, once sold for over $1.5 million. It was praised for its wabi-sabi charm, aka beautiful brokenness. Some royal pottery was never meant to be used. Napoleon once commissioned a porcelain dinner set so grand and gold-encrusted that guests weren't allowed to eat off it. The irony? Half the guests were starving soldiers. In the Philippines, spaghetti is made sweet with banana ketchup and hot dogs. This isn't an insult, it's a party dish. It's like someone dared every unrelated food item to show up in one pot, and somehow it worked. A woman survived the Titanic, Britannic, and Olympic ship disasters. Violet Jessup, a ship stewardess, was aboard all 3 of the RMS Olympic-class ships that experienced major disasters. She survived the Titanic's sinking, the Britannic's explosion, and a crash on the Olympic. Either she was cursed by Poseidon or was made immortal out of sheer stubbornness. The first browser was also a web editor. In 1990, the first ever web browser, World Wide Web, later renamed Nexus, let users not only view web pages but also edit and create them right there. The man who survived a spear through the skull? In 1848, a railway worker named Phineas Gage had a giant iron rod blasted through his head, taking out part of his brain like a kebab skewer of doom. Not only did he survive, but he stood up minutes later and chatted like nothing happened, though his personality did a backflip into chaos mode. There's a fly that drinks tears. The eye-licking fly sounds like it came from a horror film, but nope, it's real. It lands on animals' eyes and slurps their tears like emotional vampires. Some even drink from human eyeballs while you're asleep. Some flies do the moonwalk during mating. The Lispcana fly literally moonwalks on sand while trying to impress females. Michael Jackson would be proud. Sloths can't fart, so they burp backward. Sloths are too lazy to even let gas out the proper way. Their digestive gas gets absorbed into their bloodstream and released through their lungs. Yep, they basically exhale their farts. Fart smell can be used to diagnose diseases. Scientists are actually studying farts like fine wine to sniff out illness. Different bacteria make different gases, so a particularly funky toot could one day tell if you have colon issues. Termites are secretly eco-villains, farting up a storm and contributing to global warming. These tiny wood-munching demons release so much methane, it's like a biological greenhouse rave. Blue people of Kentucky were basically real-life Smurfs. A family called the Fugates turned blue due to a rare recessive blood disorder caused by, you guessed it, inbreeding. Instead of magical forest living, they dealt with constant questions like, "Are you choking?" Their condition was only cured when someone finally married outside the gene pool. Astronaut farts are dangerous in space. In a confined space capsule, one well-timed astronaut fart could literally become a flammable air hazard. Methane plus low oxygen plus enclosed metal tube equals potential butt-borne explosion. A man faked being mentally ill for 20 years to avoid taxes, not jail. Not work, taxes. He babbled gibberish during audits, claimed to be a potato, and avoided scrutiny so well, even psychiatrists were fooled. Turns out faking insanity takes more brainpower than just doing your taxes. A woman married the Eiffel Tower. She had a commitment ceremony and everything. She claimed the tower spoke to her emotionally and that it's the only one who understands. Honestly, the tower has seen a lot over the years, but probably not vows whispered to its girders. A man tried to rob a bank using a live beehive. No gun. Just bees. He flung the hive at the teller and demanded cash while getting stung himself. The bees, having no criminal loyalties, stung everyone, including him, and he ran out screaming. The Habsburg jaw was so powerful it had its own bloodline. Thanks to generations of royal inbreeding, the Habsburg family ended up with chins so long and jaws so misaligned they could barely chew. Charles II of Spain had such a tangled DNA mess that he could barely speak or eat, and had more genetic problems than a biology exam nightmare. Renaissance codpieces were basically fabric bragging rights. In the 16th century, men wore codpieces, padded, bulging, and sometimes bejeweled fabric pockets for their, manhood. Lady Gaga once wore meat, actual raw meat. The infamous meat dress was made of real flank steak. It shocked the VMAs and confused every butcher in America. Victorian mourning dresses had built-in tear catchers. Some mourning outfits in the 19th century came with tiny vials or stitched-in pockets to collect your tears. It's like carrying your emotional baggage. Psy's Gangnam Style made 0 sense and broke the internet. Horse dancing in elevators, people yelling at butts, and a guy screaming "Appa" in sunglasses. It became the first YouTube video to hit 1 billion views, proving humanity has taste. Just very questionable taste. The pizza bomber case. In a scene ripped straight from a failed Netflix thriller, a pizza delivery guy in Pennsylvania was forced to rob a bank with a bomb collar locked around his neck. He claimed he was a hostage. The whole situation ended in tragic confusion, a scavenger hunt, and a lot of FBI agents muttering, "What the actual..." The IKEA hostage situation. That wasn't really an abduction. A confused elderly man in Germany accidentally locked himself inside a display wardrobe and started screaming for help. Shoppers thought it was a hostage crisis. Turned out he just wanted to find the exit and a meatball plate. IKEA security now keeps an eye on overly curious grandpas. During 1996 in California, a man took a woman hostage at knife point and demanded a getaway car. She offered to drive. Instead of escaping, she took a wrong turn straight to a police blockade. Hakarl. Rotten shark from hell, made with love in Iceland, is a fish that is buried, fermented, and hung to dry for months. This dish smells like ammonia and regret. Even Anthony Bourdain said it was the worst thing he ever ate. Icelanders say it's an acquired taste. Yeah, like chewing on Satan's gym sock. Aquagenic urticaria makes people break out in hives just by touching water. Yes, even their own tears. Imagine crying over how painful your allergy is and the tears join the attack. Life literally becomes allergic to your emotions. Bird's nest soup, the sticky, spitty luxury enjoyed in China and Southeast Asia. Made from the solidified saliva of cave-dwelling birds, this slimy soup is prized for its texture and alleged health benefits. Shirako is fish sperm sacks for dinner in Japan. When you're bored of sushi, Japan offers shirako, which translates to white children. It's the creamy reproductive fluid of fish, usually cod, served raw or lightly cooked. Because apparently someone looked at fish sperm and thought, that looks edible. Some unlucky souls have vibratory urticaria, meaning their body breaks out in a rash from movement or vibration. Jogging, rash. Clapping, rash. Riding a bus on a bumpy road, full body riot. Basically, your skin turns into a grumpy toddler if you dare have fun. Some people with prosthetic limbs have been able to trick their brains into thinking their prosthetics are real, giving them a near-perfect level of control over them. It's like having an invisibility cloak that lets you blend in and perform superhuman tasks without anyone batting an eye. Some people are allergic to working out, not just emotionally. Exercise-induced anaphylaxis can cause rashes, hives, and full-blown allergic reactions. Imagine being told, just a light jog will help, and your body goes, guess again, gym rat. Here's a swollen throat instead. The fruit cutting with a samurai sword genre exists. Whole YouTube channels are dedicated to slicing watermelons, Coke bottles, and occasionally raw chickens with katana swords in slow motion. It's like Iron Chef met Mortal Kombat. For some reason, the fruit never wins. Some blind musicians have developed an incredible ability to see music through vibrations. They can feel the rhythm and pitch of sounds through their fingertips, allowing them to play intricate pieces of music. It's like a superpower where your fingers become the new eyes. People roleplay as ants. Seriously. Entire channels exist where creators act out fictional ant colony dramas. There's betrayal, war, and food theft, but everyone's pretending to be ants. Dermatographia causes skin to puff up when scratched or touched, so lightly dragging a fingernail can leave words and doodles raised on the skin like cursed tattoos. Some people use it to write notes on their own arms like walking post-it pads, until the swelling kicks in. Cold urticaria makes people break out in itchy welts, or even go into anaphylactic shock when exposed to low temperatures. Snowball fights are death matches, ice cream is a threat, and air conditioning is a criminal. Elsa from Frozen would be their worst nightmare. The Sculpture Park, Helsinki, Finland, is an actual maze of sculptures. Among these artworks, you'll find pieces so bizarre that they could make your head spin. From large, abstract metal figures to odd creatures frozen in time, it's like walking through an outdoor gallery where the sculptures are staring at you, a bit too intensely. The Park of the Monsters, Bomarzo, Italy, is like an open-air nightmare you can walk through. It's filled with gigantic, terrifying stone monsters, dragons, and various other grotesque figures from mythology. It's essentially a real-life horror story where you stroll among screaming stone faces and devilish creatures. Perfect for the brave, or the slightly insane. In Incheon, South Korea, there's a park where kids get to interact with robots. But not just any robots. These bots are there to teach science and tech, turning the park into a futuristic nerd paradise. Forget the swings, folks. Who needs them when a robot's trying to teach you algebra? People with paraplegia, paralysis of the lower body, sometimes develop extraordinary upper body strength. It's not just from working out, it's a result of compensating for the lack of lower body mobility, turning their arms into powerful, muscle-packed tools. Who needs leg day when you're carrying all the power in your upper body? Some deaf individuals use tactile sign language where they feel signs with their hands, often in the palm of their hand or fingertips. This allows them to communicate through touch, and it's a bizarrely amazing way to ensure conversations happen without sound. No eavesdropping here. In soccer, players often exaggerate a fall or injury in what's known as flopping. While it's intended to deceive referees into calling a foul, it sometimes leads to real injuries. Imagine pretending to be knocked out by a phantom tackle only to trip on your own dramatic performance. Some players have even sprained ankles or fractured bones trying to make it look worse than it is. Tokyo has an unusual park known as Cat Street. Not a typical park, but an entire area where cats freely roam, and people can watch them wander and interact with each other. It's like a zoo, but instead of animals in cages, it's cats running wild like they're on a never-ending holiday. Take your camera, but don't expect to pet them. They prefer their independence. Golf is typically seen as a low-risk sport, but there's a peculiar injury known as the golf swing neck injury. In an odd twist, some golfers have hurt themselves by over-rotating their necks during a swing, leading to muscle strains or even pinched nerves. The irony? You're meant to be gently swinging a club, not trying out for the next action movie with your neck as the stunt double. People used to punch jukeboxes out of frustration. If your favorite song didn't play or the machine ate your coin, it wasn't uncommon to see people physically assault the jukebox. Yes, in the 1950s, jukeboxes were basically the emotional punching bags of diners. A hit song didn't always mean a good tune. It could mean someone literally hit the box. Some people take their popsicles in truly bizarre directions, like the garlic-flavored popsicle. Created as a culinary experiment in Japan, this popsicle is supposed to freshen your breath in a unique way. However, imagine the horror of indulging in a cold, sweet, frozen treat, only to have the taste of garlic punch you in the face like a vampire's worst nightmare. Some jukeboxes had fake records. To look impressive, certain jukeboxes had dummy records inside. So, while people marveled at the huge music collection, it was secretly a glorified music-playing scam. Imagine paying to play Bohemian Rhapsody, and the machine spins a record labeled Queen that's about as real as a toddler's tea party. If you enjoy feeling like your mouth is on fire while simultaneously refreshing yourself, then the spicy mango popsicle is your dream come true. Combining the sweetness of mango with an intense, peppery kick, these popsicles are all about turning the traditional treat on its head. It's like someone had the bright idea to make your tongue go from summer chill to scalding heat in one frozen bite. Perfect for the brave or crazy. Looking for a popsicle that matches your goth soul? Enter the Charcoal Popsicle, a frozen dessert made from activated charcoal. This popsicle has a dark, almost sinister appearance. Not to mention that it's marketed as a detoxifying treat. While it's supposed to help with digestion, it might also leave you questioning your life choices while munching on a black popsicle. Because who doesn't want to ingest a little charcoal for fun? Björk once danced with robots in a breakup song. In All Is Full of Love, Iceland's Queen of Weird sings about heartbreak, while two androids make out and assemble each other in a sterile lab. Nothing says emotional healing like cybernetic seduction and mechanical nipple bolts. OK Go filmed an entire music video on a zero-gravity plane. In Upside Down and Inside Out, the band performed choreographed chaos while floating midair, flinging laptops, balloons, and piñatas around like kids on sugar highs in space. NASA watched and said, "We'll stick to science." One of the most unusual injuries in soccer history occurred when a player, while celebrating a goal, accidentally ran into a moving lawnmower on the field. The mower had been trimming the grass, and in his excitement, the player sprinted toward it, tripping and getting a nasty cut. Imagine that. Celebrating your goal only to end up in the emergency room with a mower-induced injury. Some fish use farts to communicate. The herring, aka bubble butt of the sea, talks by blowing bubbles out of its rear end. Scientists even call it FART, fast repetitive tick communication. It's like Morse code, but stinkier and way more immature. Some lucid dreamers use their dreams to practice martial arts. Yes, full-on dream kung fu. They train like they're in the Matrix, kicking imaginary villains while their real body lies limp like a tofu block. The only side effect? Waking up sore from punching air and still getting winded by stairs in real life. People used to rig jukeboxes with toothpicks. In a legendary act of musical rebellion, folks would jam a toothpick in the coin return slot to get unlimited plays. This turned jukeboxes into musical fountains of theft. Italy banned too skinny models for national pride. Italy, the land of pasta and fashion, once decided models had to prove they weren't underweight to walk the runway. That's right. After inhaling 14 bowls of carbonara, they still expect you to be healthily thin. National image matters, even if it contradicts the national cuisine. Bhutan banned tobacco before junk food. Bhutan, obsessed with gross national happiness, decided smoking was so evil it banned all tobacco sales. But junk food? Totally fine. So while you can't light a cigarette, you can deep fry yourself into oblivion with cheese and chili-laced rice. Enlightenment, but make it cheesy. The hoverfly pretends to be a wasp, but it's just a nerd. Hoverflies wear wasp costumes like cosplay at a bug convention, hoping predators get confused. They don't sting, bite, or do anything badass, just buzz around like, "Please don't eat me, I'm emotionally fragile." One man trained himself to eat only salads in lucid dreams, hoping dream lettuce would cancel out his real-life cookie addiction. Sadly, lettuce in dreams is as effective as punching calories with love. At least he didn't dream of kale. That's just psychological torture with chlorophyll. Gibraltar Airport has a runway that crosses a public road. When a plane lands, traffic stops like it's waiting for a train, except it's a 90-ton flying metal tube. Miss your flight. Blame the red light. It's the only airport where your boarding pass competes with the traffic signal. The Denver International Airport is infamous for its evil blue horse statue with glowing red eyes, lovingly nicknamed Blucifer. It even killed its own sculptor. Add to that underground tunnels, conspiracy theories, and murals that look like post-apocalyptic kindergarten art. Welcome to the Illuminati's favorite baggage claim. In Switzerland, there's a parade called the Chalandamars, where kids walk around clanging giant cowbells to scare winter away. Nothing like being 10 years old, ringing doom bells and yelling at snow. Basically, it's a blizzard exorcism with a soundtrack of chaotic cow metal. At Barra Airport in Scotland, planes land directly on a beach. Yes, a real sandy, seagull-infested, occasionally soggy beach. Flight schedules depend on the tides. If you hear, "Your flight is delayed due to crabs," they're not talking about mechanical issues, it's literal crustacean interference. The Don Mueang International Airport in Thailand has a golf course between its runways, so golfers have to play with jumbo jets roaring overhead. If you slice your ball into a Boeing's path, you better hope your caddy has a pilot's license, or at least a decent insurance policy. Spain hosts El Colacho, where men dressed as devils jump over babies. Yes, real tiny humans. It's supposed to cleanse infants of original sin, but mostly looks like Satan auditioning for a parkour team. Imagine being 6 months old and already in your first demonic Olympics. In the Philippines, the Parada ng Lechon celebrates roasted pigs by dressing them up in wigs, sunglasses, and even dresses. They're paraded like celebrities before being eaten. It's both a fashion show and a food coma. Somewhere, a pig is praying it gets chosen for the runway over the rotisserie. Desert frogs have this ultimate survival hack. They bury themselves in dirt and wrap up in a mucus cocoon, going full nope on the summer heat. It's like their version of an extreme spa retreat, only it's all about slimy snot survival underground. There's a wine made with baby mice in Korea and China. It's literally baby mice drowned in rice wine, aged to perfection while looking like a crime scene in a jar. Locals claim it cures ailments. Outsiders claim it causes them, especially psychological trauma and trust issues with beverages. President Calvin Coolidge liked having Vaseline rubbed on his head while eating breakfast. Nothing says "I'm in charge" like being greased up like a Thanksgiving turkey while chomping toast. Truly, the epitome of bizarre ritual. Franz Kafka used to laugh while reading his own depressing stories aloud. His work is famously gloomy, but the guy treated his own existential horror like stand-up comedy. Imagine someone giggling while reciting The Metamorphosis. Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the number 3 and would circle buildings 3 times before entering. He also hated jewelry and pearls. Basically, he was a genius who lived like a haunted Roomba with trust issues. Snake wine is a thing. In Vietnam and China, people drop entire venomous snakes into rice wine bottles. It's supposed to boost vitality, but it mostly boosts nightmares. Bonus: the venom's neutralized by alcohol, unless the snake wasn't dead. Yes, there are reports of snakes waking up in the bottle. Cheers. Tenzing Hillary Airport in Nepal has a runway that ends in a cliff. It's often ranked the most dangerous airport in the world. Basically, if your pilot sneezes too hard on landing, you could end up paragliding without a parachute. But hey, the mountain view's great. Right before impact. Camels don't sweat until things get really spicy. Their bodies can soar to 41 degrees Celsius before a single drop falls. It's like their version of holding in a sneeze, except it's sweat, and they're avoiding dehydration while looking like they just walked off a desert runway. Kangaroo moms lick their forearms like they're trying to seduce the heat away. Turns out, it's their personal air conditioning. Evaporation cools the blood vessels near the skin. Basically, they're sweating through spit while looking impressively unbothered. Victorians wore jewelry made from dead people's hair. Yep, locks of Aunt Mildred were twisted into brooches, rings, and even necklaces. Imagine being complimented and having to say, "Thanks, it's Grandma." Creepy? Yes. Sentimental? Also yes. Sanitary? Debatable. There's a ring made from moose poop in Canada. Locals polish it, varnish it, and proudly sell it as wildlife treasure. Romantic? If your idea of true love involves fecal nuggets wrapped in metal, great icebreaker. Just don't say what it's made of until after dinner. Some rings are made from human teeth. That's right. People turn lost molars into statement pieces. It's either a bold fashion choice or a threat to dental hygiene. Perfect for saying, "I care deeply about you," and also collect enamel. Early computers used literal women as processors. Before machines, computers were human, mostly women, who crunched numbers for science. So basically, NASA's rocket math was powered by unpaid Excel spreadsheets and skirts. The first mouse was made of wood. Yep, it looked like a chunky wooden block with a cord, like something you'd find in your grandpa's toolbox. Not on a desk. Smooth? Not so much. The ENIAC needed 18,000 vacuum tubes and could fry eggs with its heat. It was so hot, it doubled as a toaster. If you didn't solve the equation, you at least got breakfast. Early computers were so big, they had addresses. Some were housed in rooms the size of gyms and were mailed instructions on punch cards. Basically, your grandma's smartphone now has more power than a building-sized diva from the 50s. Exploding head syndrome is real and sadly not as cool as it sounds. It's a sleep disorder where people hear a loud bang in their heads when falling asleep. No damage, just pure jump scare terror like your brain decided to slam a door for fun. Tree man syndrome turns you into a bark-covered nightmare. Caused by HPV and immune failure, sufferers grow wart-like growths that look like gnarled roots. Basically, Mother Nature installs her own software updates without your consent. Zoysia grass is the slow poke of the lawn world. It takes forever to grow but then refuses to die. You could drop a volcano on it and it'd just smirk and spread a little more. It's like your stubborn uncle. Doesn't rush, doesn't leave. Lemongrass, the spa treatment grass with ninja roots. Smells heavenly, repels mosquitoes, makes soup fancy, but plant it in your yard and it'll take over like it's reenacting the Hunger Games. Peaceful by scent, violent by ambition. Soup number 5 is basically a love potion made from cow testicles. A Filipino delicacy, this meaty madness is believed to boost virility. It's the only dish where you can say, "Wow, I can really taste the testosterone," and not be metaphorical. Bat soup exists, and it looks like a horror movie with broth. Popular in some island nations, it features an entire bat. Wings, fangs, and all, just like soaking in a bowl like it's on a spa retreat. The flavor? Smoky and flighty. The March of the Gnomes in Belgium features adults in full gnome cosplay, complete with pointy hats and fake beards, parading through town like a mushroom rave gone rogue. It's like Snow White's sidekicks got into craft beer and decided to start a rock band called Grumpy and the Garden Tools. Netscape Navigator was so big that it went public before making money. In 1995, Netscape went public with a stock offering so hyped it triggered the dot-com bubble. They hadn't made a dime, but people were tossing money like it was a casino. It was the Silicon Valley equivalent of investing in an air sandwich because someone said it tasted like Wi-Fi. There's pasta shaped like human organs for anatomy classes. Yes, there are anatomically correct pasta noodles shaped like lungs, hearts, and even intestines. And that's a wrap on this beautifully bizarre episode of Wait. What did I just learn? We had swole upper bodies, whispering hands, Oscar-worthy soccer dives, and feral Tokyo cats living their best influencer lives. Meanwhile, golfers are out here spraining their necks like they're filming Fast and Furious, Country Club Edition, and jukeboxes are still emotionally recovering from the 1950s. If that didn't make your brain do a somersault, I don't know what will. So here's the deal. Hit that subscribe button like it owes you money, like the video if you've ever fake limped for attention. We won't judge. And drop a comment telling us the weirdest fact you've ever heard. Seriously, the weirder the better. We might feature it next time. Catch you in the next one, legends. Until then, protect your necks and respect the jukeboxes.